The Journal. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move a call of the House.
The call of the House has been moved and has been properly sustained. Sergeants will close the doors. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members indicate your presence. And Mr. Kohler, have fun and however you'd like, call the members who are not here.
Representative, I say Representative Mcnulty.
You'll be excused. Mr. Kohler, you didn't fix my computer.
Oh, crap.
So I can't turn the chimes on. I know. Yeah, we can definitely. We'll do that for the call. Like call. Why are we doing it? It's kind of weird. And just for the sergeants, the members in conference committee are excused from floor work until they're done. Mr. Kohler, can you excuse Representatives Singer, Gardner, and one other? Singer, Gardner, and May. Mr. Kohler's trying to fix my computer.
What's wrong with it? I'll read the names then.
Mr. Waller, Representative Waller, please read the names of those who are missing, except for May, Gardner, and Singer, because they're excused.
Becker.
Could you read my name?
Coram.
I know I'm here, but I want you to read it for me anyway.
Okay.
Duran.
Jro.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not Duran. Jro. I apologize. I thought it was.
I
Love
love
you.
so much. Not really, but okay.
Del Grosso. Not Gardner. Not May. Melton. Court. Moreno. Pedersen. Rosenthal. May the force be with you. I'm sorry, rats. Boldly go where no one has gone before, and push your button. Boldly go where you've been several times and push your button, Representative Rosenthal. Or you could boldly go where no one has gone before and push the button red. I don't think you know that that button works on your desk. Very good. Not Singer. Wait a second. Young. Waller. Hey, Kagan, just push my button for me, would you? No, don't do that. Mr. Speaker.
I would if my computer worked. I'm having technical difficulties.
You've had them for the last 6 years, Mr.
I
Speaker.
figured that was going to be the comment. It's been 7.
Well, I'm only known for 6. I can only speak to what I know.
Madam Majority Leader, or Representative Wall, you want to do the motion you used to do?
Absolutely, Mr. Speaker, only because it's the last day. Mr. Speaker, I move we raise the call of the House.
Seeing no objection, the call of the House will be raised.
I'll just have to say, Representative Jro. See, not even.
No comment. Yeah, exactly. Nothing. Madam Majority Leader, do we need to do this resolution? There's McCann.
It's getting kind of late. Ears are getting warm.
That's right.
I mean the vote. That's what I mean. I don't have this one.
Do we need to do this resolution?
10:01.
Is that you have an
I have
amendment?
everything else but 10:01.
Okay.
I pulled
Why
it
don't
up, but
you
I
move out of order
don't
to pass this resolution?
We'll just proceed out of order.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House proceed out of order for consideration of SJR 31.
Seeing no objection, the House will proceed out of order for consideration SJR 31. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 31.
Senate Joint Resolution 31 by Senator King, also Representative McCann, concerning the establishment of Colorado Safe Schools Month.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move SJR 14-031 and ask that it be read in its entirety, except really the last paragraph.
Really?
It's not too long.
Do we have to have it read?
No, we don't have to have it read.
Why don't we just go to why don't you speak about the resolutions, Representative McCann?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I thought we were sort of killing time, but I guess
No,
we're
we
not.
have lots of tributes to do.
Okay, sorry. All right, SJR 31 is a resolution to declare the month of October as Safe School Month. And you can see from the resolution itself that each school day, Colorado personnel are accountable
Hold on
for
one
the
sec,
safety.
Representative McCann. Members, I know we're getting close to the end, but we are sitting as the House. If we can pay attention to the activities in the well. Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So every day, Colorado school personnel are responsible for the safety of over 875,000 students, or really, which is about a sixth of our total population. So what this resolution will do is encourage the development of a safe school month, and that would be October. And we are hoping that this will inspire a national movement so that we can coordinate the attention being paid to keeping our schools safe for our children. So for years we've observed Safe School Week during the month of October, and so that's the reason that we're choosing October, and it also gives schools the month of September to promote the coming month of school safety. It may be a very effective way on a statewide and national scale to promote a culture of school safety and positive school climate. So we have found that a commemorative month is a very good way to raise people's awareness, just like we have, Women's History Month, Black History Month, et cetera, Mental Health Awareness Month. So this is an important resolution for our state to be a leader in declaring October to be Safe School Month. I do have an amendment, which is 002, and I will move 002 if that could be displayed.
Amendment 002. I do not think that's Amendment 2.
Oh, that was Representative Singer up there, wasn't it?
That would be Fischer?
All right.
Singer, okay, I get it. The amendment is probably displayed. To the amendment, Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amendment that Senator King has asked to run on the resolution, and it just adds a whereas clause. It also adds some language about some other issues that should be addressed, and it changes the designation of the president to be the appropriate way, which is the Honorable Barack Obama, and it also changes the language regarding the Secretary of Health and Human Services, because Mark Parkinson is interim director, interim secretary, so it changes that language. So I would ask for an aye vote on L002.
Representative Stevens, to the amendment? No. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, is there any objection to taking a voice vote on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll proceed in that manner. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Amendment L002 is adopted. Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I rise in support of this. In little walk down memory lane, 2007, then Senator John Morse and I ran the Safe Schools bill. And really, I will tell you that I think it's had not just a good outcome, we still have more to do. We still have bullying in schools, and hopefully next year, Rep. Fields, we will deal with cyber bullying. Thank you very much. And really, members, we have a lot more in this area. I think not only is this needed, we need to keep reminding ourselves that we still have more to do. There are bullies on campus, and we need to make our campuses safer. Some of you may take issue with this, but I fully support certainly having safety people and armed safety people also to help out on campus. But members, at the end of the day, we have to keep our kids safe, and I certainly rise in support of this. So with that, I urge a yes vote.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to taking a voice vote? Seeing none, we'll proceed in that manner. All those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 31 as amended, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Joint Resolution 31 as amended is adopted.
Thank you.
Representative McCann, do you want to move co-sponsors or?
Oh, yes, I should. Yes, I move that, the roll call be made part of, as co-sponsors of the bill, of the resolution.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, the current roll call will be made the co-sponsors of SJR 31.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can send that to the Senate and see if they will actually act on it. You never can trust what the Senate will do. Okay, members, we are going to move into tributes to our members who are leaving, I believe. Maybe we're going to head. Actually, I know there's someone who wants to at least introduce some members of her family are here. Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you've heard me talk a lot about my husband who sails all the time, but he happens to be here today. He is up in the gallery there, and along with my elder daughter, Danica, and my younger daughter, Emily, and her husband, Matt. Please welcome them.
Okay, the House will stand in a 2-minute recess.
the staff right now.
The House will come back to order. Members of House Services Committee.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Court.
Speaker. Members, every year we start the year with acknowledging the fabulous staff we have, without whom we couldn't even begin to do our job. The people at the front desk, the people in room 271, the people in the enrolling room, our assignables, our wonderful sergeants. These people make us be able to do our job, and without them, there is no way we could accomplish what we accomplish. There's plenty of people who wonder if we accomplish anything, but these people help us accomplish what we do. So I'd like to ask the staff to come forward, if you could. Sergeants, assignable folks, enrolling room. Come on, everybody. 271, get over here. Come on, everybody. Come on. All of you. All of you, come on. Joel? Yeah, of course.
Come on, Joel.
Of course. I said the front desk. Joel's part of the front desk. Come on.
Marilyn, no.
Come on, Marilyn.
We're going to have to carry her.
Marilyn's so and you know, here's the thing, folks. Marilyn Eddins, our chief clerk, never, ever wants the credit she's due. But we all know, get over here, get over here, get over here. Raise your hand.
Oh my God. Chief Clerk Eddins.
I'm making her do it.
It's not me, it's all of these people. I couldn't do my job if they don't do theirs.
Oh, it's true. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Now to all the staff, there is at the front desk, there is a tribute to each of the staff members with a little bit of gold from the dome. So don't melt it down and spend it in all one place. So thank you everyone for all of your work and making us be able to do our work. Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to give a special thanks to the sergeants because for some reason this year I was prone to paper cuts all over the place. And these gentlemen have lots of Neosporin and Band-Aids to help you with. So if you ever run into a problem like that, they're great first aid people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Court.
Thank you. Now, if the assignables will go back to their rows, I think each row has a thank you for the assignables as well.
Okay, we will have a brief recess as the members can thank the assignable clerks. The House will come back to order.
Kathleen.
Members, can we have you return to your desks? We are going to honor those members who are not returning. We're going to skip those running for the Senate. No, just kidding.
No.
I'm not sure how we're going about this because I haven't been involved, so who's going first? Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ron, could you fire up the photos? Okay, so every year when people are leaving us, and Representative Del Grosso was reminding us that we have a party to get to. So what we're going to do is Representative Conti and I will be saying a few words about the people who are leaving on each side of the aisle, and then we'll invite other members to say what they'd like. But Representative Del Grosso will probably shoot people if you go on too long because he'd really like to get to the party and drink. I can tell that, although we know that there is availability somewhere around here.
And Representative Court, just before we get started, I'm sorry to interrupt the two of you. There are conference committees who will have to meet. If you are on a conference committee to meet, feel free. You'll be excused if we get to votes on anything. Do the work we need to do as we honor those who are leaving. Representative Court.
Thank you. So we'll go through and interrupt as needed. So the first person on our list who is leaving us has been with us for the full 8 years, and he has done incredible work on the Agriculture Committee. When I first came here, I didn't know squat about water law. Well, now I know about this much. But I always knew that I could turn to Representative Randy Fischer when I didn't know what I was doing. Representative Fischer, please come down. We have a plaque for Representative Fischer and this lovely little what do you call this thing? Paperweight, that's what you call it. And if anyone else would like to come down and make any comments, say any words about Representative Fischer, please come down now and say what you'd like to say, because we really, really appreciate what Representative Fischer has done in the 8 years he's been with us.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, an awful lot of my work here is defined by my work with Randy Fischer. I met him in the TLRC the first year I was here, worked with him on transportation. Whenever I needed to understand about this simple topic of water, I knew I had to go to Representative Fischer for that. And for somebody who has a clear vision and a strong passion for being here and doing what he's doing, I can't imagine anybody who does a better job than my friend Representative Randy Fischer. And it's totally been an honor to serve with you, to learn from you, and to work with you for the 5 sessions I've been in the legislature. And I'm sorry that you have to leave. You're an example of why term limits are not a good idea. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader. If we clap after everyone, we're going to be a long time. So why don't we clap towards the end for everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Fischer, Randy, I want to thank you for being a huge and very productive member of our caucus and for being such a help to me when I started as a legislator. All of the advice and the policy teaching that you gave me was really wonderful, particularly as I started my service on the Agricultural Committee. We live in neighboring counties, and we have a lot in common, and we worked on a lot of issues in common because we have similar constituents. We both come from college towns. We both represent the actual university area. And we had many things that we worked on together over the years, and I will really, really miss you. Thanks for everything you did.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm trying to see, without looking, if Representative Fischer is worried yet about what I was going to say. You know, Representative Fischer and I came in the same time, we spent 8 years on agriculture together. He spent the last 2 years as the chair, and actually, I think 1 year as the chair prior to that, prior to me being chair. I can tell you that there aren't many people as passionate about what they do as Representative Fischer. I can also tell you there aren't that many people that are fair and are willing to work with you, even though he may be on your other side of your issue. He has been fair in Ag Committee. I applaud him for that. His knowledge here on those issues of water, those issues regarding a number of things that we deal with in Ag will be missed. I know you'll find this hard to believe, but I will also miss working with Representative Fischer, as I sincerely think of him as an asset to this body and has done a fantastic job for 8 years. Representative Fischer, my hat's off to you.
Is Representative Holbert?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the bills that I've run in my 4 years here last year had to do with collector cars. And I knew that Representative Fischer had done a huge amount of work on emissions. And I had this bill, and I talked to Chairman Tyler about it, and he kind of liked it. But I think the most nervous I've ever been as a member of this assembly here on the floor in committee was when I was sitting in front of Representative Fischer with this idea to increase the number, the availability of collector car plates as long as the vehicle could pass emissions. And I was kind of sweating, my heart was beating, and Representative Fischer, I could see the wheels were turning there, and he voted for my bill. And I was so relieved when that happened, because if anybody in this building could have killed that bill, it's Representative Fischer. But I was grateful to have his support, and thank you so much. I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I truly am going to miss this gentleman. Representative Fischer and I have lots of legislation that we've ran together, and we've also been opposite on some issues. And I have always found him very knowledgeable, very passionate about what he's working for, and a true gentleman, and he always will be. And it's been an honor to serve 4 years in the Ag Committee with him and 2 years on transportation. Thank you, my friend.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to say, I couldn't let this pass without going to say I really look up to Randy Fischer. I really admire Randy Fischer. You're one of my models as to how to be a legislator. And the one thing I want to say is I remember many times when I've gone to Representative Fischer and said, please explain to me why you support this particular legislation. I don't understand this area. And Randy would always tell me why he supported it. And then I would ask him, and why do the opponents oppose it? And with absolute fidelity to what their position was, he would always tell me, this is why the opponents oppose it. He wouldn't belittle their arguments. He wouldn't disparage or diminish them. He would just lay both sides out and let me have the benefit of both sides. And that's something that I think is extraordinarily honest and to be admired. And I really appreciate all the work and service you've given, Randy. Thank you. It's been an honor to serve with you.
Representative Sain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I've often found myself at the opposite side of many issues with Representative Fischer, but I always knew that he was passionate about each issue, and he never did anything halfway. He always committed himself to any issue or any bill. He would never commit without giving his all-out effort on each issue to lead it fully. And I think I've actually witnessed him spending at least 100 hours on just one water bill this year, which is just amazing. And so for this, he is exemplary in his public service, so thank you.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, having served 6 years in the Ag Committee and the last 2 years as Vice Chair of Ag, I've got to say I have so much admiration for Chairman Fischer, for what he's done, for his deep knowledge of water issues, and for his fairness that he's worked with us in the Senate, in the House Ag Committee. But Representative Fischer has as a very exemplary person, and I hope that the rest of the Ag Committee can follow in his footsteps and follow through with his water commitments and his issues with water. And I thank him for his leadership.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And for 8 years, I have watched Representative Fischer work down here. And I would say this man is the personification of grace under fire and one of the true gentlemen of this body.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'll just say briefly that it's been a tremendous privilege for me to serve in this chamber with you all, and to be the chairman of the Ag Committee is especially a great honor for me. And I would regret leaving were it not for the fact that I believe that I'm leaving the Ag Committee in very strong hands, and a lot of people there capable of excelling and exceeding all my expectations, and likewise for all the members of the House. And I'm not sad to leave, and in fact, I won't be leaving right away. I'm going to be chairing the Interim Water Resources Review Committee this summer, and there'll be some interim committee work. So I really have another 8 months of work to go, but it's great to be here on the very last day of session after 8 years in this body, and thank you for allowing me this privilege to serve. Thanks.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaker, excuse me, I guess everyone else has done it. It was my turn. Freudian slip. Representative Bob Gardner was first elected to the Colorado House of Representatives in 2006. He represents House District 20, which is comprised of El Paso County, and during his time in the Colorado House of Representatives, he served on local government and as chair of the House Judiciary Committee. He served on the Appropriations Committee for 8 years, also the Committee on Legal Services. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been my distinct honor and privilege to work with Representative Gardner in the House, and I can honestly say, Bob, that you almost made being in the minority enjoyable. Almost, so thank you very much for all that you've done.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I first came here, I was assigned to the Judiciary Committee, and I figured out the only reason I must have been there is because my last name is Court. And I was, because I didn't really know that much, but I was honored to be assigned to that committee, and I learned so much during my time on the Judiciary Committee, and this man is one of the reasons I learned so much. Bob Gardner knows more about law in Colorado than just about anybody else in this chamber, and I admire him so much and have enjoyed so much working with him, and will miss him terribly.
Thank you, Lois. Gonna miss you. Representative Salazar.
Members, listen up. Listen up, members. I'm just a simple country lawyer. Had to go through law school 8 times, but I finished it up in the second time. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I am to the bill, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't be any more to the bill if I was standing on. I am standing on the bill, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking to the bill so much I couldn't be standing on it anymore, figuratively or literally. In fact, figuratively and literally are almost the same thing, but I digress. Actually, obviously, there is not a member of this body who I more watch than Representative Gardner. I have learned from him in many ways, and I don't know if you know this, but in many ways you're a mentor. I have watched you argue in such a manner that I consider you to be one of the best orators I have ever seen. I have seen, yes. I have seen those who have argued in front of the U.S. Supreme Court, Colorado Supreme Court, many other courts, and none of them, in front of lowest court, and none of them hold a candle to you. And it is with trepidation, at least for my part, that I see you lead, because I think that many of us, if we actually study what you do, many of us can learn an awful lot about what it is to legislate. And I really appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Representative Mcnulty.
I don't know that anyone will bob as well as Bob did, Bob. During our time earning the majority, during our time in the majority, there were few whose counsel was as honest, as detailed, and as direct as Representative Gardner's. As the chairman of our Judiciary Committee, he was a member of our leadership team and did an outstanding job. I think between you and Representative Kagan, Representative Gardner, I don't know that I've seen better chairs chairing that committee, more fair, more direct, or more efficient. Although I do think that you had Kagan beat on the efficiency side, if I might say. Bob, this place is long on characters and short on statesmen. You're a statesman. Thank you, and God bless you.
Representative Stevens.
Well, it really took coming here to the legislature for me to really get to know Bob Gardner. And what a treat. What a treat for me. We're in Colorado Springs. We go to functions. We see each other. But I really did not get to know Bob until I was on Judiciary my first year. And, I seriously have, over the years, I am his biggest fan. I think that he is one of the most reasonable, accomplished statesmen. Really, this is true, Bob, statesman. And someone who, in a heartbeat, can you say, Bob, I need you to help here. I need you to help me here. I need you to do this. And there he is. And without fail. It's just so remarkable to me. And Bob, I've loved 120 days of getting to see you every day, and I'm going to miss you because we're literally on the opposite sides of town, but we are going to have a monthly lunch or something, because seriously, friends, Bob Gardner has done so much for all of us, and he has worked probably in the most bipartisan manner of anyone I can think of to get things done really for the state. So Bob, I will miss you terribly, and I so respect your work. Thank you.
Representative Kagan.
Representative Gardner, I have seen him as a member of the Judiciary Committee, and then I saw him chair the Judiciary Committee. I've seen him act as a legislator on the floor, and I've just been amazed and in awe of the skill, the judgment, the brain power, the political savvy, the compassion, and the integrity with which he's conducted himself. And Representative Gardner, it's just been an absolute education and an honor to see you at work. And I think when I go to my grave and I look back on my time at the House of Representatives, there are a few people who will stand out as having a lifelong influence and having been a tremendous privilege to serve with. And one of those very few people will be you, sir, Representative Bob Gardner. Thank you.
Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Gardner, it's been an honor to serve with you on the Legal Services Committee for 8 years. That is truly a nonpartisan committee where we look just at laws, look at the regulations to see if they're in compliance with the law. And I just want to thank you so much for your leadership and for what you've done on that committee.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Gardner, it's been an absolute honor and a privilege serving with you. I went to law school, but every day I'm in this chamber and I hear you speak on the law, it's like I'm back in law school class. So it's, yeah, well, he might be making it up, or so he says, but you know, it's been definitely a learning process. I do want to tell a story, and this is Sonnenberg's fault. During orientation a couple years ago, Bob, we were doing our mock committees, and Bob was our chair. And Sonnenberg leans over to me and says, all right, make this motion to the committee of the whole, the super motion. So I make the motion, being a dumb freshman, thinking that, you know, I don't know what I'm doing. And Bob turns bright red, absolutely bright red. He was a little bit, I think, maybe even angry that I made the motion. But still, he kept us cool. And actually, since it was a teaching environment, he actually told me exactly what the super motion was, what it did, when it can be used. So it's just been a constant learning experience for me, and I think that, Bob, having you down there here has made me a better legislator, and thank you. It's been an honor serving with you.
Representative Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was so lucky to be on the Judiciary Committee with Representative Gardner. I've learned so much from sitting with you. And when, although you can be a thorn in our side sometimes, when we were debating 1388 and he was ripping us apart on the floor, Representative Kagan turned to me and said, man, I am really going to miss him next year. And I think that's how we all feel, so thank you.
Representative Nordberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, you may remember earlier this year, we ran or Representative Gardner ran an amendment on the PACFA sunset to prohibit PACFA from mandating life vests for dogs. And believe it or not, that came out of a conversation I had with Representative Gardner before my time here in the legislature, just saying, Representative Gardner, this is absurd. How do we deal with this, sir? And he's like, well, I tell you how we'll deal with it. We're going to run an amendment on the PACFA sunset, which will be coming up. And that just goes to show you how Bob Gardner's mind works, that he was already thinking ahead in the future as to how we could, with all due respect for Representative Lebsack, but how we could, you know, bring that issue to the legislature. And Bob, it's just been an absolute, yeah, like, screw the Democrats, as Bob might say. But I'm so honored to have served with you. It has been a privilege, and thank you for your time and helping a new member out in the minority. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Bob. Thank you, sir.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really don't know where to begin when it is about giving tribute to Representative Bob Gardner. I think about when I first met him, we served on local government together. And he is still a member of local government. And what I want to say, real simply, is well done. Well done. When you look back at your experience, you should have no regrets. You have served your constituents in this state very well. You've also been a very good friend and colleague. I never had the opportunity to serve on judiciary, but I sponsored many bills in front of that committee. And would always make sure that I consulted with you and Representative Kagan before I came into that committee, because I wanted to be well prepared. And you were always very clear about the facts, making sure that I had both sides. That's been a pleasure to always be able to consult with you on so many things. We sponsored many bills together. I can say I will truly miss your partnership and your collaboration. We also are the co-sponsors of the Victims' Right Caucus. This is something that's brand new that we started, I think it was last session. And so he has been a champion. So whenever there's an issue dealing with victims' rights, you can count on him to be on that side. If there's anything that has to do with disabilities, he has also been a champion for those who are disabled. So I just can't think of anything more to say except for well done.
Representative Lawrence.
I'm not snorting in the well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you'll notice that I get that right. I don't call you Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Lawrence.
Bob, it has been such an honor. It's been such an honor to serve with Representative Gardner on the Judiciary Committee. And I have to say that when I first met him, I was actually pretty intimidated by him. I thought, wow, he's kind of mean. And no, I knew Sherry wasn't mean. She's just crazy. And I mean that in a good way, coming from Wyoming. No, sitting on Judiciary Committee with Bob has truly been an honor for the last 2 years. When Waller assigned me to Judiciary, I thought, wow, seriously? Because I'm not an attorney. I shouldn't be on that committee. And it was really intimidating for me. But Bob was such a good ranking member that it was so educational, and he was so good at explaining everything. And I just want to thank him for everything. I'm sorry.
Representative Wright.
Well, members, I think we need a little levity here. But first of all, I do want to thank you, Bob, for working with me on our PTAC bills the last 2 years. I know that we would not have been as successful without your help and guidance, and it's such a good program, and I think we both feel so good about being able to continue that. But I would say, Bob, that your greatest asset here has been whenever we girls need a powder room break. We can just call on you, Bob, and thank you so much. I don't know who's going to replace you next year. Thank you, Bob.
Representative Jro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I'm not going to look at him, but I just want to tell you that I'm really glad that I'm leaving, because I can't imagine being here without him. Thank you. Could you do a selfie with me? Do you mind? Just come here, Bob.
Okay. Can you do this?
Yeah, I think we can. You ready? Oh, well, no, we did it on my camera.
Okay.
I am old. I think I got it. I did. Look at that. Thank you. We love you. We love you. We love you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And Bob, you have been an amazing legislator and a friend. I think Speaker Mcnulty said a statesman. I don't think there's any more fitting word for you than a statesman, other than maybe actor. Because half the time you're down here, you're acting, I think. Yeah, acting out. I mean, you, as Speaker, I think I probably gavelled you more than anyone else. And I appreciate that, because you know and so love and appreciate this body, that you know how to push the boundaries within the rules. And do your job as the minority member, and you did a great job as the majority member. I know we were on different sides of civil unions, but as I said to you then after the committee when that bill died, and I'd say to you today in front of everyone, you ran an amazing committee. You were one of the fairest people I know. You are one of the most passionate people I know. You have been an amazing asset to our state, and I really appreciate everything you've done.
Representative Wright. Representative Wright.
Thank you, members. Well, I've had the honor of sharing an office for the last 2 sessions with Representative Gardner. And for those of you that are wondering what happens when he leaves the well, it actually just continues in the office. He rehearses. I have learned an incredible amount from Representative Gardner. It's been an honor to serve with you, sir, and to share an office and to share a seat next to yours. And if any of you want to blame someone for some of the things that Bob says down here in the well, you probably shouldn't blame him. Blame me, because he does bounce things off of me occasionally. Should I say this, Jared? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. But no, I want to thank you, Bob, for everything that you've been to me, a mentor, a friend, and all the best for your future.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I also got assigned to Judiciary. In fact, I was vice chair my first 2 years. So it is a bit intimidating, Representative Lawrence, and I am a lawyer. So getting down there, and what was really interesting, what I really miss and have missed this last year is the discussion between Representative Gardner and Representative Levy. Those of you who have seen that know what I'm talking about, and I think the two of them were amazing with their ability to counteract each other and yet remain friends and remain civil. It was a great example to me as a new legislator. But I guess probably my most compelling memory, the one I will remember the most with Representative Gardner, is that I was the lucky one who had to gavel him down last year at 1:45 when we were talking about Senate Bill 252, and I was in the chair, and oh my goodness, I didn't expect the reaction, but it was quite an evening. But you have always been a gentleman and always have earned the utmost respect of, I think, everyone in the chamber. So we will really miss you.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we know filibuster is such a weak term when compared to bobbing it. And nobody before, I've never seen anybody before say so much with so much verve and so much time. And so I know whoever the minority party will be next year, we'll all be working hard to earn a Bob Award, because I'm sure that award is coming for the member who can most closely replicate the juggernaut that is Representative Gardner. So I appreciate Bob so much because, Representative Gardner so much because it truly is a talent. In an age where we read from notes and iPads and electronic gear, he can say anything about anything for any length of time and do it masterfully. So for that, thank you so much, Representative Gardner, for your leadership.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Being from El Paso County, I felt compelled to come up here. You know, there's 8 of us, but there's only one Bob. The other night at about midnight, and again at 1, and somewhere around 11, throughout the night, I was kind of cursing the 2 people who were responsible for bringing me up here. But in reality, what I've thought, and I've thought for 2 years, is I feel sorry for the people coming in. And I feel sorry for them because they're never going to experience what this man gives us. And I truly believe that he is the one person in this building that everybody listens to. And I also believe that I would never want to get him angry at me. Thank you, Bob.
Representative Waller, I think you are the last.
You know, members, this is going to be kind of hard for me. You know, Bob, Yeah, I've known you for a long time, and I can remember the first opportunity we had to meet. It was when I was thinking about running for office, or was running for office. We met down in Mackenzie's Chop House. We sat down at a table. They have butcher block paper on the tables for tablecloths. And I remember having a discussion, and Bob started outlining everything I needed to do right there in order to be successful. And it didn't work. I'm here. And I'll tell you what, he's been doing it every day since then. Honestly, I know that I am a better legislator, but more importantly, a better person, because I know Bob Gardner, and because Bob Gardner has been my friend and my mentor. And I got to tell you, I know we all share this in this chamber, in this legislature. Without a doubt, I don't think there's anybody here that any one of us have learned more from over your time in this chamber. 8 years you've been here, 6 with me. I know that I've learned so much from you, and I've been the benefit of your wisdom so many times that it's going to last well beyond our years here. It's going to carry over into whatever path is in store for us as we move on. But before I step away here, I do want to offer up just the top 10 things, actually, Representative Gardner, that I've learned from you. So with that, Ron, can you put it up here? All right, number 10. Don't trust anyone in politics, not even yourself. Number 9. Sometimes feigning righteous indignation is actually better than being righteously indignant. Mr. Speaker, I thought you were talking about that. Number 8. If you can't get what you want in committee, just throw your pen and leave the room. And in a similar vein, if you can't get what you want on the floor, just keep talking and talking and talking and talking. Number 6, it's not false bravado if you actually believe that you're smarter than everybody else. Number 5, life's not really a competition like everyone says. Instead, it's about pissing off as many state employees as you possibly can in your time in the legislature. Did I get fined $2 for that?
We'll let it slide.
Number 4, saying nothing for 15 minutes eloquently is an art mastered by very few. Number 3, if you want people to think you're smart, just use big words. Chances are they don't have any clue what they mean anyway. Antithetical. Number 2, you don't run amendments during the legislative process to make a bill better. You do it to screw with Democrats. And the number 1 thing I've learned from Bob Gardner, the words, "I'm just a simple country lawyer," are actually code for, "Get ready, I'm about to be a condescending a-hole."
Representative Gardner.
2 minutes, Bob. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it has been a privilege to serve with you. Thank you to everyone for the very kind, and I think, as I listen to them, very undeserved words. I strive, as all of you, to bring more to the institution than I take away, but it has been impossible for me. I think about arriving here 8 years ago, and it goes by, as my friends and colleagues have said, so quickly. And it's not often well, pardon me for rambling. People would ask me,
Representative Gardner.
People ask me when I came here, they say, well, do you enjoy being a legislator? People outside this building. And I would say, you know, it's as much fun as you can have as a lawyer over 50. and it truly is. Representative Kagan, when you hit 50, you'll understand. I don't think that a lot of people have the privilege of hitting a point in their age when maybe they're, I don't know, necessarily slowing down, but they're not learning new things. There's not a new thing every day. But what has been such a privilege here, and there are many, is that every day here has been a new lesson about something, about people, about the process, about our state. And I want to say to each of you, and I think all of you know it, but it bears saying that the greatest privilege in our country, our democratic republic, is to have a set of citizens, in our case some 77,000, entrust us to come down here and to represent them. It is such a privilege, and I say that to my constituents over and over again, that it is a privilege to do what we do. It goes by so quickly. I would be remiss if I didn't say what a special thing it is today that I'm joined by Representative Mcnulty's former aide, actually my former aide. My daughter Laura is back in the back. Laura, not many people spend their senior year in high school here, and I'm not sure it's an experience you want your children to have. But Laura, in many ways, grew up here and is now in law school, learning to be a simple country lawyer. And so there are so many things about this experience that have shaped my life in a way that you wouldn't think in your fifth or sixth decade would do. So I want to conclude by asking all of you to do as I've not done some days and not done some moments, but try to come back to, is to value this institution and to respect this institution and to make it more and better. And I will tell you that I've failed on many a day, and frankly you will too, but at the end of the day and the next morning, think about that, because besides us, the people who keep this going, I want to thank the sergeants, all of you, who every day say good morning to us, even when we're not in a very good morning mood. Our chief clerk and all of her staff, the guardians of this institution, the ones who will be here when we're gone because they don't get term limited, they don't get to leave, they have to stay. And I want to thank the Fourth Estate, who sit over here every day, the press, to tell the people of Colorado what we are doing and report it to them. It is all part of a great democratic experiment that we all are engaged in and privileged to engage in. I'm sure I've left out people and things that I ought to say, but brevity is the soul of wit, and I thank each and every one of you. I thank the people of Colorado for this experience. Thank you.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Jro was first elected to represent House District 25 in the General Assembly in 2008. She currently serves as the House Appropriations Committee and on the Joint Budget Committee. And of course, we all remember the time that she was chair of the Joint Budget Committee, very fondly, I might add. She has also previously served on Health and Human Services Committees and Finance Committees. And Sherry, let me just say that we count on you each and every day when we're down here for being the source of the wisdom and the great understanding that you help bring to your entire caucus on the budget process and your in-depth knowledge. Thank you for all you do for us and for the people of Colorado.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now I'm going to choke up. Sherry and I came in together, and her sense of humor, her wit, and her absolute wicked funness struck me immediately. We've had our differences. Oh boy, have we had our differences. But you know what? I sit over here, and when people come in, I give them a lecture about the way this place works. And I always say to people, this place is family. We all see each other for our 120 days a year together, more than we see our blood family, more than we see our spouses. And just like family, we can yell at each other and be mad at each other, but we truly love one another. And Sherry Jro is one that I truly love. Thank you.
Representative Waller.
No. I've learned from my elders over the years, and you're certainly elder to me, so I've...
You can hit him. There will be no
Wait, what?
censuring
No, that's a
of you.
finable offense. You know, members, Representative Jro and I came in together, and it's interesting to see how when you come into the legislative process, how you can take different paths within the legislature and still have those opportunities to be value added and be successful. And I'm here to tell you, I don't think there's anybody on our side that has been truly over the last few years more value added than you have, Sherry. You have done a tremendous job diving into that budget, getting to know it, getting to understand it, and then doing what is the seemingly impossible task, and that's getting us to know it and understand it as well. I'll tell you, when we were in the majority, I truly appreciated your leadership when it came to the budget process and making sure that it passed 64-1. And then when I was the minority leader last year, I got to tell you, I also truly appreciated all you did for us to make sure that we did all we could to pass the very best budget for the people of the state of Colorado. And I know as the leader that at least that function of our caucus was in incredibly capable hands. It's been my absolute pleasure to get to know you over the last 6 years and to become your friend. And I thank you for your professionalism and your friendship over the last several years.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there are so many memories I have of you, Sherry, as we both move through this process. One of them is that I do believe that you are still the only chair that has gavelled me down. And I think it took... Yes, and I think it took twice, actually, so I tried. And one of the other things I remember is the Hummers that the Democrats didn't do. And I still regret that because I had you down to a T, among other things. Yeah. Well, it's been quite a while ago, and I think I will lose my voice if I do it. But we have a lot in common. We both love the state of Wyoming, among other things, and have family roots there. and we both live in mountainous communities. And so I often wonder why it is we're on opposite sides of the aisle.
I can tell you.
Well, and we could probably have a discussion about that. In any case, I will miss you very much. You've done a tremendous amount for this body and for the state of Colorado, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, since my daughter is here, I'll quote her in talking about you, Representative Jro, that my daughter said after being here as my aide the first year, she said, "You know, Dad, it's just like high school." And yes, junior high. And what that relates to is that Sherry's one of the smart girls. And so, you know, if you want to know, you want to sit next to her. I sat next to her in appropriations so I could cheat off of her. You know, it's like, what is Y or N? You know, it's like a multiple choice test. So thank you for being there for me for that. But the most memorable thing in there that we can tell that Sherry and I have shared is our work, which is not quite complete, but will be today, and maybe really then not complete, but the work for the lower North Fork fire victims and the legislation that we carried together. And I come to things as a dispassionate lawyer and sometimes forget that there are really people out there. It's something we have to do. And working on that legislation with Representative Jro, she was a constant reminder, because they were and are her constituents, her neighbors, people that she knows, and she has been so passionate about them that I learned every day. And when that ugly, terrible tragedy happened to my own constituents, fire the next year, I called on her not only for JBC matters of where will we find the money, but also about how to deal with people who are hurting and have lost their homes and need sometimes just for us not to be as much legislators as friends and counselors. And that's what you have taught me, and I love you.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to echo the words of Representative Gardner. I've had this opportunity, even now, even at this moment as we speak, we're still working on the lower North Fork fire issue, and Representative Jro has been the voice of compassion through this entire process, and I admire you for that. I thank you for that. I've had the opportunity to work with Sherry now all 3 sessions I've been in the legislature on bipartisan legislation, and I think she is the epitome of someone who knows how to reach across the aisle, work together, and try to solve tough problems. The first session I was in, the speaker then, at that point, Minority Leader Ferrandino said, "I have an easy bill for you to work on. It's called Medicaid payment reform." And being a new legislator, I went, "How hard could that be?" And he said, and you'll be working with Representative Jro. And okay, that's fine. I went over, and that started the relationship at that point, and it's been a strong and good relationship. And I thank you for the words of wisdom you've given me over the years, and the knowledge that you've imparted to help me be a better legislator. Thank you.
Representative Pedersen.
I know it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Jro, I don't think there's anything scarier than going into appropriations. But mostly because we know that you're going to question us on everything that matters and make sure that we know exactly what our bill does, how we're going to fund it. And so I want to thank you for making me be a better legislator, and also setting an example about putting politics aside and really standing up for what you believe in, and I think we can all learn from that, so thank you.
Representative Melton.
Get out the way because she's catching it from me.
Go ahead, say it.
Yeah. No, Representative Jro, I didn't get a good chance to get to know you last year. Part of that's Waller's fault, and I'll explain that when he comes up. But this year, I got to really get to know who you are, and you are probably one of my favorite people on either side of the aisle. I've never gotten a yes vote from you yet, in a propes or on the floor. Well, I think maybe on the floor. But you are just an absolute amazing person. You are hilarious. You are so giving. You're so, you give great advice. I'm going to really miss you. And I really do take this as a learning lesson to get to know other people in this chamber a lot sooner, because I wish I could have actually gotten to know you a lot more. But I'm going to miss you.
Representative Schaefer. Schaefer.
And she did say I was right.
I did. Only once, though.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Jro, it's been such an honor for me to serve with you representing Jefferson County. We came in 6 years ago. And I know you're an expert on budget and finance, but after this phenomenal production of the Hummers, where you arranged all the music, the dance, and the theater, you have this amazing talent way beyond budget and finance. And I do really want to thank you for your moderate and bipartisan support and your standing up for civil rights with the civil unions legislation. That meant a lot to me and to all of the people in the state of Colorado. I wish you well in your next endeavor, and we're so proud of you from Jefferson County. Thank you.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, members, I don't ever imagine that I will become a Republican, but if I do, I want to be a Sherry Jro Republican.
It's just a kernel. We can start.
Representative Jro, in all seriousness, there are times that I went to you before I even went to my own JBC members for an explanation on things, because you have such a grasp of everything at the JBC and an understanding completely of the budget that I think few other people do. And I want to thank you for always being there for me and explaining those issues to me, and I'll miss you next year.
Thank you.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Sherry and I have been confused for each other a few times. We started together 6 years ago, and so I was just saying to Lois, this is hard because these are like my peeps, you know. We started in the same class, and I just want to thank you for your direct and concise style. You have an amazing ability to come down here and sort of get right to the point and to let both sides of the aisle know when we're doing some crazy things. And I think we are really going to miss you. I think both sides of the aisle are going to miss your guidance and your intelligence. And are you really going to go to law school?
I'm going to take the LSAT.
All right, she's heading for law now, so watch out down there in the courthouse. Thanks.
We'll see.
But again, we will really miss you.
Thank you.
Representative Murray.
I will miss you a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think Representative Lawrence said it, the woman is crazy. I have never known, I've known a lot of people through my work years, and I've just met tons of people. I have never known anyone as complex as Sherry Jro. That you can love her one minute and absolutely be furious at her the next. How does she do that? You know, I am just in awe of her intellectual prowess. I think she's probably the smartest person in the room here. And yet she finds a way to have fun. And I just hate it when she directs that intelligence in a really negative, awful way that just drives me crazy. So, you know, we just have this amazing respect for this woman that is the definition of a workaholic. You know, all of us have a choice when we come here. You know, we're elected, and our peeps really don't know whether we work or not. So we can choose to work. Isn't that true? We can choose to work and really dive into issues, or we can just get on the internet and make a lot of noise and act like we're doing a lot of stuff. Well, you know, Sherry is really doing a lot of stuff, and she has made a huge difference in the state. So thank you for caring about the state and for spending the time it takes to try to do things right and to digging down and taking care of business. And thank you for being my friend. Love you.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you for knowing Representative Jro. I think she has been a great friend, and she's taught me a valuable lesson that sometimes in the heat of the moment, when things get a little upset and you can't say what you really want to say, just say, Jro, you.
That's right.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't see Representative Duran over there, but I was going to let her know that she really doesn't have the privilege of being the first one to have the wrath of Representative Jro. My first year here, I get put on the Finance Committee and with Representative Jro. And as you know, my first year here that, you know, we talk about the dirty dozen from our side or whatever, but that was the year those bills came through. And you think there were cat fights between Representative Duran and Representative Jro. There was a gentleman here, Representative Joel Judd. And if you don't know Joel was obviously kind of looked like Priola with no hair. But there was, you would see Joel would start going on his thing, and then you knew when Sherry would be mad because her head would go down, the arm would go up, and she would just be shaking. You're like, uh-oh, it's about to get on. And definitely it was, you would take bets on how long it would be before Joel would have to gavel her down, and it would be bad. But it was, I was pretty scared at times as a legislator, but then it was also kind of enjoyable to watch. But Representative Duran obviously doesn't have the corner on the market as far as feeling the wrath of Sherry. So just forgot to share that little story. So we're going to miss you.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and Sherry. So I don't think everyone knows the first time I really got to know Sherry, we were in Harvard at the Kennedy program. And for all those newer members, if you get the opportunity to go, it's an amazing program. We all joked at the end of the Harvard program, you could be at any airport in the United States or the world, and you'd know if Sherry was in the airport because you just hear her laugh or cackle from anywhere. It would just resonate through that airport. And I really got to know and respect Sherry during that time. And then got put on the Budget Committee. And I was actually, we were in the majority at the time, and I had the nice office in the corner. Oh, you didn't think I wasn't going to tell this one. And then we lose the majority, and Representative Jro comes over and kicks me out of my office and moves me over to another office. So as we talked about, like, you love her and you hate her all at the same time. That was part of the time I hated you. I know, I think I did tell you that. But, you know, I also love you. And you know, you have been an amazing ally on so many different issues, but on the budget, you've been an amazing advocate for your view, your side of the aisle, but also, I shouldn't even say your side of the aisle, because you're an amazing advocate for the state, fighting for what you believe is right. As I said during the budget, you are the thorn in my side and the ally on my arm as we've gone through a lot of this. You are an amazing lady, complicated, I think. Representative Murray is a great way of explaining it, but one that Colorado is truly going to miss you on the Budget Committee.
Thanks. Representative May.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So I could tell stories. No, I won't, because that would be TMI, trust me, for everyone. But a lot of people don't know that I knew Representative Jro before I started. I started in the Department of Human Services, and I had the privilege of sitting on the other side of the table and presenting a couple of issues that Rep. Jro either supported or didn't support. And I still have my hiney from some of that, which I thought was pretty impressive. But the last day of my time at the Department of Human Services, we were doing a tour of the regional centers. And Representative Jro was there as part of the Joint Budget Committee, and they were trying to learn about the regional centers and the various things that we do. And at the end, she was trying to give me a list of to-dos, and I said, I'll be gone. This is my last day. And she went, are you kidding? You're leaving? I said, and she goes, what are you going to do? And I said, absolutely nothing. And I was looking forward to the absolutely nothing. And then the next thing you know, I'm here. And I have the honors of working with her on the Joint Budget Committee. And I've learned a lot. And I appreciate you trying to, teach me and taking the time and the hours that we spend on that committee together and the intelligent questions that she asks. But the one thing that I don't think members know is the hours that you put on the Joint Budget Committee and how much she cares about Colorado and the people. We have differences. We may not always agree. We may have, parts where we were laughing and having a great time, or we were, in heated discussion. But whatever came out of that, I always knew Rep. Jro cared about the policy and the underlying person. And I always will respect that. And I will miss you. Wish you the best.
Representative Mcnulty.
Maybe not. Speaker Ferrandino, she might have been the thorn in your side and the ally on your arm. She was the pain in my butt. Everyone has shared the fact that Sherry puts her heart, her soul, everything that she has into this work. I want to share what I learned from Sherry Jro. Bring your passion, bring your emotion, but don't let them rule your outlook when you come here. Don't let them rule the way in which you view other people, and don't let that be the reason why you make permanent enemies and not constant allies. When she first got here, I was assigned to be her mentor, and what ended up happening is she mentored me. Sherry, thank you so much. God bless you.
Representative Jro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what really happened when I was assigned to Frank, he was going to be my mentor, I became his receptionist. I'm not kidding. And I found out the other night that after he mentored me, he mentored Del Grosso, and you went to bars and you guys had a good time. I was answering his phone calls, answering his mail, taking care of his stuff. But anyway, thank you so much. It is a pleasure. It's an honor to serve. The gentleman that served in my place before was Rob Whitwer. And Rob always said, everybody's replaceable. We're part of a path, but we're all replaceable. When you go downstairs and you look at all those pictures on the wall in the committee rooms, that's you. That's all of us. I just want to thank you very much. Thank you for the good work that you do. Your constituents are very blessed. Mr. Speaker, it's been very special. Thank you, sir. And I don't think, you guys, you have to know, a lot of what I do down here, it's an act. So I now have to go out and be nice to people. So just, if you think I made your life hard, just consider the fact that now I have to go out into the real world and I can't act this way anymore. Because before I got here, people actually thought I was nice. But it really is a pleasure. It's an honor. The Cincinnati Society was started in 1783, and George Washington was a part of it. I don't know if you all remember this, and it was based on a Roman Lucius Cincinnatus. He lived from 1519 to 430 BC. And he had a philosophy, and he said, every individual should put down their plow, serve their state, and then pick up your plow. I'm going to go pick up my plow. Thank you.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The next member we're going to honor, who is going to be leaving us way too soon, is Representative Leroy Garcia. Representative Garcia came to us just 2 years ago. Leroy, where are you? Well, see, he's already trying to head to the he's trying to head to the Senate. Where did he go? Well, if he's not here, we can just keep on going and come back to him if that's. Oh, all right. Get on down here.
Were you in the Senate, Representative Garcia?
You know what? No, I know what Representative Garcia was doing. He was back there negotiating more pork for Pueblo. That's what he was doing. Representative Garcia only came to us 2 short years ago, and now he's going to leave us to go to that body which shall not be named, but we have truly enjoyed having him with us. When I first met Representative Garcia, it was at our caucus retreat after he was just elected, and we took a walk in the snow together, and I looked at those gorgeous eyes, and I said, okay, I'm going to give you some advice. Be really careful, because you're too beautiful for this place, and just be really careful, okay? And I think he has been, and truly he has served his constituents in Pueblo very, very well. So with that, Representative Garcia, here's the plaque for you, and this.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the co-chair of the Latino Democratic Legislative Caucus, particularly over here on the House side, this is going to be a bit of a shock, but boy, I don't think I have a member who is more infuriating than Representative Garcia. And the reason why is you talk to him about a bill, and right away he's like, oh, I don't know, Representative Salazar. I don't know how that's going to affect Pueblo. It's not, well, I don't know. I'll have to take a look at it. It's a tribute to Pueblo, but I don't know how it's going to affect Pueblo. I'm going to have to study it for the next 6 weeks. He really is a man who looks after his community. I'm feeling very confident that he's going to be the next senator out of Pueblo because of his passion for Pueblo, for the people in Pueblo. This past interim, he called many of us up saying, I need you to come to Pueblo. I need you to see what's happening down here. I need you to see that the legislation that I'm running isn't about pork. It's about helping the poor. It's not about just trying to get money for Pueblo. It's about trying to help out Pueblo. And when we went down there and I saw the reception, particularly the reception of his constituents towards him, I understood very well. My mom was born in Pueblo and I have family down there, but I understood at a very different level what Representative Garcia means to Pueblo and what Pueblo means to him. And so I'm going to miss you, buddy. I'm glad that Jesse's going to have to take over now in terms of listening to you say, oh, I don't know, Senator Ulibarri. I don't know if I can vote for that one. I don't know if I want to be considered king of the universe just yet. So, but I really appreciate it, buddy.
Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have admiration for you, Representative Garcia, because I know you run bills for Pueblo, and the latest one was the Black Hills bill, and you came and talked with me about that. And when the testimony was given, I understood your passion. I also know that you saw both sides of the issue, and I appreciate you, just in that short contact that I had, I appreciate so much your ability to see both sides of an issue. Even though you believe strongly in one side, you can tell the other side too. I wish you great luck in the Senate. Thank you.
Representative Nordberg.
Great knowing you, Leroy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with Representative Garcia's pending departure, a poem came to mind, a poem penned by one Lynn Bartles. I don't know if Lynn is here, but
He was earlier.
it says, roses are red, violets are blue. Representative Leroy Garcia, I love looking at you. And well, I don't so much love looking at you. I do enjoy serving with you. And it's been a real honor to get to know you. You're my brother from Pueblo, my friend to the south, and I look forward to whatever your next venture may be, whether in the Senate or something else. Look forward to maintain our friendship. Pleasure to work with you.
Representative Corum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, it is an honor for me to call Leroy my friend. I must share a little story with you that actually it's documented in a little photograph, I believe. But Representative Sonnenberg and Leroy and I were at History, Colorado, and we're going through all of it. It's during the 20s, and all of a sudden, Leroy's standing in front of this huge photo about the size of this one over here, huge painting of an old shaggy donkey with about 7 kids from neck to tail. And the comment was, a bunch of Democrats. I looked at him and I said, what gave it away, the donkey or the free ride? I will miss you, my friend.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first got to know Leroy actually when we were both city councilmen, and then we both came into the House as freshmen together. And Leroy's been a really, really good friend, almost more like a brother at this point. He really looks out for Southern Colorado, just like when he ran his Southwest Chief train bill this year, as I refer to it. So much pork that Pueblo needs a train for it now. But Leroy, you've been really a great friend, a great roommate. The only difference now is that when you move over to the Senate, your rent will double. So,
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been an honor to serve with you, Leroy. You've been definitely a good friend since we've been down here. During orientation a couple years ago, a few of us were talking after one of the sessions and said, we need to find a way to kind of develop those personal relationships across the aisle. And Leroy was one of the first people to kind of push that. So, there's been a group of us that's been kind of going out and doing some things. A lot of them, some people have said it's sort of the young guns. I don't like that title because I'm actually the only one in my 40s that's part of that group. So, but Leroy, it's been a definite honor to serve with you. You definitely have a certain level of grace and a level of just genuine goodness and friendship, and it's just been, definitely a pleasure.
Representative Melton. It's the M's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Garcia, I just want to say I'm going to miss you. We from Aurora and Pueblo, we got a lot of water issues, a lot of water fights. We're always fighting over the same drop, and even though they give you a lot of grief about pork, just remember when Denver does it, it's called legislation.
You're out of order. Oh.
But really, I think you must be like 5 minutes older than me, but you carry with you such a quietness and such a wisdom that I often forget that, and I often look up to you. So I'm going to miss you here in this chamber. I'm sorry that you're getting demoted and they talked you into stepping down into that other place, but I look forward to still serving with you, and thanks again for being here.
Representative Navarro.
Representative Garcia, I cannot thank you enough for all the pork that you have brought to Pueblo, because I didn't have to do it, I just had to agree with you. But you have been an asset to our community, and I greatly appreciate it. And because of you, I have made a great friend with your wife, Michelle, and your 2 sons, who I absolutely adore. So thank you for that friendship.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Garcia, you're a great man.
You're a fantastic legislator. It's been a privilege working with you. Came in the same class with Representative Garcia. And I think it's interesting that Representative Salazar mentioned he's always thinking about Pueblo. When we came in, we have the tabletop exercises, the simulated committee meetings in our orientation session. And one of the first things I remember in our orientation, Representative Garcia asking was, I wonder what this bill would do for Pueblo. This isn't about Pueblo, Representative Garcia. Well, I wonder if we could make it about Pueblo. So Representative Garcia, it's been a pleasure. Going to miss you, buddy.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And look at this face, the face that launched 1,000 fiscal notes for Pueblo. You can even say his performance down here at the legislature was portacular. So we will miss you, Representative Garcia, because who else can we talk about with so much wonderful legislation for the city of Pueblo? And you really chaired the committee to hold like a soldier, and I'm going to miss that and your professionalism. And most of you don't know, but I don't really check principles of liberty or cut. I actually asked Representative Garcia how he's going to vote, and I just vote the opposite way, unless it's on a few issues that we agree on, like water and guns. So I sure appreciate you, sir, and thank you so much.
Representative Vigil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, when Representative Garcia first came to the House, they said, you're going to be his mentor. But little did I know that I was going to be his office mate, be in the committees that we serve, be in all kinds of other activities that we're. So I feel like Representative Garcia is kind of like my son in a lot of ways, you know. I'm old enough to be his father, you know. And so, but he is a very wise young man, and he takes to heart what a person says to him. And he is very passionate about his constituents, as some of them are my constituents. And so we share a common ground there. So Representative Garcia, I wish you weren't going to the Senate, but since you are, I know you'll make the best you can for the Senate and Pueblo. And if I can be of assistance to you in that capacity, I'd love to continue our relationship, and I'll always cherish my time that I spent with you. Thank you very much for serving with me.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Mcnulty, I think, to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked that the House stand in a brief recess so Lynn Bartles can address the Assembly.
You can keep looking, Lynn. He's still there. Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I really want to thank you. I've really enjoyed my time here, and I've really been able to be an advocate for Pueblo because you have helped me, and that's on both sides of the aisle, helped me advocate for my district and the issues that are important. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for all you have done for me.
Thank you, Representative Garcia. Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Chris Holbert. Representative Holbert was first elected in 2010 to represent the 44th District, and during his time in the State House, he has served on local government, on business, education committees, finance, and local government again. So, and Representative Holbert, I just would like to say it has been an honor to serve with you, sir, and I can say that there were many times I feel like we were part of the same team, and a few times that we might have had a few differences, but there was never anyone who was more confident of his convictions and where he stood and why. And I have to tell you that that is a quality that is greatly to be appreciated and admired. Thank you.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Holbert, I truly will miss you. And you know why? Because you've grown so much in this job. Truly, you know, some people come down here pretty humble. Some people come down here not so humble. But they learn really quickly how to be humble. And actually, I mean this in all sincerity, Representative Holbert at first made me think, oh, you think you know the world. But he learned very fast what it takes to be a good legislator. And I truly admire that, and I will truly miss you.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Holbert, we never voted the same way on education, rarely, if ever. But you are such a gentleman, and you can disagree and be so civil about it. But what I want to talk about is your generosity. This is recent, really just last week. He was wearing a tie, gorgeous purple, pink colors. I looked across the table in Education Committee and I said, Chris, that is a gorgeous tie. And somebody else concurred. I think it was Representative Court concurred, and I said, well, you know, just can't get enough of that tie. And then we went on to committee. And the next day, I come into my desk, and that tie is folded up sitting on my desk, and it has been autographed to me. Representative Peniston, it's been a pleasure to serve with you with the date and his signature. So I can't think of anyone in this body that would give you not only the shirt off their back, but the tie from their neck, and thank you very much.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I about a year or two ago, I think it was, had the pleasure, and I didn't know it was going to be a pleasure, of working a bill with Representative Holbert. And I was just struck so much by how gracious you were, how charming and gentlemanly and cooperative and collaborative and just wonderful to work with. One of the most pleasant experiences of collaboration that I've had in the House was with Representative Chris Holbert, and I will always treasure that. Thank you for that, sir. Appreciate it.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Court, I don't know what your problem is. Of course he knows everything. He's from Douglas County. There is very little question about what is so and what isn't so. Right, Representative Szabo? Chris? Chris moved into Douglas County to help people. Moved into Douglas County, moved into Parker to help people, to help then Representative Harvey, not quite yet Senator Harvey. What you may not know about Chris is how much he cares. He's a very passionate and eloquent debater when we're here in the House. He does hold his position staunchly, and there's nothing wrong with that. In fact, one might say there's everything right with that. But he cares. Cares about his two young boys, not so young anymore, right? His lovely wife, our county treasurer, and our community. And that's the side of Chris that I don't think that you see, but those of us who spend time with him at home, who spend time with him at our town hall meetings, at our local gatherings, we see him doing the legwork, not standing on a soapbox telling people what to do, but he's the one carrying the coolers and playing with the kids and making sure that all of the work is getting done, that everyone's taken care of. And that's the side of him that you don't see. And Chris, I think that's the side that I appreciate most. God bless you, and good luck.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What can I say about my good friend Chris? I think I'll start with a story, and we can work Mcnulty, or at least the Mcnulty family, in with this. I went in for my Casey interview when I was still a candidate, And I don't know if anyone else got this question, but they asked, who were maybe 3 people you wanted to emulate or be like in the legislature. So my 2 campaign chairs were former state senator Mike Cobb, and so I said, well, Mike Cobb is somebody that wanted to, emulate, and everyone's like, oh, great, great, great. And then I said, also former state representative Don Lee, who's my other campaign co-chair, and they're like, great, great, great. And you have to understand, this is right after Chris, I believe, was the only no vote on the budget, and so the third person I said was, and Representative Chris Holbert. And there was like a collective harumph from most of the room. In fact, the largest harumph came from Shannon Mcnulty, who was sitting, I think, three seats over from me. I think Chris might have been a thorn in the former speaker's side. So somehow I still did get that money from Casey. And we came down here, and Chris had a meeting with, he helped a lot of us get into the House, me, Representative Norberg, Wright, and a few of us helped us in our primaries and on through. And so Chris had sort of a little mini caucus meeting, and so everybody could kind of get to know each other. And so we're at this big table over at what's the Warwick Hotel, the restaurant over there. And so I'm sitting at one end of the table, Chris is sitting at the other end of the table. And all of us are down there, and there's maybe 8 or 9 of us, and we're all a bunch of chatterboxes, all sort of scatterbrained, talking. Chris is trying to sort of lead this de facto type meeting, and he kind of sits there and he's shaking his head. He's like, what did I get myself into with all these people I helped get down here? So, but Chris, you've been a true mentor to me, a good friend, definitely a confidant since I've been down here, and you'll be sorely missed. Thank you, man.
Representative Coram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I came in with the class of Chris, and I've had the pleasure of sitting beside him the whole 4 years that I've been here, one to his right, one to his left. I don't know what that's saying, but one thing I really do appreciate about Chris, we have lots of conversations on the floor here, and you always know where Chris stands. There's no doubt that what he believes in and what he's willing to stand for, and I truly think Chris as a good friend, and I got to tell you folks, he knows more about Barney Ford than anybody in this room.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and prior honored colleagues, I apologize. I didn't really know how this all worked, and Representative Connie said, well, jot down a few nice things about the folks that are not going to be with us, and so I jotted those things down, just sat there mesmerized by all the good things that I was hearing about you. So Representative Gardner and Jro, and some of you, I've got some nice things written down there I want to share with you later. So when it came time for Representative Holbert, I thought, well, it'd probably be time to come down here and let you know that I'm probably the only one in the chamber that spent as much time hunting with Representative Holbert as anyone here. And to let you know that there's multi-facets to Representative Holbert, and I can tell you some real ones. But the other part that really impressed me about Chris, which amazed me, was what he did for Representative Jro in the Hummers. I spent a lot of time with Chris, and I didn't realize how big his heart was. And you were talking about the tie and so forth, which incidentally, you're going to have to buy new ties when you go to the Senate. They only do drab over there. So you're going to have to do that. And the other piece that you all need to realize is that Senator Holbert's position on the license plate bill will serve him well there, because he really doesn't want anyone to know that he's going to be a senator. But I count you as a friend, Chris, and I wish you at least some luck when you go over to the drab side of the world.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to come up and talk on everybody, but we have so many wonderful folks that are leaving next year that really don't provide, they provide something that nobody else probably can. And I consider Representative Holbert as part of the leadership team that you don't see. If there was a hard task that needed to be done, he was usually behind it, and just case in point, the aforementioned license plate bills. But we need our gentlemanly dissenters. We need our Patrick Henrys to the James Madisons. And I consider Representative Holbert the conscience of the Liberty Caucus, and he mentored many of us and provided the backdoor ammunitions for many things. So that's why you will hear a large contingent of us referring to it as Holbert's house, because we have much that we owe to Representative Holbert. Thank you, sir.
Representative or Senator I'll give you the right title and the appropriate title. Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The times that I think about here at this podium start in the summer of 2002, and Madam Chief Clerk, you may want to plug your ears, but my best friend, then Representative Harvey, and I went to a baseball game and came back over to the Capitol late one night and went all the way up into the crow's nest at the top of the dome. If you haven't been there, before you give up your time here, please take the time to go up there. It's spectacular. It was a very warm summer evening, and Ted asked, have you ever been on the House floor? And I said, well, go. No, I'm actually not allowed there. He said, let's go down. And we went out on the balcony and then came back, and we stood there, and I asked, is it okay if I go? And he said, sure. And I came and stood right here, and I looked up into that corner, and the tears welled up. And in the summer of 2002, I said, I want to be in this chamber. I want to be a representative. And I remember one evening in, I believe, right now, this process in 2006, when a good friend of mine, Representative Fran Coleman, was saying her goodbyes. And I was sitting in my office at home drinking a nice glass of port, and tears were streaming down my face. The first time I met Fran was over in the old Supreme Court chamber. She and then Senator Doug Linkhart were running a bill together, and my job was to come down here and kill it, and boy, we killed it good. Fran became a friend, and when I was on the other side of the glass, she would sometimes bring a bill to me and ask me, hey, you know, over lunch hour, would you take this and mark it up for me and give it back to me so I know what questions to ask and what points to make. When Fran was done here, I actually hired her, and she's a friend. I also think of a morning, I spoke of it recently, but Mr. Speaker, this is about you when you were minority leader. No surprise, Representative Ferrandino and Representative Holbert have voted very differently. But one morning in the 2012 session, then Minority Leader Ferrandino came to the mic and asked for a moment of personal privilege and spoke about the Pastor's Day and a brochure that was there about a topic that was very special to him and on a point that he and I disagree on. And he spoke passionately here. I think his voice broke. There were probably tears. But he also spoke about the First Amendment. And I was so impressed and so drawn, and we agreed completely on the First Amendment. And when Minority Leader Ferrandino collapsed in this chair over here and his caucus gathered around him, I jumped up and came over here, and I was, I think, the first member of our caucus to come over and shake his hand and say, we disagree on many things, but on that we agree completely, and job well done. I spent 8 years of my life waiting to be right here. And I am so proud to have served with all of you. And when I dream of my days, my years in this General Assembly, when I think of all of you and dream about this moment, I promise you in my dreams, the carpets will always be green. God bless you and Godspeed, and may God richly bless you beyond your imagination to believe in health and prosperity and wisdom. God bless you and thank you.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I knew this was going to be a good day for waterproof mascara. Okay. Let's see. Moving down the list. Yes. Former caucus chair, Representative Carol Murray.
Where's Carol?
Sitting on this side. Carol has served in the House of Representatives since 2008. She currently serves on a House Education Committee, House Judiciary Committee. She's also served on State Affairs, Ledge Services, and was preceded me as caucus chair. And Representative Murray was also assigned as my mentor when I first arrived at the State House. And I can honestly say that after about the first month, I thought, am I supposed to meet with my mentor? Am I supposed to talk with my mentor? It was a very, very busy and active time at that point, and right about that time that I was wondering if I was ever going to see her or spend time with her, she came over and said, "Kathleen, it's time we go to lunch." And I thought, I think that'd be a good idea. So I can tell you that I've learned so much from you, Carol. Your grace, with which you carry yourself, with which you deal with people. Thank you for all that you have done, the incredible example that you have set for all of us, and for the cohesiveness and unity and that spirit that you have brought to our team. Thank you.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, now I really am going to fall apart. Carol Murray and I came in together, as I've said about several of the people here, but we truly bonded. We're a couple of old English teachers. We love to diagram sentences. We love to talk to each other when people make grammatical errors. And we have the best time sitting next to each other in committee. I can't tell you how often I have told my students, you know, the press makes it look like we all hate each other, but we don't. Some of the people I love the most are on the other side of the aisle. And Carol Murray is one of them. I love her so much. Listen to my voice. It's a horrible voice anyway, and I'm just squeaking. But Carol, I will miss you so much. But I may never forgive you for leaving me 2 years early.
Representative Stevens.
Yeah, I know. Way to get that photo. We'll Photoshop, yes. You know, having served with Representative Murray, you get to know how people respond when they're part of a team. And one thing about Carol with our team always is that Frank would say, "Carol, what do you think?" And Carol would say, she would always say something that would right the ship, and I don't mean to the right, I mean the ship, you know. In other words, she would pull everybody back into what was important. And I've learned this over the years with Carol, is that really the amount of wisdom that she has and her perspective, and not just how she views education issues, but really just how she views life, has been so amazing to me. It's been such an impact to me, but it's made us better. It's made us better as a caucus on my side of the aisle, but I'm very sure it's made all of us better that work together to get things done. I know Representative Court feels that way, and I know I certainly do. I didn't get to serve on committees with Carol, although I do know, once again, Carol would say, here's where the ship needs to be. And I just have to tell you, when you have people like that with that amount of wisdom, it's a good thing. It's always a good thing. Carol, you have not only been an amazing caucus chairman, you've been amazing on education, you've been amazing everywhere you are. And I'm going to miss you, but I know everybody here is going to miss you. You've just done a phenomenal job. You're just one amazing person, and thank you for being part of the V Caucus.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Carol, I just want you to know, Representative Murray, I just want you to know how I have the utmost respect for you. I see you as being a bold, visionary leader. We heard, I think it was on Monday, Representative Stevens talk about how she did it her way. And then when I look at you, I also believe that you've done it your way. And you've done it in the way that you've been able to maintain your tact and diplomacy in the midst of chaos. And not everyone can do that. So I just want you to know how much I respect you, and I'll miss you so much. Thank you.
Representative, Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Carol and I came in together as well, and we served on the State Affairs Committee together. And we've done a lot of work together over the time we've been here. And I have just a few words that I would use to describe my friend. She is the epitome of decorum and style and grace. She represents all that is good about how you act as a state legislator and how you keep that wonderful tradition as a woman and a state legislator at the same time. And thank you very much for your service.
Representative Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Carol's one of the first people I met before I came to the legislature. I wasn't politically active before I run for office, but first time I met Carol, we were in a fundraising meeting together, and I thought, holy moly, how am I going to be able to compete with people like this? She was just so smart, articulate, intelligent, and so well put together. I thought, I'm never going to be able to fit in with these folks here. But I got to tell you, Carol, you're a pretty intimidating person to me over the years, but as I've gotten to know you, you've become a great friend and a great confidant. And I really want to echo some of the words that Amy said. You know, as we went through some of our troubled times, we spent a lot of time in leadership together and a lot of time working on the issues that face the people of the state of Colorado. And I always was impressed so much by when we were in some of these difficult meetings and we were having these difficult times and we were having the discussion, Carol would just be sitting back there in the corner, kind of waiting, has her hands folded, fingers together, and just kind of sitting there quietly. And then, we would all be kind of going crazy and talking over one another. And then we'd get to the point where we'd say, well, what do you think, Carol? And just that calm would come into the room when she spoke, and that presence would just make it all okay. There are going to be better days. We're going to be able to move forward. We're going to get off of this. And it just came with this quiet confidence and this wisdom. And that's something that I truly, truly, truly appreciate about you. And I'm so happy to not only now call you a colleague, but a friend as well. So thank you for all that you've done. We truly appreciate it.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Carol, you don't know this, but you've kind of been my undercover mentor. We have been working, obviously, side by side, trying to change this state when it came to telecom and broadband, everything that has to do with technology in this state. And, and I agree with everyone else. What I learned from Carol's got to be the most coolest person. And I don't mean cool as in, cool, but I mean like calm. But she's cool because she rapped to us too. She's got a rap thing going on. But, I watched Carol in some of the meetings, just like everyone else said, that, we would be in meetings at each other's throats trying to passionately figure out very complicated subjects. And just like Rep. Waller said, Carol would just sit back and we would exchange, and pretty soon somebody would say, well, Carol, what do you think? And she would just calmly make her statement, and we would be past that. And so, Carol, I just appreciate you. I've had an opportunity to meet your husband. I know that you're looking forward. We will miss you, but I know you're looking forward to pulling up to the fifth wheel and riding in the sunset and enjoying everything. But I just want to say how much I've appreciated working with you and helping us move in Colorado forward. So thank you for your friendship.
Representative McNulty.
First of all, Representative Williams, the fifth wheel is the pet name that she gives Lyle, so you need to be a little bit careful when talking about him like that. And I don't know, Carol, listening to all of this calm and quieting influence, apparently they know a different Carol Murray than I know, because Or maybe they just said never saw you pissed. One or the other. I'm not sure which it is. Carol is feisty. I agree with what Representative Williams says. I agree with what Amy and Mark said. Yeah, all that blah, 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 calming influence in meetings. Sure, whatever. But she's a shrewd political tactician. She understands the House. She understands elections. She understands what it means to win. She understands how to win. And most importantly, she's willing to share her advice. And so when I think of your time here, Carol, I think that I described it as best as anyone can when I said, you are the only person I've met who can throw a grenade over the wall at the Democrats and then be the first in line to administer first aid. She makes no permanent enemies. She only makes constant friends. Thank you, Carol.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you've heard a lot of great things about this lady, but the one word that hasn't been missed to me that I think truly describes this fine lady best is class. Carol Murray has class, and it's an honor to be a part of her caucus. Thank you.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I love all of you, and we'll miss all of you someday, but Carol Murray is in a different class. She has taught me a lot, and we've worked together on a lot of issues. We came in together, freshman class. I think the word that I would describe Carol with is grace. Everything everyone else has said is true. She is kind of the Dick Cheney Dick Cheney in a lot of those meetings, kind of sitting back and listening and then knowing how to punctuate exactly what we needed to do and bring us back into focus. But she has a grace about her, and she does understand what and how to represent the people she represents, and she'll be very missed.
Representative Buckner.
It's coming now, huh? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I come down because I'm pleased to have had the opportunity to serve on the first 2 years of my experience here on the same committees with Carol. And I appreciate the thoughtful approach that she took to disagreeing with almost every position that I took. But it was well thought out, and there were interesting differences. Most of us come here with the ability to function well with the people that we agree with. And what we need to learn while we're here is how to deal with people that we routinely disagree with. Carol allows that opportunity because she disagrees with you in a way that is thoughtful, well thought out, and intelligent, which are prerequisites for how you can have a disagreement and still remain functional and still remain focused on what it is that we're supposed to all be doing, which is providing for the people in the state of Colorado. So I appreciate the fact that I've had the opportunity to learn how to deal with my adversaries from such an artful person. Thank you very much, Carol. I appreciate your efforts.
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Murray, we came in together as freshmen 6 years ago, and I appreciated so much all of your knowledge and experience on the Education Committee. Do you remember when we were innocent freshmen, we thought, oh, we'll get on this interim committee about safe schools. This will be a very easy bill, won't it? Well, little did we know that there are 25 stakeholders out there with different opinions on what these regional centers for safe schools would look like, but we stuck with it, and we did get that safe schools bill passed. And I do want to acknowledge and say how much I enjoyed your passion for sports and fitness for women and girls, and I hate to admit that you have all the best athletes there from your district that go on to Division I schools. But I'm really going to miss you, and I want to wish you and Lyle the best in your future travels. Thank you so much.
Representative Jro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, so you know how you get to know people the way everybody has a different relationship. So when Carol was describing me as being feisty and she was acting like she was a little frustrated with me, she always was. Carol's the kind of girl that, you know, the girl in high school that always, she got the memo and I never got it. She understood politics when she came down here. I never did. I just knew politics from Wyoming. I didn't know there was such a thing as a Democrat, so I really didn't understand this stuff. But Carol understood all of that, and she was always very you were self-assured. You were always such a lady, and it was really wonderful. So my relationship with Carol started early on because we both shared an aide the first year, and then we found ourselves together, and I think sometimes I was more frustrating for her than I was enjoyable for her to be in the room, but she finally learned to cope with it. So, you know, when we all come in the morning and we're all saying hello to each other, Carol does this thing for me, and I'm going to miss it. I hope she calls me and periodically, when I answer the phone, I hope she greets me this way. There's a word that rhymes with stitch and ditch, but it's not that word. So when she comes around and she's walking to my desk, she doesn't make eye contact. She just walks by and she said, "Good morning." And I know it's going to be a good day because she understands what I am, who I am, and what my purpose is. And that's why I love the fact that does Lyle know you do that? I love the fact that she can take every individual and deal with you as you absolutely are. And I love you. You are worth all this crap we've gone through for the last 6 years. When we went through the whole issue with the civil unions vote, I was straight up with everybody the moment I walked in the door. Everybody knew where I was. There were no bones about it. But there were individuals that ended up voting on that bill that actually had to do some very hard work, very hard internal work. And I don't know why I never had to do that work, but those people that did, I very much admired. And what Carol did, the sacrifice she's made, what she's done, what we do down here can change your life. And that's what Carol's done. She gave it all. Thank you.
Representative Hamner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are really going to miss you, Representative Murray. I think, as all of you know, Carol has served as the ranking Republican on the Education Committee, and there's going to be a huge void there for me as the chair of the Education Committee, depending on how things work out next year. But beyond the role that she served on education, I'm always going to remember Representative Murray coming down to the well with her little iPad on a variety of topics. She's always been very well prepared and opinionated and well educated on a variety of topics. One of the times that I'll always remember her coming down and making her statement about, in a moment of personal privilege, about one of the most disappointing and frustrating moments in our journey carrying the Student Success Act this year. And that took a lot of courage, and that's something that I'm always going to remember and learn from in the future. Another time when she came down here with her iPad and did the state cactus rap, that was certainly a moment. And it was just earlier this week on Monday morning, coincidentally before Hummers, and I commented to her about how much I was going to remember that, and she said, "Oh, just you wait." So I really, until she did such a great impersonation of me in Hummers, I really had no idea I flipped my hair around so much. So that really was a great learning experience for me. I do need to get a copy of your little rap, because I was so frozen with emotion listening to you, hoping that it would get over quickly, that I wasn't able to really enjoy it or listen to it. So if you'd be so kind. But I just want to say too that working with Representative Murray through this journey with the Student Success Act, literally we started that process a month before session started. There probably wasn't a day that went by this whole session where we weren't putting our heads together trying to figure out a good solution. Never once did we think about what the Republican position was or the Democrat position. We were always trying to find compromise. To me, this whole journey with Representative Murray shows how to get good legislation passed for the children of Colorado, the teachers, and the people of Colorado, and I think serves as a role model for how it can be done. I don't know who's going to step up and fill those shoes next year, but I did want you to know, Representative Murray, that this has been a privilege to work with you, and you will be very much missed.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And always in situations like this, I tend to get academic and write down what I'm going to say, and so forgive me, but that's what I'm going to do. I just am overwhelmed by all the comments, and I really do appreciate it. It's a window into me that I had never understood before, so thank you. So what I've written down is, here we are, 65 of us plus staff, packed in like sardines and sent by our constituents to save the world. We can't even get out of our chairs without touching one another, trying to maintain civility in an environment that can too easily breed meanness. We try to find our own special niche, but the issues of the day sometimes favor those of us who are the political opportunists, not necessarily those of us who are trying to work through the complex cobwebs of a government that belongs to our constituents. What's surprising, and what I often talk about with people, is the pulsing of humanity in this place. Our aides pass through and learn how big the issues are that we confront, but how small each of us really is. You know, it's instructional to watch the fertile dance, I like to call it, of our young aides and interns who are learning the complexities of their political views while faced with the human attractions of their young age. We as legislators can see or not see this dance. We often don't want to see it, as it happens around us, and yet it does in this building. If we're smart, we appreciate the special place we've occupied for a few years, and that it's not just all about us. The reality is that true friendship sometimes is hard to foster here, but when it happens, it's a special thing amidst self-centeredness and political guile. We're a petri dish of life's small graces, hurts, failures, and successes. This place reveals the best and the worst of the humanity in all of us. In a day, we share joy, greed, envy, appreciation, and the desire to be one of a kind. May God bless us all and help us to make one another better in service to our great state. I think we try to do that every day. I send so much thanks to my Castle Rock area friends for the honor of serving you. And to those with whom I've served, what a blessed part of life this has been for all of us. Thank you so much. I'll miss you.
Hold on one sec. Before we move to our next tribute, there is one member of the Fourth Estate who is leaving us, and I think his last day might be today or Friday, after 9 years of covering the legislature and 20 years in the profession. Joe Hannell is leaving the Herald, and good luck on your next future endeavor, and thank you for all your great reporting. Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our next retiring member is Representative Labuda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Labuda has always been an incredible advocate for juvenile justice issues And she served on a variety of committees, including State Affairs, but also the Legal Services Committee. And I think a lot of us don't appreciate the importance of the Legal Services Committee. I believe you've served on that for 8 years. She also served on the Finance Committee for 8 years, and she's been my vice chair there for the last 2, and done a fabulous job helping weed through how a committee really is supposed to work. So I have so appreciated having the opportunity to work with Representative Labuda. She comes from the far southwest part of Denver, which is the edge of Denver to many of us, but she has served her people so well, and we have valued her service so much.
Thank you.
Representative Schaefer. Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Labuda, I want to thank you for 8 years of magnificent service, and I especially appreciate the 6 years that you and I have shared in office. You've been an inspiration to me and a mentor to me. I always looked forward to when you were chairing the Committee of the Whole because I knew it was going to be clear and concise and bright. I actually enjoyed listening to you on the Finance Committee as vice chair of that committee. When you were not in our office, I would turn on the internet and listen to all those piercing questions and all those very profound comments that you would make about that. And I especially want to thank you also for your leadership on the bipartisan Women's Caucus. That will do well for all of us as we move out. So I just want to tell you how much I appreciate you and how much I love you. Thank you.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to say that I had Sheridan. I inherited Sheridan from Representative Labuda when we moved the district lines. And you could not have had a more gracious handoff. I know that Representative Labuda was so well loved in Sheridan before it was moved out of her district. And when I inherited that part of the greater Metro Denver area, Sheridan, Representative Labuda was so gracious and so helpful to help me get established as a presence for my new constituents there, and so unselfish in the way she invited me to meet with people, introduce me to people, and help me get established. And that was a very unselfish thing that Representative Labuda, that you did, that I so much appreciated. There was nothing in it for you, and you just did it because you cared about the people that you had represented. You wanted them represented well, and you wanted me to fare well in representing them and being the best representative I could be. I was so touched, pleased, and delighted by that. Thank you.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Labuda, I think I've served with you on both finance and now state affairs. And I can always remember feeling as though, oh, well, this is an automatic bill. This is just a no-brainer going through here. And we would be trying to dispense and move quickly. And the next thing you know, the chair would say, are there any questions, committee? Guaranteed, there's one hand that will go up. And it's always Jeannie Labuda with a question that no one had really quite considered. And so I just want to thank you for your thoughtful, deliberative process that you brought to our committee experience and how you taught us to really look into details that might have otherwise been overlooked. You've also been a dear friend, and I've enjoyed my time.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I too admire very much Representative Labuda's question asking, her inquisitiveness. She doesn't come down here to the well often, but when she does, she's delving into in more detail than what most of us have looked at with a bill. And my story really about her question asking is not so much here within this chamber, even this building, but my husband and I had the chance to go to Turkey with Jean and her husband Mike, who I think is still up there. And it was all about dialogue. This was a dialogue trip, and those of you that have taken trips to Turkey with the Mosaic Foundation will know what I'm talking about. And we had a homestay. We stayed with a family. They divided us all up, and the Labudas and the Penistons were put together for this one homestay. And so we had a really nice conversation within kind of their living room area is where it started. And the Labudas had been shown where they were going to sleep that night, and it was off in a different room. And the Penistons had been shown where they were going to spend the night, and it was in the living room, and that was fine.
Representative Peniston, can you hold on one second? Members, can we please keep the side conversations down or take them off the floor? Thank you. Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we had been told that the main room was going to be our bedroom, and we had really no problem with that, except for the fact that the conversation kept going and going, and I was getting more tired, and they kept bringing out more food, which I was eating, and it made me more tired. And I just kept thinking, I can't stay up this late for this conversation. But Jean just kept asking questions. Her curiosity just kept coming up, and she was on this roll of conversation, and it was getting to be 2 o'clock in the morning. And I thought, I can't do this to our hosts and hostesses by falling asleep right here, but I have no bedroom. You know, it's fine for her to ask the question. She's got a bedroom to go to, and she gets tired, but she's keeping me from my sleep. So, but I did admire and appreciate her question-asking ability, and that was a great trip. We got to know the Labudas quite well, so I appreciated that.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I'll be brief because you've already heard a lot about Representative Labuda. But what I appreciate about you the most is that you are very thorough about your work down here. You read the bills, you make sure that you clearly understand them before you cast a vote. And I know oftentimes you've come over to me and you've asked me, tell me a little bit more about what this means. So I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm going to miss you.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've probably gotten to the well today more than I have all session. Representative Labuda, you probably don't remember this conversation, but one of the first conversations, if not the first conversation I ever had with you, was actually about right there. We're in the well, and I don't know what we're debating. It was last year, maybe 2 months into the session, and you came up to me and said, Representative Nordberg. And I said, no, not Representative Nordberg. And Representative Wright. And I said, no, not Representative Wright. Everett. I'm like, yes, Representative Everett. And we had an interesting conversation. I lamented that I think 3 of my bills, and this is going to be a surprise to everybody in this chamber, had been killed in state affairs. And you revealed to me that I think a couple of your bills had also been killed last year. So we sort of bonded that way. And I think that we sort of developed a good working relationship and a good friendship. And I appreciate our conversations online and offline, and it's definitely been a pleasure serving with you. Thank you.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Labuda. Jean, I'm going to miss you a lot. We've worked together on a number of issues during the legislative session. I have enjoyed your stories about your family and all the things that they're doing. And it's always nice to have you sit behind me because I can always hear your comments, and they're always very useful. In any case, we served on several committees together, State Affairs, Agriculture, and Finance. And I really, really do admire your due diligence, particularly in committee. You always delved into the issues as well as anybody I know, and you did a great service to all of us for that and to the people of the state of Colorado, and thank you very much.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I just want to say, Representative Labuda, I really appreciate your thoughtfulness, your sense of humor, and singing together. Because sometimes you need to do those little things to keep yourself sane. So thank you so much.
Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember being down here not so long ago and saying, I've been here 8 years, and one thing I will not miss is voting on another waste tire bill. I am sure that all of you are going to enjoy doing that in the future. I've gained a lot of friends here. One thing I'm still sad about, though, is I represent Fort Logan Mental Health Institution, and it's practically shut down now.
I know that the folks on the Joint Budget Committee work very hard to provide the funding for the mentally ill, but I just hope that you continue to work on that and get them the services that they deserve. And I'm going to miss all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Labuda. Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our next retiree is Sherilyn Peniston. Representative Peniston. Okay, so now the waterworks will start again. And I sound so awful anyhow. When I first came, Representative Peniston was my mentor. And we had a wonderful time, still back up in that corner, joking and laughing, and occasionally voting against the rest of the caucus. Because that's the most important thing a mentor can do, is teach you to think for yourself, to recognize that your caucus isn't the only right answer all the time. Sometimes there's another answer, even if it isn't what your whole caucus thinks. And my mentor, Sherilyn Peniston, taught me that. I'm going to miss you.
Representative Hamner.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Peniston, we are really going to miss you. I think what we're hearing from comments tonight is that whether you know it or not, or for good or for worse, the experienced representatives are our role models. There isn't a class to take on how to be a good representative. There isn't a degree to earn. You really learn it, as most of us have, by watching how other people do it and how they do it effectively. And I think as we look at how Representative Peniston has served as a legislator, we can envision her as a teacher. And we can picture that all of the skills and talents that she had that made her an outstanding teacher and teacher advocate and teacher leader are those same traits that serve to cause her to be such an effective legislator and state representative. When I first joined the House and was appointed to the Education Committee, I had been advised, if you do anything else, just follow Representative Peniston. She's wise, she knows what she's doing, she's balanced, she has a good approach to the work at hand, and it was really because of Representative Peniston that I've learned how to serve on the Education Committee and how to be an effective representative. One of the things I am especially grateful to her for is she has seniority and could have been the chair of the Education Committee for the last 2 years. She graciously stepped aside and allowed me to have that opportunity. I will admit there have been times when I wish that that had gone a little differently.
And you remind me of that,
yes,
too.
I have. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have reminded you of that, and I don't know if Representative Mcnulty is over there. Yes, there he is. And one of those moments was earlier this session when I saw that Representative Mcnulty was assigned to the Education Committee. And I had one of those moments. But actually, I do appreciate the value added to the committee and the opportunity to work with you. But it's really because of Representative Peniston that I've been able to serve in that capacity, to learn with her, to co-chair the committee. The fact that I carried so much education legislation this year, she really was the chair of that committee. But I really do appreciate the homework that she did in preparing for any bill that was coming to our committee, how she worked every single one of her bills. Just like she was a good teacher, she was prepared and on top of her game, and she will definitely be missed here. So thank you, Representative Peniston.
Representative Primavera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, this is hard for me, and I don't speak very often down here, but Representative Peniston and I have shared an office, and we've shared many really good trips together to both China and Turkey. We've shared joys, we've shared sorrows, and she has been my mentor also on education. And she's also butted up with my district, so we've gone to a lot of events together. And I just can't say how much I'm going to miss her, and she's been the best.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a pleasure to serve with you. And Representative Peniston, the part that no one, she keeps very hidden is how caring she is. And whenever you're down or you need a hug, she's always there. She was one of the first ones to welcome me to Adams County. Adams County is a tough county to break into. And Sherilyn was, Representative Peniston was right there and one of the first to endorse me, and I will always remember you. Thank you.
Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to serve on the Education Committee for the past 2 years with Sherilyn. I'm Representative Peniston. It was enlightening to me because not only did she understand the legislative process and how to do things, she also understood education from a variety of points of view, which is important to the success of serving the needs of our state and community. So I appreciate everything I heard. I listened to her intently during the time that she spoke and the positions that she took because I had an opportunity to learn, and I appreciate that a great deal.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Peniston, to me, you've always represented the best of someone who really comes across the aisle and always works her bill. And I'd say, Sherilyn, no, we don't agree with that at all. We don't agree with it at all. And she'd go, I know, but hear me out on this. Now, maybe we can consider something. No, Sherilyn, we don't agree with that at all. She'll go, I know, but let's just think about it this way. And you know, I have loved that about you. I've so enjoyed working with you, and the way that you always, the bills that you care about, you come over, you always speak, you always present your case, and so, you know, you've snagged a couple on some people on some issues, and it's wonderful, and always though with grace, always the way that you have handled yourself. To me, you just are remarkable. And to me, it's been such a pleasure to serve with you, to get to know you. And we're not on any committees together, but the times that we have talked about your bills really are the times I've just so appreciated it. I just want to thank you. I wish more people would take a lesson, because you do it, you really do seek to get people on board with you. And we don't see that very much here, so thank you.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sherilyn Peniston had the inevitable task of being my mentor. After the first couple of weeks of being my mentor, I heard her crying one day in the office saying, "What did I do to deserve this?" She's been an awesome teacher. She's been an awesome mentor. And believe me, there are plenty of teachers in Adams County District 12 who say the same thing every single day. What did I do to deserve Salazar? But, you know, she's grace under fire. She's everything that we should emulate in terms of a legislator. She did something for me earlier this year that I thought was just too cool. I was presenting a bill in front of the Education Committee on in-state tuition, and I had someone come up wanting to testify against the bill. I was the only person who did want to testify against the bill, but she wanted me to read her statement. And her statement was as offensive as any statement could be offensive, and it was very long. It caused me a moment of pause several times during the committee, because I just didn't know how I was going to get through it. And I did. But she came up to me afterwards, and she gave me a hug, and she said, I just don't know how you did that. I don't know how you did that, and that you showed an awful lot of poise. And I can only think to myself that that's what Sherilyn would have done. That's what Representative Peniston would have done. She would have showed that poise in the face of adversity. and I really appreciate you, and I appreciate being your roommate for these past couple of years, and chiding and fighting with you and Representative Primavera, and I'm gonna miss that. So hopefully, if you're not feeling punished enough, you'll come back and visit us, and we can do that a little bit more. Thank you.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sherilyn, it's been a pleasure serving with you. It hasn't just been your charm, grace, and cheer every morning coming over when you've had a bill to try to get me to vote yes on, which we know is a very difficult thing in this chamber. But again and again, try and try with a smile on your face, with cheer and grace. But what has really impressed upon me, and I think impressed upon this institution, was the driver's ed bill that you fixed this year. You came down here and sort of had a mea culpa. This is something you had run, I think, in your first session down here, and you said, look, I made a mistake, and now I want to fix this before I leave this chamber. And I thought that leading by example in that way just set the precedent for, you know, everyone down here, and it's an example that we should all follow. And I thought that was very impressive, and that's going to stick with me however long my legislative career may be. So it's been a pleasure serving with you, and thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Rotem. Representative Peniston. I think of, when I'm trying to think of you, I think the word that, when I was standing up there listening to everyone, is just grace. No matter what, I have seen you lose a bill, get upset, and never really show it. At least not out in the public with everyone else. I can tell when you're upset, but always do it in such a graceful way. You do everything in a graceful way. You are just a class act. You know, it's funny because think Adams County, some rough and tumblers who've represented Adams County. You're not the rough and tumbler there. You are the one who just quietly gets everything done. And you know, when we had Senate Bill 191 a couple of years ago and split our caucus in a pretty tough way, and I was in a different place than you and many of our other caucus members, you were always so respectful and knew that people come from different places on things, and that's okay. And have always been just such an example of what a true legislator should be. You fight for your issues, you care about your issues, and then you move on to the next thing. You have been an amazing voice on education. As a kid who has both my parents as educators, you have taken that experience from the classroom and brought it here. You stand in front of us and with the utmost of grace and humility schooled us in the ways of things and made sure that we understood why you were right and anything we thought might have been is wrong. And you always do it with a smile, with a humble way, and we are going to miss you in this legislature.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And when I think and when I relate to Representative Peniston, it brings me back to my Quaker connections, and I think of somebody who is standing in the light and being centered and being very strong. And staying in that light, you have such a wonderful way with people. When you ask questions in committee, I always know that it's a question connected with humanity and thanking people for who they are and what they do and a love of people. And even with that gentleness and the centeredness in that light, you are powerful. You are very powerful and steadfast in what you believe. And I never served with you on the Education Committee, but I do remember in 2010 on day 119 when we were talking about that and the passion that you had and what I learned from you about education, children, gifted and talented, and just, again, seeing, I have a hard time saying this, seeing that of God in everyone, and that's who you are. Thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would add the word decorum and respect for the institution. I feel that Representative Peniston, whenever we start to get out of line with the way we're behaving, or she has a way of patting her papers together and sitting up straight and sort of that teacher thing of getting us all in line. And I've watched her in committee. She never has an iPad there. She is always paying attention to every word that someone is saying, taking notes of every witness, no matter how long the hearing might be, and she has respect for everyone around her. Yesterday, you know, when things were getting heated and bills were dying and, you know, people were at one another, she came into education and she said, just let me finish this session being a nice person. And I said, I've never seen you any other way except a nice person. So thank you for your respect for the process and for everybody around you, Sherilyn. It's been an honor.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Peniston, you may not have really known this, but I had and thank goodness that person isn't here, probably not listening in. I had a miserable mentor when I first came to the legislature. In fact, that person, I had forgotten that actually they were the mentor until about halfway through the legislature. So in any case, you became my mentor. And you were so helpful to me in many ways. As the chair of the local government committee, I had a couple of really tough bills that came to the local government committee right off the bat, and I lost both of them. In a Democratic majority. And so the third one, I came to you, and maybe you came to me and said, you know, why don't we both work together and see if this one will have a better result, which we did. And quite frankly, I think you had to talk the final vote that got that bill out of committee, you had to talk the person into voting for it before it came to committee. And as a matter of fact, I think we're finally solving that issue this very year. So I deeply appreciate everything you did for me in that one instance, but the great example you've been for me in the state legislature. And every time I get a thank you note from you, I say, oh, my mother always told me I should do that, and why don't I get mine done? So thank you very much.
Representative Kraft-Hart.
Representative Peniston, I just want to tell you, I really have appreciated being a fellow Westministerian with you and serving the city of Westminster. I've really appreciated working on the Transportation Committee with you and just the words of wisdom that come out of your mouth, just the way to be able to find that reasonable path, to be able to find that winning, the winning path. I've learned a lot from you, and I really appreciate it. Thank you, and I'll really miss you a lot.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Peniston, I couldn't help but come down. As one of my fellow Adams County legislators, you have been the shining example of what a legislator should be. And in the redistricting, I know I took half your district. Happened to take the most strongly Democratic parts of your district. I apologize for that. But as soon as that happened, I remember you reaching out to me right away and saying, these are the people that you need to talk to. And I think half that area of my district still thinks you're represented, you're their representative. And they would be better represented if you were still their legislator. But thank you so much for everything you've done, and very much going to miss you, but suspect I'll still see you once a month on Thursday nights. So thank you.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to use the words, it's a bit of paraphrasing, but mostly the words of Senator Ken Gordon to tell you what these 8 years have meant to me. He said this, and he got public service so well. Every day you get up and you go to the Capitol to fight to make the state of Colorado a better place. and you never completely win, but you never completely lose, and you always leave knowing you made a difference. So with those words of Senator Ken Gordon, I bid you all a fond farewell. To all of you on both sides of the aisle, staff, sergeants, and I leave with deep affection and appreciation for you all, for what you have shared with me for 8 years, and what we've accomplished together for the state of Colorado. Thank you so much.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's see. Next on our agenda would be Representative Scott. Representative Ray
Under
Scott.
16C, can we just put the question out?
Gardner can't tell us apart. I'm going to do it.
Representative Ray Scott was elected in 2010. As a matter of fact, he and I think, came into the chamber as freshmen together. He served on the Transportation and Energy and State and Veteran and Military Affairs Committee, also the Agriculture Committee. He's also served on the Police and Firemen's Pension Fund, the Ledge Legal, and the Energy Council, in which he's had a good time traveling around on the state dime to see all kinds of exciting places. The thing that I can say, honestly, the first year that we were in the House together, Representative Scott and I shared an aide. And the aide would always be sitting in my office, and by the time, and when his phone would ring, by the time that she could get around the way that the cubes were structured, she would always miss his phone calls. So he got so frustrated with that, he went to his car and got his tool shed, and he reconstructed the walls to take down the wall to give her an easier path so she could get to his phone calls. And that was the first time I really saw the stick-to-itiveness of Representative Scott, and that he was not a man that was going to take no for an answer, and he was going to get what he wanted. So Representative Scott, it has been an absolute joy and an honor to serve with you and to count you as my friend in the time that I've had here. Thank you.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have to say that Ray is one of my favorite good old boys down here. You know who my very favorite one is, the one everyone always thinks is Ray Scott. But Ray is one of my favorite good old boys down here. And you know what? He has one of the best senses of humor. No matter what happens, you can always depend on Representative Scott to find the humor in the situation. And I have so enjoyed that. And, you know, as the Democrat in me, I don't necessarily want to see him in the other chamber, but as a colleague, I wouldn't mind having him over there to serve with. So I just have to say I will miss you in this chamber. Not quite as much as one of the other good old boys if I lost him, but I will miss you.
Representative Scott. Oh, I mean Coram.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, as office mate of Representative Scott, you know, you talk about depends on Scott. I think there's depends on Scott most of the time, but you know, he really didn't want to run for the Senate. He actually wanted to stay here. But Chairman Tyler had such a problem figuring out who he actually was that he decided to leave. So, but no, it's an honor to have Ray Scott as a friend of mine. Ray is kind of a big, burly, somewhat ugly guy, but you know, he represents his district well. You know, he knows who he is, he knows where he came from, and you know, he stands on his principles. And he's my guy that I go to on a lot of the oil and gas issues, because I know a little bit about it, but he knows a lot. So he's going to be someone that I'm going to look to in the Senate to bring his sense of humor. I think we're ready to be scot-free, but I'm not sure the Senate is ready for Scott or Sharman or whatever you want to call him. But anyway, Ray is he's a true ally and a great friend. loved having him the last 4 years in this building and during our many, many summer meetings that we attend. So, great friend. We'll miss him greatly. Over here only.
Members, can we please keep our side conversations and give respect to the members who are leaving? Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since everybody's already used up all the Scott quorum jokes, I won't go there. But I will say it's been great having you on the Transportation Committee as a ranking member. You may not believe this, but I listen to you, and I also trust your thoughts and ideas, and I think I've learned a lot from that. And I just wanted to say thank you for your service, and thank you for making a really strong contribution to our committee. I appreciate it.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And being a freshman, like a lot of the freshman class members, you probably wondered, who is this guy when you came in? And I did too, and I've learned to enjoy getting to know him. And I have to frankly admit that I was totally baffled when I saw him sitting in front of the Education Committee talking about education. But I realized that he could use acronyms like TCAP, CSAP, and PARC, and he actually knew what they meant. I mean, he could use things like, put the cap back on the bottle. Don't you see SAP? And then, hey, let's park it over there. So, Representative Scott, I hate to lose you in the House, but behind the laughter, folks, I've learned that he actually listens. He's very sincere, and he's very loyal. And I feel like that we will lose a good colleague when he goes over there. I guess I should say, when you park it in the Senate.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor and privilege of sitting next to Ray. One of the things that's great about Ray is definitely a sense of humor. We'll lean over and share some jokes, and levity in this chamber always is a necessity because of what we deal with on a day-to-day basis. I also sometimes sit in Ray's chair, and the reason why I'll sit in Ray's chair because he never seems to be in the chamber, and his chair is more padding. At least it's not as pressed down as in my chair. So I think he'll do well in the Senate. But Ray, it's been a pleasure serving with you. You've been a good friend, and again, don't be a stranger, and keep that levity up. And I know you'll enjoy that nap time in the Senate.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And quite honestly, I'm still trying to figure out who that guy is. As Representative Coram and I say, he kind of grows on you, kind of like that stuff in a refrigerator if you leave it too long. That's the Ray Scott I know. Actually, it's been a pleasure to have Ray Scott, Representative Scott, here in the House, and then also serve most recently on the Ag Committee. I'm a little worried what happens with the loss of the folks that we'll have on the Ag Committee, both sides of the aisle, that experience. So Representative Scott has been a great guy that I can go to on oil and gas issues, and when I have a conversation with him, he understands it. And that's not a common thing, quite frankly, unless you've been involved in that. So, Ray, I know it's goodbye to this chamber. God willing, we'll grow on each other in the other chamber.
It's a traitor love fest. Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Ray and I came in the same class 4 years ago. And the best way to describe Ray Scott is the class clown. We were in the bullpen together the first 2 years, and there would always be something flying into my office from other offices in the bullpen. And I finally figured it out that it was Ray. One day, some group gave us one of those stress balls, and I think he stole everybody's stress ball and threw it at me from his office to my office. He was relieving his stress. And there was always something waiting for me in my office, some kind of trap or some kind of something. And I knew it was Ray. But you know what, Ray? You always made me laugh. You're one crazy guy. And I'll miss you being right here, but I'm sure I will get my fill.
Representative Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, members, we've had a lot of discussion down here this afternoon about the people that have mentored us over the years and how perhaps sometimes that's been a bit of a miserable experience and other circumstances it's been a good experience.
Are you Representative Scott's mentor and taking responsibility finally?
Well, Mr. Speaker,
Mr.
Speaker, can I get to the bill, please?
I always love when I can steal your punchline. It's one of my most favorite things to do.
Can I please just get to this bill, Mr. Speaker? You know, members, I've had the unenviable task of being Representative Scott's mentor. And I got to tell you, it's been a terrible experience because some people just don't listen, without a doubt. You know, this guy comes to Denver. I allow him to use my condo when he's here. Allow him to use it for free. You know what he does? Tweets pictures of my underwear. God's honest truth. And if it's not tweeting pictures of my underwear, he's sending pictures of my Homer Simpson slippers. I don't get it at all. Representative Scott, we are going to miss you in this chamber, but not enough to say don't go ahead and go. That's for sure, without a doubt. I got to tell you, I don't think the Senate knows what's about to hit him because Hurricane Ray is on his way over to the Senate, and I think it's going to be a great wake-up call over there. And I appreciate and know that he's going to bring a lot of levity to the Senate after he goes over there. Ray, I'll tell you, it's been my absolute pleasure serving with you for the last 4 years. You know, when times are tough, you can always count on you for a laugh. And I got to tell you, I appreciate that tremendously. And, you know, you fought hard for your constituents and certainly fought hard for issues on the Western Slope. And nobody's done it any better than you. Do you want to have your side conversation before you're done? Is it good? Can I get back at it here? Are you okay? I'm done.
At least Representative Waller, you taught him how to, move the question. Oh, probably wasn't taught by you. Representative Lawrence.
Wait a minute.
Oh, shut up.
I know you're going to need this.
No, trust me, I am not going to cry on this one. This is not a weak moment for me to say goodbye to Ray Scott, who was, I believe, our ranking member on transportation. And when I asked him for direction on some of the key bills that we were fighting last year, all I got was, follow my lead. Like, what the heck does that mean? Apparently not very much. I actually have his staff would like to send him off in style. And so we have a little musical. They wanted to make sure that he had graduation ceremony music to send him off to the Senate, where hopefully we won't be seeing much of him because we know he'll be taking long naps. And I won't have to hear from him sitting next to me about how I just hate the bills that he runs, which, if you check the vote count, I did vote against pretty much anything Ray Scott ran. I know. No, Ray, it has been a learning experience. I would say it's been a fun experience. a real experience, but not a real fun experience serving with you on transportation. So good luck in the Senate. I know you'll get a lot of rest, and occasionally we may see you wandering aimlessly around the building. So best of luck.
Representative Holbert.
I still love you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first encountered Representative Ray Scott in 2010 when we were running, and my phone rang and I picked it up, and this guy says, "Hey, I'm Ray Scott, and I understand you can help me." I said, "Well, how can I help you?" And he said, "Well, I'm in a really contentious primary and I need some conservative support. I'm the Tea Party candidate over here in Mesa County, and I just need you to, I understand that you'd be able to put some calls in and maybe pull in some favors," and I did. I talked to Ray and I put out the calls, and I think it was Lambert and Harvey and Schulteis and the real conservatives in the building just immediately started popping up on Ray's endorsement list. And Ray won his primary and came over and served here in the legislature. And now the past 4 years have provided an example for all those people who stepped out and endorsed Ray on my word to come back after seeing how Ray has performed in the building and asked me, "What the hell were you thinking?" But it is really a privilege. Ray, as others have said, always is a source of a laugh, a great perspective on energy and transportation, and being one of the three amigos on our side of the aisle that's running for the less populated chamber. Ray, I look forward to calling you Senator and serving for another 4 or 8 years with you. Thanks so much.
Representative Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I wasn't going to say anything because I think Ray knows how much I love him. Sharing a district that neighbors his, I spend an unbelievable amount of time with Representative Scott, going from event to event. So, Ron, I wanted you to point out this gentleman in the photo here. That's my general reaction to when Representative Scott is speaking now. But all kidding aside, Ray, I'm going to miss you. Probably still going to see a lot of you, though, because we're just down the road from each other. Good luck in the Senate.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. What I'm really enjoying about this is that I finally found out that people will, we can actually, I'm not dead, so you're saying stuff nice about me. Normally when
You're
you have
going
a
to the
memorial,
Senate, it's close enough.
I know, it's like, wow. So I've learned something today. Colleagues, I really am going to miss you, even though I can tell that you're not going to miss me that much. But no, I really am going to miss you. I think it's been an amazing ride over the last 4 years. I'm one of these individuals that came here and found out how gullible Chris Holbert really is. It just took one phone call. It was amazing. I got here in 2010, and this is a true story. I had never been in this building until I was sworn in. And it's interesting because I thought, wow, all these people are really smart. And how am I going to fit in? And then I started laughing like JD. Because I realized actually Crayolas and coloring books would be in order. But I have found this is a very interesting group of people here from all different facets of life and business, and we have educators and insurance people and farmers, wannabe farmers, as Waller talks about. We have architects, engineers, way too many attorneys, way too many attorneys, way too many attorneys. But each one of you brings something very, very special to this chamber and to this House. And I've learned a completely new respect for people that are willing to serve, whether it be at our level or county commissioners or even further beyond. That it's quite a sacrifice, and nobody really understands that sacrifice unless you actually do this. And you understand what your colleagues go through, and you see the things that they do and how hard it is on them and their families at times. So it's been an incredibly rewarding experience. Going to the Senate was not something, quite frankly, I planned on either. Of course, Mr. Holbert is going to be president, but circumstances are funny in this building. You know, 1 minute you are here for 8 years in some of your cases. Sometimes you're here for 2. It's a revolving door, and we've seen so many friends come and go. But I'm amazed, and I respect each and every one of you so much for what you bring to this chamber, your knowledge, and what you really are bringing to the people in the state of Colorado. I think you all should be very proud of what you do, and I can't wait to work with you more over the next 4 years or so. And if you have a real good bill, bring it to me. And if it's a crappy bill, contact Representative Holbert. So thank you. God bless all of you, and look forward to seeing you again next year.
Members, before we go to the next tribute, we actually do have some work to do. So Representative Young, members, if you are seeing your members missing, you probably want to get them back to your desks for votes, or at least one vote. Mr. Kohler, can you read the title to Senate Bill 223, I believe is the number?
You move it, I'll explain it, sure.
Sounds good.
Senate Bill 223 by Senators Nicholson and Cabinet, also Representatives Jro and Young, concerning the payment by the state of legal claims arising in connection with the Lower North Fork wildfire and in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have had a conference committee, but I'm asking permission to go beyond the scope of differences.
And have the conference committee.
And have the conference committee, which may or may not have already happened.
It's absolutely fine. You just can't sign the report till after you get permission. Representative Jro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I want to explain, this is on the Lower North Fork Fire Bill. What we did was, there were a couple of changes. In the bill itself, it calls out the dollar figures where we're going to be getting them from the excess reserve. It turns out there were dollars that were found that could cover the cost of the legislation. So that's the first change. We also made a change in that the order dates from the claimants. There was one dated April 25th, and it actually shows in the bill as being April 24th. We're going to also add, there is the final claimant for the Lower North Fork fire, Mr. Stewart, and we're adding him to the legislation. That's why we are requesting to go beyond the scope, because with this we will take care of all of the claims that are outstanding. And that claim order was dated May 7th. So that change was made. There was also in your bill where it shows the different individuals and the dollars that are being attributed to them. There was a mistake on the spoons, James and Eileen Spoon, and so that amount lowered by roughly $10,000. And then there was a mistake on the Mountain Area Land Trust, and that amount lowered by about $5,000. So that change was made, and then we are including Mr. Stewart in this, and that amount that we're including is $569,038. Those funds are going to be coming straight out of the general fund, so we do not have to bring them out of the excess reserve. And members, we have excess reserve. We're not pulling it out of our emergency reserve. And members, if you're aware, the emergency reserve is something that we need to keep safe as long as we can, because that's the first place we go to when there's a disaster. So I believe isn't that it? So with that, we ask for an aye vote on permission to go to a conference committee and go beyond the scope.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is to grant the conference committee on Senate Bill 223 permission to go beyond the scope. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representatives Del Grosso, Lebsack, Rankin, and Pabon. Representative Rankin. Representative Rankin excused. Close the machine with 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, 2 excused, and 0 absent. The Conference Committee on Senate Bill 223 is given permission to go beyond the scope of differences. We will go back to our tributes, and the Conference Committee can go be excused to do the work that they need to do. Representative Conti.
Busy. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sonnenberg. First elected in 2006. Representative Sonnenberg has given the people of Colorado his extensive background of water issues by serving on the House Agriculture and Livestock and Natural Resources Committee. During the 68th General Assembly, he also served as the chairman of that same committee. In addition, he has also spent time on the Audit Committee, the Transportation and Energy. He has chaired the Water Review Committee, served on the Appropriations Committee, and chaired the Capital Development Committee. Representative Sonnenberg, I have to tell you, you have brought new appreciation and warmth into my heart for the farmer, and all the depth of knowledge and insight that you have brought, and we will seriously miss your knowledge of water issues in this caucus. Thank you so much for what you have done and the richness that you have added.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sonnenberg, I just want to remind you that every year when you come down here to raise money for the 4-H, who's the first person who comes down and makes the contribution? A city girl, Democrat from Denver. So I want you to know that there are some of us on that side of the aisle who love rural Colorado, and you're one of the reasons we love rural Colorado, and we'll miss you.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go to 16C here.
You know, it's, I've been with Representative Sonnenberg for, don't turn your back to me. I'm sorry. It causes rumors. I've been with Representative Sonnenberg for 4 years. Representative Mcnulty, I put this directly at your feet. When I came into this body, I was assigned as Sonnenberg as my mentor.
Sorry.
Can you imagine the potential I would have had someone else been my mentor? But no, he is truly a leader in rural Colorado. I came in, I had met Jerry a couple of times before. Scott Tipton and I are close friends, and somehow, some strange reason, Scott liked him, and sometimes I question Scott's judgment, but anyway, he said he's a good guy, but I was a little distant from him. And, you know, a cowboy from the Western Slope and a cowboy from the sand hills of the Eastern Plains, and, you know, I said, I don't know about this guy, and in the interest of saving time, I kind of instantly disliked him. But, you know, I talked to my wife, my Italian wife, who was over here on the corner, and she said, well, Don, she said, you need to reach out to Jerry. And I said, well, I'm not so sure about that. And she said, well, as an Italian, I can tell you it's going to be impossible to choke him if you don't reach out. So I reached out to Sonnenberg, and he became a great ally. Other than cloud seeding, you know, we're still a little opposite of that, but you know, we have an issue or two that we're opposite on, and I get a kick out of Representative Buck when Sonnenberg and I are opposite of each other, and she's like a ratchet going back and forth, so trying to catch all of it. But it's very fun. But you know, I'm going to miss this fine gentleman, but I'm going to tell you also, I'm going to be a constant reminder of him each and every day. Because not long ago, he bought a drop deck trailer that came out of Montrose, Colorado, and it's got a Don Coram sticker on it. So I'm going to send a few more over so we can paste it, so we can use that all summer. And You know, but I got to tell you, it's you won't find a finer gentleman in this building. Someone who is so passionate about the agriculture and the young men and women that are coming into this industry. And he's a great leader for agriculture, and he has grown on me, much like the mold that we talked about with Ray Scott. But truly a friend. I look forward to spending a great deal of time with you.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's been a real honor for me to serve with Representative Sonnenberg in the House Ag Committee. We came in the same class together in the year 2007 and served in the Ag Committee. It was those were heady times. There were a lot going on, and I think we've since then traded places either as ranking member or chairman of the committee. But one thing I think maybe a lot of us don't realize, Representative Sonnenberg is the only member of this chamber that's engaged in real production agriculture, and he brings that passion to everything that he does and makes sure that agriculture is first and foremost in all of his decision making. And I think the farmers and ranchers of Colorado really owe Representative Sonnenberg a huge debt of gratitude for the work that he does on their behalf here in the chambers. And I know especially he's recognized statewide for the work that he does on the Ag Leadership Program and how he's resurrected that program and made it thrive, and has received a lot of recognition from the governor and from the Ag Commissioner and others for his work on that. And so, Representative Sonnenberg, it's been a pleasure, and best wishes to you in the Senate.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's so many nice things that I could say about Representative Sonnenberg, but I won't. I forgot most of them. Actually, there was only one. I forgot that one too. No, in all seriousness, I've had the good fortune of serving with Representative Sonnenberg on the Ag Committee and worked with him on several bills. And it's amazing to me how well and how passionate he is about our agricultural community. Nobody smarter than this guy on water issues. And that's about it. Just trying to think of one more. I'm working on it. It'll come to me here in just a second. But Jerry's just been amazing to work with. He really, really gets it. And when it comes to people around the state, they'll always say, do you know Representative Sonnenberg? And I'll say, yes, I do. And they say, yes. We met him at an ag dinner someplace. Isn't he a little short guy with a bald head? And I'll say, yeah, that was him. But truly, Jerry is just one of the best folks I've ever worked with. I can't wait to work with him in the Senate. I think we can get some real good things accomplished. And I'm still working on that second thing. Now, he's a great guy, and God bless him. He's done great work here, and his people in his district should be so proud, and his family, I know, are very, very proud of him. And I can't say enough about this man.
Representative May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be quick. So when I got elected, and I was telling my grandmother, who lives up in the Northeast, that she was all excited, and she said, well, there's this little, and she had a name for him, and watch out for him. So first time I was here last year, I got the honors of going in front of the Ag Committee. And sure enough, he was. So I just want to tell you this, Representative Sonnenberg, I really won't miss you going to the Senate, but when you need a sponsor in the House, go that way.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, He's going to the Senate. I had such high hopes for you, Jerry. Jerry and I are classmates and caucus mates, and where's Speaker Mcnulty? I have a bone to pick with him concerning the assignment of Jerry Sonnenberg to my committee when I was chair.
He's complained all night until this guy comes.
I want to tell you what a special privilege it has been to serve with you, Jerry. I don't think I have known anybody, and I really grew up in rural Texas, but I've never known anyone as passionate about agriculture, about the American farm, about everything that it stands for and what it means to us as a country and as a state. It was a privilege to have you on House Judiciary. I know it wasn't a privilege for you to serve there. You can say it was, but it wasn't. I will tell you, though, that something that stands out in my mind is, you know, we have these sunset bills that come before us, and when you're in the majority and you're the House that starts a sunset bill and you're the chair, you get to say who's going to deal with that bill. And I asked Jerry to do the bail bond licensing reform bill. And Jerry took that bill and took that issue, and I think with a lot of ag logic, which is, I think you take a fence post and you hit a mule between the ears. Jerry Sonnenberg single-handedly rewrote the legislation and turned it on its head, but did so in a way that made a complete regulatory difference for that industry and a change. Jerry, I just, to this day, and I will always remember what a feat of legislative expertise and interpersonal skill to get that done. That was a really special thing to watch. It's been a privilege to serve with you, but that particular thing showed what a brilliant legislator you are, and it's going to be such a waste to have you in the Senate, but I know you'll bring, you'll raise the IQ of both places when you go over there, Jerry. So thank you, Jerry. Thank you.
Very well stated, Representative Gardner. Representative Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've served 4 years with Jerry Sonnenberg. I first met him my freshman year when we were doing the orientation, and you go through those mock hearings where you have a real live representative, and I'd never really met one until Jerry came along. And he displayed his typical amusing humor and wry wit throughout the process. And I'd never really known anyone quite as amusing as that, particularly what I thought was going to be a completely serious venue. And then as I began to serve with him, I saw how knowledgeable he was. So I switched from being impressed with his somewhat amusing clownishness to his intellect and his in-depth knowledge of agricultural issues, of water issues, of things that I knew nothing about. And I looked forward to hearing him engage with Representative Fischer about those issues so we would learn. And then I served on Judiciary Committee, and I was bringing my first restorative justice bill to that committee, and I went around and talked to all of the representatives, and I went over to talk to Jerry Sonnenberg on the side, and I said, Jerry, I want to talk to you about my restorative justice bill. And he's looked away, more engaging in what's going on the floor. And I said, what would you think about a process where people get disengaged from the government and get to resolve their disputes on their own? And he turned and looked at me, and I explained the process further, that we take disputants out of the criminal justice system and let them work out their disputes and then present the solution to the court. And he turned to me and he said, Pete, you've got me. And we went back to the committee, and I knew I had the support of Jerry for that bill, and he actually came down to the floor in support of the bill as I considered a libertarian Republican, and the bill passed the House on a unanimous vote. So my esteem for this man rose appreciably. Then during the past years, what I've noticed most about him is his absolute reverence and respect for this body, the process, the procedures, and the dignity of this body. And if people get out of order, if people show disrespect to the body, it's Jerry Sonnenberg who will call them out on it. This is a man that we can all respect.
Members, just to be clear, I know we are spending a lot of time thanking our members. The Senate has 6, and they're still spending time doing that. We still have 7 more to go after Representative Sonnenberg. It's been 4 hours. We do have to be done by midnight, and we do have other work to do. So and one of those tributes is to myself and former Speaker Mcnulty. So just encouraging people to be brief in their remarks. Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be brief. It was my absolute pleasure, and it really was a pleasure, to serve with Representative Sonnenberg on the Judiciary Committee. And this may come as a slight shock to some of you, but the Judiciary Committee tends to be a little pompous sometimes. I know, it's hard to believe for those of you. No, I know. And there is no better antidote to pomposity on a committee than Representative Sonnenberg. I remember one time when we were all wrapping up and giving our opinions on the bill before we went to a vote, and we came to Representative Sonnenberg, and he said, I didn't know we had to give closing arguments on this. I'm a no. And it was a kind of breath of fresh air. And also, you were a pleasure to sit next to. I used to look forward to taking my seat. We'd pass notes back and forth, shoot pea shooters, have fun, and we'd let the other folks on the committee go on. But it was really a privilege and a pleasure to sit next to you on the Judiciary Committee those years. Thank you, sir.
Representative Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So Jerry and I came in together as freshmen, and I have to say that Jerry, I know Jerry or know Jerry in the sense of the baseball issue. When my son was starting as a freshman in high school and playing baseball, it's Jerry who literally explained to me everything that was going on. And now, Jerry, I know the innings, the bottom, the top. I can tell you what's going on thanks to Jerry Sonnenberg. He's been still a great coach to me, and now my son's in college and finishing his junior year. And Jerry, I love how you invest in kids. I love this about you, whether it's 4-H, whether it's baseball, whether it's education. You live it out. You have always lived this out. You are a man of your word. The other thing I so appreciate about you is, you know, Jerry never said, okay, he didn't get in his freshman year and say, well, I'm going to run for this or I'm going to do this. Jerry is an expert at ag and natural resources, and Jerry is a leader. He's never had to have, yes, he was chairman of a committee, but Jerry's very presence exudes leadership. And where Jerry stands on an issue is generally at least very much where my side of the aisle will go. And that, to me, is just an amazing talent. You exude that, and I think the Senate is desperate for that, and you will serve a wonderful purpose there. Despite what Representative Gardner thinks, I think that you will really lead them along in that issue. So it's been just a pleasure to serve with you, and thank you.
Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Representative Sonnenberg and I came in with the same class. We've sat in the same desks for 8 years. When I came in, of course, I didn't know much about water. Representative Sonnenberg represents a very rural part of the state. I represent a suburban part of the state. So in most cases, when those issues came up, I certainly turned to him and asked his advice. Now, I have to say that Representative Sonnenberg rarely turned to me and asked for my advice, but on any issue. But, you know, the other thing that impressed me about Representative Sonnenberg is that he often seemed to be involved in negotiations with the governor on one issue or another. And so with that, Representative Sonnenberg, I'm sure you will do well in the Senate and do your constituents proud. So thank you for your service.
Representative Sain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I wanted to say that Representative Sonnenberg was either a real hero or a real son of a tractor. But most of you didn't know, he used to be a funeral home assistant, so he is the man the Senate deserves. But seriously, I really have come to Jerry for advice on many things, and he has mentored me on many issues. And they say that an institution is often the shadow of one man. Of course, that can't be the case of the Capitol because there are so many wonderful leaders here. However, because of Representative Sonnenberg, that shadow is a little bit leaner, and it does more accurately represent rural Colorado. And for that, I appreciate Representative Sonnenberg so much and what he's done for the state. Thank you, Jerry.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And real quick, I just appreciate all that Jerry does for agriculture. And we need someone that's going to fight for agriculture, and I hope to be able to fight just as well as Representative Sonnenberg. But I wish more than anything I could have that laugh that he has that is so contagious, and it brings a smile to everybody. So I appreciate that.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I look forward to moving over to the Senate chamber, if that's God's will, because I'll be able to hear Representative Sonnenberg, then Senator Sonnenberg, remind us about food, fiber, and fuel. And we'll be able to throw in and help buy a steer out at the National Western Livestock Auction. But I also get a chance to watch my friend Representative Sonnenberg, Senator Sonnenberg, never back down from a challenge. I've seen him here in the well never back down. Just recently we saw he and Representative Fischer go toe-to-toe, and he didn't back down. But the one I remember and what I look forward to is the opportunity to see version 2 of Sonnenberg Kafalis that happened right over here. And I tell you what, then Representative Kafalis didn't back down either. He was looking Representative Sonnenberg right in the solar plexus and didn't back down an inch. Jerry, you're a great man. You have a heart for the Lord, and I love you, and I look forward to serving with you in the Senate. God bless you, man.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Sonnenberg, Jerry, you will be sorely missed in this body. And we've heard everybody talk about how you are excellent and just so knowledgeable on the water issues and the ag issues, but, you know, also on the rules. I remember, and I don't know if you remember this, but I think me, Representative Sain, Representative Holbert, and a few of us met down here, and you went over the rules with us to make us better legislators. You've always had that open door policy with us younger members, which to you, everybody in this chamber is a younger member. But, you know, I've always deeply appreciated that and your leadership. I think that you've been a leader in our caucus, and, you know, if I do return to this chamber next year, I think that it's going to be a huge loss for us, and we're going to miss you.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I indeed will be brief. Representative Lee, that's the greatest compliment I've ever been paid. I truly, truly have respect for this institution and want to make sure that that never goes away. Thank you for that. I thank you for all those nice comments, and I will conclude by saying, Representative Scott, I understand what it's like to forget everything. My wife tells me that's God's way of allowing me to die with a clear conscience.
Actually, members, we're going to go back to a few voting actions. Mr. Kohler.
May I just make a brief commercial announcement?
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Democratic Caucus has bought a cake to say thank you to all the retiring members. It's over here on the table. It got a little mushed in transit, but I'm sure it still tastes delicious. So please come help yourself. Thank you.
Mr. Kohler, please read the title of the House Bill 1398.
Wait, what are we doing? Oh.
House Bill 1398 by Representative Singer, also Senator Stebbins and Balmer, concerning the provision of financial services to licensed marijuana businesses and in connection with making appropriation.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's so nice to see all of you again. I wish to pay tribute to House Bill 1398.
Why don't you make a motion, please?
How about that? So I move that we dissolve the conference committee on House Bill 1398 and concur with Senate amendments.
Please discuss why.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So after meeting with the conference committee, we quite easily saw that we were deadlocked. We had amendments drafted and redrafted, and the conversation continued. Ultimately, the biggest discussion was as to whether or not the allowing industrial hemp to access banking services was actually a problem or not. And the more that we talked about this, the further discussions that we had, we realized that, in fact, access to banking services was a major issue, and we wanted to allow the committee to basically dissolve and come back and concur with the Senate as they are steadfast in their support of making sure that they would be able to operate inside these cooperatives since they are limited. Ultimately, for me, it came down for an issue of public safety and making sure that any unbanked industry is able to bank safely. And with that, I'll sadly ask for your concurrence with the Senate.
Is there further discussion? Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Singer, one thing you didn't mention is that the Senate moved the repealer on this bill, so now it's open-ended. That's one of the many reasons that I'm going to be a no on the bill.
Any
and
further?
No on concurrence.
Any further discussion? Representative Dorr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We had a lengthy committee. I thought when I signed up for this it would be 30 minutes. 5 hours later, we're finally coming to the well. But this is an important issue. And end of the day, as Representative Singer mentioned, there's a public safety issue around this, and making sure that that is addressed in some fashion. And the hemp industry is sort of in this gray zone. Are they truly a marijuana operation? Are they not? And there's conflicting reports out there, and I think having them in there is not the end of the world, and I would ask for a concurrence to the Senate position.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is to dissolve the first conference committee on House Bill 1398 and to concur in Senate amendments to House Bill 1398. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Dorr, Garcia, Lawrence, Pabon, Szabo. Close the machine with 56 aye votes, 8 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent. The House concurs in Senate amendments to House Bill 1398. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1398 as amended.
Seeing no discussion, the question for the House is the repassage of House Bill 1398 as amended. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine, and members proceed to vote. Representatives Conti, Coram, Court, Dorr, Kraftharp, Holbert, and Salazar. Close the machine with 33 With 33 aye votes, 31 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the House repasses House Bill 1398 as amended. And just to be clear, the Conference Committee on House Bill 1398 is discharged. We will go back, or do we have some things to read? Mr. Kohler, what do we have to read? Co-sponsors, sorry, thank you.
Speaker.
Close the machine. Representative Labuda.
I ask to be removed as a co-sponsor from this bill.
Representative Labuda will be removed as a co-sponsor in House Bill 1398. Reports of conference committees.
The first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1001. This report amends the re-engrossed bill.
Anything else, Mr. Kohler?
Messages from the Senate.
Message from the wasting time body.
Message from Mr. Speaker, the wasteful and wasting time body is
Yeah, whatever. Put it in the journal. Too tired. Okay, we are going to move back to tributes. Representative Conti or Court, I don't know who's next. Representative Court, and just remember there is cake over here for anyone who wants cake. That's one thing. And two, remember there are people who are probably waiting for us at a party that we shouldn't take too long more. So, Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our next retiree is Representative Sue Schaefer. Representative Schaefer. Representative Schaefer, during her tenure, has been a champion for healthcare and education issues. But my favorite story about Representative Schaefer is when I became caucus chair. Even though we're pretty close to the same age, she always calls me caucus mama. And you all know that's the role I cherish here. So I appreciate that so much because I know she says it with love. I do. Thank you, Representative Schaefer. Thank you.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Representative Schaefer is sometimes kind of quiet.
Hold on one sec, Representative McCann. I didn't even have to say anything. Thank you, members. Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Schaefer is sometimes quiet, but always so engaged in what we're doing down here. She always is following the conversation. She's always interested. She asks amazing questions. And I have truly appreciated her support this past couple years as Vice Chair of Health, Insurance, and Environment, but also her support throughout my 6 years with her here. And again, she's one of my peeps. We started together, and I've just thoroughly enjoyed getting to know her and have tremendous respect for her ability to zero in on a question that's very relevant, and also her support of all of us. She's been such a friend and such a support. I can't tell you how much that's meant to me. But because it is getting late, I just want to spice it up a little bit with a little poem. There is a young lady named Sue. At tennis, we know she's a pro, but also a great rep, always with lots of pep. So I wish you weren't going to go. Sue's a champ for the old, kids, schools, and others untold. Your passion we will miss, so remember this. We wish you the best of luck down the road.
Thank you, Representative Waller.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought this was the line for the cake. My bad. No, I'm only kidding. You know, just real briefly, Sue, you know, I want you to know, we came into the legislature together, and yeah, I appreciated getting to know you in those early years as freshmen, but I can tell you, you know, over the past several years when we've had stress going on and a lot of things happening here, you could always come in and count on a smiling face and a kind word from Sue Schaefer. Doesn't matter who you are, Democrat, Republican, guy, gal, it doesn't matter at all. And I got to tell you, there have been many days when I've walked into this chamber stressed out beyond belief, only to have you come up to me, give me a smile, and have a kind word for me, and that kind of made everything well and right. And I got to tell you, I wish there were more people like you in this assembly.
Thank you, Mark. Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Schaefer and I have been office mates for 6 years, and we thought that 4 years. 6? 6 years. Okay, 6 years. I'm getting confused. 6 years. And you'd think we'd see a lot of each other, but our schedules were like this. We'd meet in the House on Mondays. I'd be in committee all Monday afternoon. Meet in the House Tuesday. She's in committee all Tuesday afternoon. Wednesday afternoon, I'm gone. Thursday afternoon, she's gone. So the only time we would really have to get together might be at our caucus lunches. And most of the time, we didn't get together then because one of us would be in committee. So even though she's been my office mate all these years, we really haven't seen that much of each other. So it's nice to know that you've been there, Representative Schaefer, and I guess we'll go out together.
We will. Representative Stevens.
We're getting a photo together. A selfie. Ready? One. Oh! Here we go. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There we go. Thank you. Okay, I just got the memo Sue wasn't running again. I've asked where was I this whole session. I guess I was running for the Senate, and I didn't get that memo. So they're announcing Sue, and I went, what? You're kidding me. Are you kidding me? And they're like, Stevens, really? This hour of the evening? Come on now. Okay, I am so sad, but I've got to tell you, I have so enjoyed working with Sue Schaefer. We have run a number of bills together. It's a complete just joy to work with you. There's just not enough words. I so appreciate you. Sue came to my office when I was majority leader one day and shared something very near and dear to her heart with me. And I want to tell you that it was an honor for me to be a part.
Stevens,
Yes.
Members, there's a lot of noise in the back corner over there. And then there's a lot of noise over here while people are getting cake. So if we can keep that down. Thank you. Representative Stevens.
Thank you. Save a piece, please. Save a piece of cake for me, please. And so I will just say that it was an honor to be included in something very near and dear to her. We don't always agree. We don't perhaps always have the same worldview. But Sue is one of those people who constantly strives, like our friend Sherilyn, to say, okay, where can we find some common ground? And I have to tell you, you have always handled yourself with the utmost respect. I consider you a wonderful stateswoman. And to me, it's just been a joy and an honor to know you. I will miss you terribly. See, here I thought I could come back to Sue and go, hey, Sue, carry this bill. Now I got to go to Pabon. This is it's awful. Pabon's like, don't even come back. Don't even do that right now. Well, Sue, you're amazing, and I have all the respect in the world for you. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Representative Kraft-Tharp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we've worked together for a long time. When I was down here working at the Capitol, you were one of my favorite legislators to come talk to about different mental health bills. When I was thinking about running, you were a lot of support, and I really appreciate that. I want to say thank you so much for being my mentor, for providing all of the wisdom and the support that you have. I want to say that I do not thank you for sharing your chocolate addiction with me. Because that is truly not appreciated. I do want to say thank you, though, for sharing your grandbaby with me. And I've appreciated sitting next to you and having you there, and I will miss you a lot. Thank you.
Representative Landgraf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sue, I so enjoyed working with you. I had looked forward to some other endeavors. That's not going to happen, but we will keep in touch, and we will make them do what they promise they're going to do. And I am really going to miss you. I've enjoyed working with you on 2 committees, and it's just been a pleasure. So I'll miss you.
Representative Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Schaefer, I want to tell you I have a bone to pick with you.
Yeah, you took some of the coolest parts of my district, you know, but I guess I'll get over that the way I get over a lot of things. And I just want to say I've enjoyed our deepening relationship and friendship over the last few years, and I've really enjoyed getting to know you, working on committees with you, and I really appreciate what you bring to this chamber and our deepening friendship. Thank you so much.
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's been a great honor and pleasure serving with all of you, and I will truly miss you.
Members. Thank you. Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many people have asked me about why I'm opting out of a fourth term, and there are three main reasons. You may not know that I have been on Capitol Hill for 31 years, 20 years at the Colorado Department of Education in the Civil Rights Office, and 10 years at the Denver Public Schools on contracts with Denver Public Schools and the University of Denver. So I started wondering, do you think there could be life or place beyond Capitol Hill? I mean, it's kind of hard to imagine, but I will find out. The second reason, my partner of 24 years, Dr. Barb Nash, wants to travel the world. She wants to go bicycling, and she just returned from a 3-week trip to Scotland, Wales, and England, and I thought about a month ago, gee, that'd be kind of nice to do something like that. But the third reason is up on the screen, Ron. Oh, there they are. Thank you. You see these three young ladies up there? Members, these three young ladies are future state representatives, and I need to start grooming them for their political careers. Now, my mother helped me raise my children so I could have a professional and a political career. So I want to give back to my daughters and my sons-in-law to help raise their children. And so as I do look over the last 6 years, the bills that I've run, I realize I'm an activist for persons who live on the margins, who tend to be underserved. For example, some of the bills involve children with mental health needs, persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities, thank you, Representative Landgraf, senior citizens and elders who have been bullied, thank you, Representative Stevens, gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgendered people, thank you, Mr. Speaker, students bullied in school, and victims of crime, thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Fields. Now, with all these serious matters, members, I'd like to close on a more humorous side with a top 10 list, okay? Like Representative Waller, he had the top 10 list. This is the top 10 best things about retirement for all of us that are retiring, okay? Number 10, it's fun to bask in the envy of others. Number 9, you can take as long as you want to eat lunch. Number 8, your nap time will no longer be disturbed by a pesky majority or minority leader. Number 7, the dress rule is always relaxed. In fact, clothing is optional. Number 6, you can hone your putzing and lollygagging skills. Number 5, you don't have to be nice to anyone unless you really want to. Number 4, sleep in. Number 3, when the phone rings, there is someone you really want to talk to. Number 2, no more rush hour traffic. And finally, the number 1 best thing about retirement, Mondays will no longer be days of dread. Thank you, members. God bless you. It's been an honor to serve with you all. Thank you.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Golly gee, I think honing lollygagging, doesn't that make you a perfect candidate for the Senate?
That's true, yes.
I think so, absolutely. Moving forward, as we do here in the House, let's see, our next member to hear from is Representative Spencer Swam. And Spencer is a state rep from House District 37, which is right next door to me. And so one of the joys that I have had is always being able to share caucus and town hall meetings with him. And as we've worked together on these things, he was represents the rest of Centennial that I don't have the privilege of serving. He was elected to the House in 2006. He has served on the Finance Committee and Health Insurance and Environment, and we have been the great benefit of his true life experience in the life and health insurance field. Thank you, Representative Swam, for all that you have brought to the caucus and for your grace and laser-like focus on jobs in the economy.
I was wondering how many people would get to go to laser-like focus. Didn't take more than one. Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, you all know that I'm not the most patient person on earth. I kind of like to move things along. So in the Finance Committee, as the chair, Representative Swam will occasionally raise his hand to ask a question. And occasionally, you know, I'd say that Representative Swam is a little laconic. And so, you know, he might take a little while to get the question out. And wanting to move the committee along as I do, I frequently, as he's almost finished with his question, say, thank you, Representative Swam, and he'll say, Madam Chair, I'm not done. And then he'll say another few words, and I'll say, thank you, Representative Swam, and he'll say, Madam Chair, I'm not done. So I finally, in the last few weeks of session, learned to let Representative Swam take his own time, which is clearly a different time clock than mine. But I have so much appreciated the intense attention he's given to so many of our questions, of our issues in the Finance Committee, and the insightful questions he's asked. Thank you, Representative Swam.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, what you probably don't know is that Representative Swam and I have this thing going. I write down his Swamisms. I had sticky notes in my drawer every time he'd use one of his Swamisms, and of course the laser light focus, but that also morphed into the death ray and another one that he had, and we remember the surtax on stupidity that he used. I love that one, and of course his other classic, not one more penny down that rat hole of RTD. And then some of you may have missed the one where he said, I feel like Alice has led me to the looking glass. You may have missed that one. So I had this drawer full of Swamisms. And Spencer, I love your Swamism, but more importantly, I loved his no showboating, just sincerity mannerism. I was so impressed with that, and I was so blessed to have known you, and you're such a gentleman. Thank you.
Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I could echo probably everything that Representative Court said, because she was chair of Finance, and I sat on Finance with Representative Swam. But one thing I know, I would look over at him, and he'd be thinking and thinking, and I could see the question come, and it was always a question that delved into something that I had not thought of, and that probably comes from your insurance background, I'm not sure. But I appreciate all that you did on Finance, and I'll miss you just like I'll miss everybody else here. Thank you very much, Representative Swam.
Representative Quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to honor Representative Swam. I first met him 4 years ago. Before I was actually sworn in, I went to a health conference, and he was there. But I just take a lot of pride in what I consider knowing a lot about underground mining, and my friend Representative Swam is such a knowledgeable person on rat holes. So with his laser-like focus, he gets the job done.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. Over the years that I've been here, it has been my tremendous pleasure to become friends with Representative Spencer Swam. And one thing I've realized over those years is that here is a very good, kind, decent, intelligent man. And that's such a pleasure to have been able to make such a friend with such a good person. And I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so in the essence of time, I'm speaking for Representative Mcnulty as well. So, Representative Swam, it truly has been an honor to serve 8 years next to you at the same desk for all 8 of those years. And it's quite a legacy. I'm not sure if many of you know this, but Representative Swam sits at the same desk that his father sat at when he served here in the House. And that's quite a tradition. And I need to correct one thing before I go. Representative Swam and I have had a number of discussions over there. And even though he thinks that I didn't ask him questions, I was able to get the answers out of him, so I knew how to vote on a number of bills regarding expertise in health care and those type of things without asking the questions. So, Representative Swam, thank you for your leadership. Even though you didn't know you were leading me, I appreciate that leadership and your support. Thank you, sir.
Members, just so you know, while we've already eaten our dessert, dinner has been ordered for the House and the Republican and the Democratic caucus. That is not an encouragement to talk longer, just making sure that's clear. Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment to thank Representative Swam for how hard he works for his district. I've shared this with him before, and we talked about it earlier today, but back in 2002, I was standing in the left-hand window, the right-hand side of the lobby, back behind where Representative Wright and McCann sit. And my friend Ted Harvey and Lori Clapp sat in those 2 seats back when the Wright Party had both sides of the aisle. That was the seat that I intended to run for. And I'd never met Representative Swam, and then Harvey talked me into moving to Douglas County. And I'm so grateful that God's plan for both of our lives was that I would get out of Spencer's way and that he would run for that seat, because he has worked so hard for the constituents in Centennial. He's been out every 2 years walking those precincts, and the people there know him. Whether the party affiliation is the same or not, they respect him. And Representative Swam, I just appreciate so much the service that you've given this chamber over the past 8 years and how well you've served your constituents. I would be honored to still be one, and thank you again for your service.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll share this short story with you. Shortly after getting elected and arriving here, Representative Swam approached me, introduced himself, and then said that he was going to carry on a tradition of taking one of the freshmen from the opposite party out to lunch. And he asked me to carry on that tradition. It was something that, us serving on different committees together, it actually helped forge a good relationship. So thank you for that.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just briefly, Spencer, it has been a privilege to serve with you. It was a privilege to be on a bill with you. We both got to carry a license plate bill together this year. Spencer has been principled in every vote that he made in this General Assembly in a way that I think is hard to match. I never doubted as he voted that it was because Spencer Swam truly believed when he punched the button that that was what was the best thing for the people of Colorado. More than any of us, that has been his poll star, and I want to tell you how much I have respected that and enjoyed serving with you, Spencer.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Swam, I just want you to know that I think that you are a very cool dude. If you ever see Representative Swam, he kind of has his own compass. He has his own swagger. And he kind of takes his time, not just walking through the Capitol, but also in committee. And you know, we don't often agree, but what I can count on you is to make sure that there is a different view that is elevated, that is voiced. So I just want to let you know how much I honor and respect you. I remember my first session here. You were pretty diligent about making sure that we had reading material. I mean, you know, whenever I was debating about something, you would say, read this article that was in the New York Times. And he does that still here at the podium. He will bring something down here that he's read, and he will try to inform us based on the dialogue that we're talking about. So I just want to say I wish you all the best.
Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Swam, I want to thank you for the 6 years that we've served together on the Health Committee. And I believe Representative Fields meant that the article was from the Wall Street Journal. But we've had a lot of good discussions about all of the health matters and family matters, and I want you to know that as you and I both retire, that I hope we can still be friends, and I've appreciated you very much. Thank you.
Representative Stevens.
Spencer, it's just been an honor to serve with you. I want to thank you. We've served on committee together last year, and I just really, I've appreciated so much your wisdom. And then there have been times I'm like, I have thought, what in the heck is he doing? But you know what, Spencer? You are always honest about your votes and where you are and kind of just where you stand on things. And I always appreciate that about you. I'm just so glad to have served with you. Thank you.
Representative Laser Lake Focus. Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I almost feel like some of my thunder was stolen down here already. I want to thank all the, I'm grateful for all the very kind remarks that were made. You know, as I think about this, in my mind, there are two words that jump out: big shoes. Big shoes to fill. And the first big shoes I think of course, are my dad's, who served here for 2 years in about the mid-'70s. And if you want to find his picture, it's down in the one of those smaller House hearing rooms down at the very end of the hall on the left. You'll find him down there with some of the old House crazies, Steve Durham and Cliff Dodge, and there, Tom Tancredo. So he fit right in with that bunch. You know, the other big shoes that I've found that are tough to fill as well is the shoes that are in this House right now. There are many very smart, articulate, and hardworking people in here. And there are times that I've felt somewhat intimidated by that. But that's a kind of a humbling experience, and I think humility is a good experience for us. So, you know, one other thing I want to mention is that I'm one of the few seats, I believe, that is in a fairly competitive district. And most of my elections have been won by myself by 3 or 4 points or less. And one of the great pleasures and honestly burdens of running campaigns in these districts is that you spend a lot of time out ringing doorbells and meeting people. And I have to say that by early to mid-October, I'm pretty much over that. But you know, once you've run thousands of doorbells, but you know, you really have, that's the way to meet the people in your district. And it's sad that so many of us are in districts where that's really, I don't think it's that much of an issue. Once you've won your primary, it's kind of over. So I've had to do that every 4 years, and I've had some experiences where people ran me off the front porch, but in most cases they were pleasantly surprised to have somebody come to their front porch and actually asking for their vote. And so that was one of the great privileges of serving down here. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this time to address the House. And with that, I'll close. Thank you very much.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Waller. Representative Waller was first elected in 2008 and represents, obviously, portions of northeastern Colorado Springs. Representative Waller serves on the Judiciary Committee and has previously served on State Veteran and Military Affairs. He also served, of course, you will recall, as the Assistant Majority Leader in the 68th General Assembly and as our Minority Leader in the first half of the 69th. He's also served on Ledge Council, Ledge Legal, and local government. And Representative Waller, I just want to say what a joy it has been to be with you. I have so appreciated the times that you have shared with me the wisdom that you have gained as a prosecutor and your understanding and comprehension of the law and how it has helped me in different bills and different things that I have taken forward. I've appreciated your leadership and your grace under pressure, so thank you so much.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mark Waller is another one who came in the same year I did 6 years ago. And we bonded immediately because you know who he replaced. Another gentleman, I use the term loosely, from Colorado Springs, whose addition to our Constitution is not my favorite part of the Constitution. So when I found out that Representative Waller had beaten that gentleman in his primary and therefore come here to serve, I was quite thrilled to know that I'd have the opportunity to serve with Mark Waller as opposed to that other gentleman. But the other thing I have to tell you about Mark is he got a nickname for me early on. He calls me Lolo. The only other person in my life who's ever called me Lolo was my sister, who died when she was 49. No one's called me Lolo since she died, except Mark Waller, and I'm gonna miss him terribly. I love him like a little brother, I truly do, even though he is truly Dennis the Menace.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And Mark, you are a great friend. I'm not going to say I'm going to miss you because we'll be friends for the rest of our lives. We really, when I was the minority leader and you were assistant majority leader, when I couldn't deal with the other two in your caucus, I went to you, and you were always a great counsel and someone who could help me move through things and figure out how we got through things together during those times. Also, you know, we spent our time in Israel together. We also, when I became speaker, you were minority leader. You gave me a picture of us from Israel, which is still on my in my office and will never leave my office or wherever my office is. You truly are an amazing person. We see things sometimes from different angles, but actually more often than not, we actually see things from pretty much the same place. We're not too far apart, even though probably if you look at our voting records, we're probably worlds apart, and partly because my district is one of the most liberal districts in the state, and yours is one of the more conservative districts in the state. But you truly are just a friend. You're a fun person. You care so much about this body, about the people you serve. It was always funny, and as Representative Court said, when you took over, there was no going. I mean, the bar was lower than low. I mean, you couldn't get any lower than, it had been kicked down below the floor. You couldn't get any lower of a bar when you came in. And, you know, to think that one of my closest friends in this chamber is a Republican from Colorado Springs is kind of shocking for me. But, you know, you're amazing. You're a great legislator, but more than important, you're a great friend.
Representative Mcnulty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaker Ferrandino, I don't know why you have such a poor opinion of Representative Stevens and Representative Murray. If you'd had problems with them, you could have come to me and we could have addressed them. But imagine my good fortune, Mark, when I saw that the Sox and the Cubs were playing a series this week and that the Sox won last night 5-1. And just so I know you've been preoccupied for most of the evening, so I want to give you the update. It is the top of the second, and the Sox are up 1-0 over the Cubs. So you have that to look forward to. I've been a Sox fan my whole life. Sweet, sweet, sweet. There were some very interesting times during Mark's tenure down here. And in my opinion, he's leaving too soon, but it is, I think, the right decision to make. And Carol the same way. But when you look at the person who was in the room when the difficult decisions were being made, Mark was there. And there were some very difficult times, there were some difficult times, and you really knew who was engaged, who was active, who was ready by the people who were sitting in that room. And Mark, you were there, you provided sound counsel, you provided sound advice, and even though you have horrible taste in football teams and baseball teams, that trip to Israel that Speaker Ferrandino talked about, Mark left early. Left Israel early to fly back stateside to go to the Bears-Broncos football game that the Bears squandered in the last final 2 minutes. So I'll bet you were pleased with that decision. Another one of your remarkable decisions that you've made throughout your career. From the Holy Land of the Second Coming. Mark, it was an honor and privilege to serve with you. Best of luck, my friend.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will miss Mark Waller. We've been friends since we first came in as freshmen. We were, babes in the woods the first few days, weeks of being sworn in down here, and we go to lunch and talk about politics and international relations and stuff like that. I'm sure you remember some of those conversations, but we even actually went skiing together with our families, and our families got to know each other. And I told him weeks ago, I'm looking forward to us going to some football games in the future after we're both out of politics. I'm looking forward to an Air Force game down in the Springs or maybe a Buffs game up in Boulder. But Representative Mcnulty does bring back a pleasant memory for me in that Bears-Broncos game, because we actually went together with our spouses. And so Mark and I are sitting there in the stands with about 4 or 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and Mark's like, "It's not looking very good, Priola. Looks like the Bears are going to win." And this is with Tebow, and I said, "Mark, they don't even start playing until the second half of the fourth quarter." And sure as heck, things broke a certain way. We made it to overtime and won, and I admire him for rooting his team on and being there, but he was not happy that day. But his wife was, because she's a Bronco fan. So I'll always remember that good memory, and looking forward to spending many more years with you, and we have to go skiing again sometime soon.
At least one smart choice his wife made. Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, it was several years ago when there was someone, I think, on the Colorado City Council who was not very popular, and so a vacancy committee decided to send him to Denver and to the State House of Representatives, where he was promptly placed on the committees that I sat on. And I did not enjoy that year at all. It was miserable. And then lo and behold, the gods prevailed, and there was a primary or something, and Mark Waller came. And he walked in the door, and I went running up to him to give him a hug and say, "Yay, yay." And he said, "Wait a minute, I'm just as conservative as he is." I said, "But you smile, for one thing." So I'm grateful for that, Mark. I'm grateful for who you defeated. And, well, I can't say I'll miss you because I'm going too, but it's been fun.
Thank you.
Representative Jro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So when Mark and I came in the same class, and I don't remember where we were. We were someplace, we were in Colorado Springs doing something, and I don't remember why we were down there, what we were doing, but he was carrying the fanfare of those that were so glad that he displaced Doug Bruce. And so I just remember how well you handled, did I say, yeah, I did. Isn't that? Oh, I'm sorry. Voldemort. Anyway, so so Mark went up, he was asked a question by the press. And you know how when you first come down here and you really, my grandfather used to always say that, well, I guess it fits, that only prisoners and politicians get their name in the paper. And so I was always taught that it wasn't a good idea to get your name in the paper and talk to the press. But you were so natural. You were just so natural. And then the first or second or third day we were all on the floor. Do you remember the day you grabbed, we all gave you our name tags and you wore them all over your coat? He wore them all over his coat. And I think before Lynn Bartles was introduced to Representative Garcia, she had a crush on Mark, because she would follow you around, and you were always so great. I know we're not going to be here together, but I didn't know this story about the State Assembly and that picture. Representative Conti just told me that. When I pulled that picture down, I did because I've always thought you had great legs. And it's a nice picture, and actually that's the way I remember you. You have a fabulous family.
It captures my essence.
And you definitely married up. Your wife is incredible. And we will miss you. I'll miss you, but I think we're going to find each other and bump into each other. And thank you for your leadership, and thank you for everything you've done. We love you. Oh, Carol Murray asked me to tell you that too.
Thank you.
Representative Melton.
No, you guys. No, really.
I'm gonna use this one. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Waller. So when I met Representative Waller, it was at our freshman orientation. He was actually doing our mock committee hearing, and I was screwing up badly, and he said, anytime one of your members of your caucus moves something, second it, just no matter what it is. And he was giving me all kind of advice. And then after that, he was really super nice to me. And he gave me a different impression of what it was going to be like to work with this side of the aisle. And then DUID happened. And we came down to the well, and he was like, watch this, I'm going to chew you up. And he beat me up pretty bad, but he didn't beat me up as bad as he could have. And so for that, I've always looked at you as a friend. The Keeping It Real caucus, I gotta say, you didn't always keep it real. I'm gonna have to find somebody to fill those shoes next year. But you have been my mentor on the other side of the aisle, and I really do appreciate you, and we'll miss you.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Waller, what can I say? It's been a pleasure to serve with you. I feel like you're a good friend and a strong colleague. I can remember us serving together on CCJJ. And oftentimes when I wanted to sponsor some legislation, which I didn't have a lot of confidence on, you were there to kind of mentor me through. Oftentimes you did not commit your vote. And one scenario I remember the most was the hearsay rule for the disability community. And I didn't get your support right away for that. But somehow we were able to garner your support, the whole committee that did pass. That is a law that's on the books and it's already working. But I just want to tell you, you can always tell a person by the tone and the topic of what they talk about. And what you can be for sure about Waller's tone, it is loud, loud, loud. But what I also know about his topic is he loves his family. And whenever we had an opportunity to talk about military service or those kinds of things, you always talked about your wife. And I always respected that. And also know the content of your character by the topics as it relates to justice. We sponsored the driving while stoned bill. We weren't successful the first time, second time. I think the third time we were able to pass it. 6 times?
In 1 year,
Anyway.
you had multiple bills.
The topic is always about his family, and it's about justice, and it's about fairness. I'm going to miss you.
Representative Kagan.
Well, there are some legislators who it really has been a tremendous privilege to serve with, to spar with, to observe, to watch them in action, and Mark Waller is one of those. I have such respect for you, Representative Waller, such respect, such admiration, and not only for your skill and your advocacy for your point of view, but especially for your honesty. If you never get stabbed in the back by Mark Waller, you'll get stabbed in the chest, you'll get punched in the face, you'll get pummeled, but never in the back. And what I so admire about, one of the things I admire so much about Representative Waller is that if he doesn't agree with you, or he can't vote with you, or can't support you, he will tell you. And he'll tell you why. And he'll tell you in advance. And he'll also tell you how he's going to try and make you look foolish, small, and defeated. But that is the obligation of a fair fighter. And Mark is the fairest fighter you'll ever come across. Intelligent, smart, nothing behind the back, hands in front. He does what he says he's going to do. He never betrays his word. The integrity is absolute. The skill is immeasurable. And my respect for you is immeasurable too, sir. It's been a pleasure to serve with you.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Kagan kind of said basically what I was going to say, which is that one of the things I've always appreciated about Representative Waller is his direct and honest style. And even though we don't agree on a lot of things, you knew when he told you something, you knew where he was coming from, you knew what he believed, and you never felt like he was going to stab you in the back. So I think it's going to be a loss to this body to have Representative Waller gone. And we always enjoyed seeing him down here at the well with the passion that he displayed and the complete commitment to what he was saying. And there are not many of us that can do that so effectively. So we are going to miss you, and I wish you the best of luck.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just very briefly, Representative Waller, one of the most meaningful moments of my career here in the legislature is when you voted in state affairs when I was in the minority to get one of my bills out of committee, and I will never forget that. And it was truly a profiles and courage type moment in the legislative process for me. So thank you very much for that.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Waller, I've been struggling to find something nice to say about you, and so I was like, okay, you know, but we're in the Keeping It Real caucus, I guess, and I'm not. Oh, that's too bad.
With that jacket, definitely not keeping it real.
But you know, because I think most people know, you know, we're kind of oil and water. Our personalities, and but I have to say, you know, it's been getting more pleasant to work with you, and I guess maybe it's just I'm becoming more open to your personality, and so, you know, I'm just doing my best in the last remaining moments we're here in this house to benefit from sort of your service and the feedback I can get from you on how to be a better legislator. Thank you.
Representative Gardner, for maybe your last bobbing.
Oh, there might be others, Mr. Speaker, but
that's true. I looked at the list, forgot.
I will talk about a person for whom there are volumes to say as briefly as possible. You know, the experience of legislators who live near enough to the Capitol to drive to and from every day is very different than the experience of those of us who are here Monday through Friday. And we, you know, go to receptions for the first month, and there's 3 of them every night, and you get sort of tired of them. And then you're kind of stuck in committee till 9 o'clock, and you need someone to be your friend and to go to dinner with. And while you make a lot of friends while you're here, and I certainly have, my closest friend has been Mark Waller. We, for those of you over here on the left, we've spent a lot of hours together figuring out how to make your life difficult. And I want you to know, I'm innocent. Those have not been my ideas.
This is why we appreciate you both not being here next year.
And those have not been my ideas. They've all been Mark's. And he would sit around going, "What, me? I can't control him." Mark, I don't know. It's a good thing I'm leaving because I can't imagine what this place would be like without you. You have been my very best friend here. We've shared a lot of really tough moments and some great moments, and all of them memorable moments. Mark had to take the brunt of before he was even elected. Larry Liston and I pulled a prank on his predecessor, and then I subsequently wrote something in the Gazette about a particular thing, and Mark's predecessor, you all know who he is, wrote a letter to the editor railing on Mark Waller for the thing that Larry Liston and I did. And so, Mark, I'm here to apologize for both myself and Larry for you taking the brunt of that terrible thing that Larry and I did, and I'll tell everybody offline. Mark, I'm not going to miss you. No, that's not for the reason it says. We both live in Colorado Springs, and we're going to have lunch together next week or the week after. And if I get back from Ukraine, I am leaving you something really good in my will. But if I get back, we'll have lunch after that.
Thank you, my friend.
Representative Waller.
Get it out. It's the last time you're going to get to do it. You're reminding me of Buffy McFadden right now, Clarice. I don't know if you want to stick with that, but no. Yeah, and before I get going here, by the way, Frank is right. I did leave Israel a day early to make it back for the Bears-Broncos game. But here's why. My wife is a gigantic Broncos fan. Yeah, well, it's, we have an inner NFL marriage, and it seems to work. But we'd purchased these tickets way back in September for this game in December. Well, I was on the B squad to go to this Israel trip. Somebody else canceled, and so they asked me a couple of weeks ahead of time if I could go on this trip, and I thought, what a great and outstanding opportunity. And I went to my wife, and I said, honey, man, trip of a lifetime. And she said to me, fine, go, but you better be back for this football game. I am not kidding you. You better be back here for this We've been planning this for months and months and months. You better have your ass back here and be ready to go to that football game. And so I said, well, all right, let me see. And we were able to work it out. And literally 24 hours before this football game started, I was on a boat on the Sea of Galilee, no kidding, with Representative Mcnulty, Mr. Speaker, Representative Duran, and several others. And I left Israel, flew for 20 hours to get back to Colorado, went straight to the condo, took a shower, put on my Bears gear, and went to the stadium, only to see the Bears lose in the last 10 minutes or last 2 minutes of the football game. And so I always like to tell folks when I tell that story, from the Holy Land to the second coming of Tim Tebow in less than 24 hours. What a horrible, horrible, horrible experience. But, I guess that was God getting his revenge on me for coming back early. Members, I truly have one theme here. And that's just simply to say thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you for accepting me into this family, because I'll tell you what, we are a family here. We are a dysfunctional family sometimes, that's for sure, but without a doubt, we are a family. We're a fraternity together, we're a sorority, but most importantly, we are truly a family. And I got to tell you, when people ask me what it's like to serve in the Colorado State Legislature, I tell them a couple of things. I say, number one, I think it's going to be the best job I ever have in my entire lifetime. And I believe that, because I love the camaraderie that's associated with this chamber, and I love the tradition that's associated with this chamber. I love the fact that when we're here debating second readings late at night, I get to sit with my friends on the other side of the aisle and talk to them and visit with them. You know, where else can a 40-year-old knuckle-dragging Republican from El Paso County get to be friends with a Birkenstock-wearing, Boulder liberal, tree-hugging 50-year-old from Boulder County? It just doesn't get to happen in real life. And I'll tell you, one of my only regrets as I stand here right now is that we can't be here with Representative Levy to talk about the accomplishments that she made and the impact that she had on us. I feel members, quite frankly, are just a little bit robbed by that, because I wanted to be down here talking about her too. One of my, Bob Gardner, obviously my very best friend in this chamber and my mentor over the last 6 years, but Claire wasn't far behind. And I always think to myself, and when I talk to people, I say, where else does a guy like me get to be friends with a person like that? Nowhere but this building. I love Lois Court tremendously. She is, as I've called her many times, Lolo, and an old cougar too, because she kisses me more than anybody I know in this entire chamber. But I got to tell you, I love that. I absolutely love that tremendously. You know, we don't agree on a whole lot, but I know that every single person in this chamber is concerned about doing what's right for the people of the state of Colorado. And that's why I love being here with you. That's what I want to do too. You know, we may disagree time and time again. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. Shoot, I think I've disagreed with members on my side as much as I've disagreed with members on the other side about what that means to do right for the people of the state of Colorado. But the one thing I've been convinced of my entire time here is that every person in this chamber wants to do that and wants to do what's right by the people of the state of Colorado. And most days, especially when we had a split chamber, I think we got to the right result more than we do now, perhaps. But I appreciate the fact that everybody comes down here with that same simple goal in mind, and that is to do what's right by the people of the state of Colorado. And I got to tell you, members, you know, I've been processing a lot over this last week or so, trying to come to terms with the finality of being in this chamber. And I'll tell you, you know, my emotions have run the gambit. I've been happy because I'm tired. We've been at this for a long time. 6 years is a long time to be away from the family and do this job. But more than that, you know, I'm a bit melancholy right now because I love it so much. I love every aspect of what we get to do here and what we get to be a part of. And I'll tell you, I've appreciated every single minute of it. And my charge to all of you that are going to be remaining in this body, treasure it. Treasure it every single day you're here. Appreciate the faith and trust and confidence that the citizens of this state place in you to come down here and make the decisions that you make every day. And most important of all, enjoy it. This is the best opportunity many of us are ever going to have in our lifetimes, and we need to respect it and appreciate everything it has for us and everything it has to offer us. And finally, I'd leave you with this. Sit on the other side of the aisle every once in a while. Get to know the other folks when you have the opportunities to do that. Because quite frankly, I don't think it happens enough in today's world. You know, we may not be able to come to agreement on every single piece of legislation, but I know if we build the relationships and the friendships that we can, well, there is opportunity to do what's right by the people of the state of Colorado. And I don't want to use the word compromise because that seems to be a horrible word in politics today. But we truly do have the opportunities to get to know each other, see the world from a perspective you haven't seen before, see the world from somebody else's eyes, walk in their shoes for a couple of days, get to know them. And I'm convinced that our state will be a better place for it. Thank you all so much for being my family and being my friends and tolerating my loud voice over the last 6 years. Thank you, members.
Members, before we have 4 more tributes to do to departing members, but before we do that, we are going to do a little bit of work. Do we have conference committee reports? Mr. Kohler, please. Conference committee reports.
The first report on the first conference committee on Senate Bill 223. This report amends the re-revised bill.
Message from, I'll be nice the last time, the Senate.
Mr. Speaker, upon the request of the House.
Remainder of the message from the Senate be printed in the Journal. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Bill 223.
Senate Bill 223 by Senators Nicholson and Cabinet, also Representatives Jro and Young, concerning the payment by the state of legal claims arising in connection with the lower North Fork wildfire and in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first report of the first conference committee.
Please explain what they did. Representative Jro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we talked about this before. We made some technical changes. We changed some dates to get the correct amount. We added the final claimant, so there are now 21 claimants within this bill. We also found the dollars in the general fund, we found the dollars in the general fund. I asked for an aye vote.
Is there Representative Young?
I also ask for an aye vote.
Okay, great. Is there any further discussion? Seeing Representative Jro, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just really want to thank you very much for helping. This is a truly great thing you're doing. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question for the House is to adopt the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 223. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Landgraf, Lawrence, and Scott. Representative Scott, excused. Close the machine. With 63 aye votes, 0 no votes, 2 excused, and 0 absent, the House adopts the first report of the first conference committee on Senate Bill 223. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for repassage of Senate Bill 223 as amended.
Seeing no discussion, the question for the House is the repassage of Senate Bill 223 as amended. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Wright. Representative Scott. Close the machine. With 64 aye votes, 0 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, the House repasses Senate Bill 223 as amended. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to House Bill 1001.
House Bill 1001 by Representative Singer, also Senator Nicholson, concerning the creation of property tax reimbursement for a taxpayer that owes property tax on property that has been destroyed by a natural cause in connection with making and reducing appropriations.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House, I come bearing good news. The Senate finally saw the light. They woke up. They heard the loud voices not only of this body, but the voices of victims in Lyons and El Paso County and Boulder County and Weld that know that we can only do the best we can for them. And while it's not enough, at least it's something. So the conference committee did add a couple technical amendments to make sure that the timing lined up correctly and that the county wasn't responsible for victims who lost their homes completely in the flood without payment from the state. But with the exception of those amendments, they have decided to allow us to make sure that people who lost their homes in the fires and the floods and disasters going forward can at least see some relief from the state of Colorado. And with that, I move that we adopt House Bill 1001.
How about the conference committee report?
Conference committee report for House Bill 1001.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Singer, for asking me to join you on this conference committee. What the report represents is, as Representative Singer said, the House position plus a couple of technical amendments to deal with how the backfill money from the state to counties for the tax credit is done to ensure that assessors are not dipping into their own till before it is done. This bill will make a big difference. For those of you from my area know that so much of this is going to go to flood and fire victims in El Paso County, but as well around the state. Thank you, Representative Singer, and I urge and I vote.
Representative Singer.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all the members for your patience on my two conference committees today, but at least on this one, the Senate stuck with us for the most part. A lot of you know I've been wearing the same shoes since the floods, and my feet are killing me. I think I've worn these through pretty well. But this is a pretty awesome pinching feeling, and I'd be crying right now if I wasn't dehydrated from the sweat I've been putting into this. Once again, I renew my motion to adopt the committee report.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before the House is the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1001. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representatives Sane and Singer. Close the machine with 64 aye votes, 0 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent. The House adopts the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1001. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1001 as amended.
Seeing no discussion, the question for the House is the repassage of House Bill 1001 as amended, the final bill of the 69th General Assembly. Mr. Kohler, please open the machine, at least the second regular session, we'll see. Open the machine, members proceed to vote. Representatives Navarro, Szabo, close the machine. With 49 aye votes, 15 no votes, 1 excused, and 0 absent, House Bill 1001 is repassed as amended. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. We are going to deal with 2 resolutions that we need to deal with. And then we're going to go back to tributes, and then we'll go back to resolutions. Madam Majority Leader, could we move to do whatever our amazing Chief Clerk tells you? Probably Senate Joint Resolution 40.
10, 20, and 40, right?
Madam Majority Leader? Okay, sorry. Madam Majority Leader.
So we want to do you want me to move?
40 and then 1020.
10, 20, I'll move 40. Has that been read across?
40 and then, yeah, they're both in.
Okay.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Joint Resolution 40.
Actually, can we move to proceed out of order for 40 and then 1020?
I asked you that before, but
I'm sorry, Madam Majority Leader.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I withdraw that motion, and I move that the House proceed out of order for consideration of SJR 40.
Seeing no objection, the House will proceed out of order for consideration of SJR 40. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 40.
Senate Joint Resolution 40 by Senator Heath, also Representative Hollinghorst, concerning the appointment of a joint committee to notify the governor that the second regular session of the 69th General Assembly is about to adjourn sine die.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of SJR 40.
Seeing no discussion, is there any objection to taking a voice vote? Seeing none, we will proceed in that matter. All those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 40 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The resolution is adopted. Appointments to the committee are... I forget who
I gave it to you. Did you? Yeah, just a second.
Sorry.
That's okay. I got it.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Is it Labuda?
Just a second. I got it right here. Labuda, Fischer, and Wright.
Committee to notify the governor, Representative Labuda, Representative Fischer, and Representative Wright. We'll proceed to our, do we need to do co-sponsors on that one?
You want me to open it?
Let's do co-sponsors, see if anyone wants a co-sponsor notifying the governor.
Move it if you want me to. Oh, okay.
Close the machine. At the appropriate time, the members of that committee will be released, excused to go notify the governor. Proceed to our next resolution, House Joint Resolution 1020. Mr. Kohler, please read that title.
House Joint Resolution 1020 by Representative Hollinghorst, also Senator Heath, concerning the adjournment sine die of the second regular session of the 69th General Assembly.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for the adoption of HJR 1020.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, and members remember, once we pass this, we're not, this is not the end. We still have more to do.
Not the end.
But the question for the House is the adoption of House Joint Resolution 1020. Is there any objection to taking a voice vote? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. House Joint Resolution 1020 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Close the machine. We'll go back to our tributes. Representative Conti. I believe we have next representative, possibly who just got put into a committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Wright, if you would join us down in the well. Representative Jared Wright was first elected in 2012, representing House District 54 in western Colorado. During his time in the Colorado House, he has served as a ranking member on Local Government Committee, as well as a member on Judiciary and Business and Labor, Economic and Workforce. And also, did I mention? Yes, I did. Representative Wright, I can tell you that one of the things that impressed me most about you was every time that I would go to you and ask you why did you vote this way on a certain bill? The thoughtfulness that you would put behind it was absolutely incredible to me. You were never bold about speaking out and sharing your opinion, but when asked, you always had a very thought-provoking and something that you could tell you put a lot of effort into to formulate the opinion that you had. I thank you so much for what you have brought to our caucus, your kind and gentle and quiet ways. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Wright, I have to tell you that you have done the best job of any Republican chairing the Committee of the Whole over the last 2 years.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Wright, we will truly miss you. You are one of those inspirational freshmen that came in that I am so proud of, and that team will suffer with you not being there. You truly have been an asset to us. I have enjoyed working with you, and I indeed will miss you. Thank you for your contribution, and good luck in whatever direction you and your family move.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And boy, I tell you, I'm going to miss you. And we talked about this during lunch and there may be some people who disagree with me on this, but you know, in terms of your thoughtfulness and the way that you vote, I think that's probably a direction that that maybe should serve as an example. You have brought bills in this legislature on civil liberty issues that many of us could rally around. And you were able to get far right and far left to actually meet in the middle. And I think that that's a talent. It's a talent. It also demonstrates your foresight as well as your wisdom at such a young age. You have such wisdom to you. And, you know, I'm really going to miss you. I mean, I was very upset to find out that you weren't going to come back. And I just wish you the very best in all your endeavors.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jared, you followed me into House District 54, and I was proud to have you do that, and I'm still proud to call you a friend. I think you did an incredible job. Again, as the other folks are saying, you were very thoughtful, and incredibly bright. I mean, I'm very impressed with your work ethic is amazing. Hopefully I'll learn something from that. But in
You're
the
going
Senate,
to the Senate.
That's true. What was I saying? Excuse me. Since we're going to the Senate, we won't be able to worry about that. But I wish you all the best. God bless you and your family, and I'm sure you're going to do fine in this world.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Wright, like many others, I was also very disappointed and sad to hear that you were not going to be coming back. And I think you represented your district remarkably well. And they should be very, very proud of you and your record here and the bills that you put forth and the bills you passed and the ones you didn't. So I'm very proud of you, very thankful that you were here in the legislature. And, you know, I can definitely say that you are the nicest guy in this House. And yes, even nicer than you, Brian. And so that makes it even more difficult to see you go. And we were, you know, sitting next to each other in business committee for these past 2 years. And it's been great to see you kind of join us sometimes on the Democratic side on some of our votes. So if you do come back, and I hope you do, I hope it's as a Democrat. Thank you.
Representative Humphrey.
Well, Rep. Wright, yeah, exactly. I'm really sad. I was very disappointed to hear that you weren't coming back, and love you to death and wish you the best. And I hate to see that the Gemini legislators busted up here. And it's embarrassing that they put Nordberg's picture up there, but I've always enjoyed.
Good luck.
I've always enjoyed the meetings of the super secret Sasquatch caucus. Members will not be named, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Representative Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Wright. I've enjoyed getting to know you over the last 2 years. Look forward to many more years of great friendship.
Representative Nordberg. Or Representative Wright, whichever you want to go by today.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually have mixed feelings about my friend's departure because on one hand, it will be nice not to be called Representative Wright every day, but it's still going to happen. So who are we kidding, right? On the other hand, it's really a loss for our caucus that you're not going to be here next year. And, you hear from departing members about the friends that you make. And, I've made a lifelong friend in you. And I really just appreciate your friendship, your service to our caucus, and the job that you did the past 2 years. Thank you for everything.
Representative Melton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, Representative Wright, it's been said time and time again how thoughtful you are. Truthfully, I think you were probably one of the best speakers that came out of our freshman class. You said things beautifully, but it wasn't just nothing beautifully. You had so much substance and passion behind everything that you came down here to the well to say. I'm so happy to say that I've gained a friend after this experience, and we'll make sure we make it up to the hills together. And you're definitely going to be missed around here.
Representative Gardner.
Representative Wright, Jared, it's been a privilege to have you as an office mate and as my seatmate the past 2 years. We have talked a lot about a lot of things, not just legislation, but life. And it's kind of fun at my age to talk to somebody half my age every morning. That's not my child, but it's a whole different perspective at that point. And at the risk of being too opaque about something, you've provided me one of the rarest opportunities I had here with the introduction of a particular bill, because it's not every day that you have an opportunity to want a bill to die, and the way to do so is to argue passionately for that bill and to see other people not like your arguments for some reason. Yeah, if you think about it, you'll remember. We'll tell you at the party. I appreciate your passion for that particular issue as well, because I think there is an issue there with civil liberties and the importance of federalism. And so I appreciate your passion for that. I know you have a bright future ahead of you outside of this chamber. In fact, it's probably better if you escape from here while you're still young. And I wish you all the best.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Wright, it's been just a genuine honor to be able to work with you, especially in the last year. I know that we didn't get all the work done that we wanted to this year, but the courage of your convictions, the words matching your actions, you stuck to your principles on these things, and that's something that I will carry with me, because I know I've got a new responsibility now that you won't be coming back, to make sure that what we do sees the light of day again, and that we do right for all people, regardless of where you come from. I know you've made me think harder about the issues that are important to me, and even take on some new important issues because of that. So thank you again, and I'll miss you. I'll miss you a lot.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Wright, I would agree with the things that have been said about you, but he's given us a lesson, folks, for some of us old guys. This kid could have given up. He didn't do it. Like the good book says, he finished the course, and he finished it strong. And that's a lesson that we all can take to the bank, because this young man has faced a lot of adversity, and he finished like a class act, and I'm so proud to have served with you.
Representative Kagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I remember the day in the Judiciary Committee when I met Jared Wright for the first time, and I thought to myself, well, he's young, he's new, he looks as if he's a little bit wet behind the ears, but within minutes, I just thought, wow, this guy is fantastic. He's smart, he's personable, he's charming, he's effective, he's articulate, he's intelligent. And I knew we had a great addition to the legislative caucus that we have on both sides of this aisle. And I'm so honored to have been able to learn from you, to be able to see you in action, and to find out how great a young person can be at this job with no prior experience at all. Just come out. You are a natural, sir. and I hope you have a very, very successful future, and I'm sure you will. Thank you.
Representative Everett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've actually been lamenting this day for a while, and then over the last month, watching Jared's voting record, I'm saying, don't let the door hit you in the ass on your way out, buddy. But in all seriousness, Jared is arguably one of my best, if not my best friends here, one of my closest confidants. He's obviously a talent. I think both sides of the aisle definitely recognizes that. He's a very forward-thinking Republican. His perspective on things and just being able to bounce things off of Jared has been a huge asset to me. He'll call me out on a lot of things. I'll call him out on a lot of things. We've definitely had a lot of private conversations, which I can't talk about in the well, on many issues. And, and something that, a lot of people don't recognize is Jared has one of the best senses of humor in this chamber. And, I greatly appreciate that based on the fact that he laughs at my jokes that no one else laughs at.
That's just being nice, not a good sense of humor.
So, Jared, and I hope someday, God willing, you come back to this chamber. And I love you, man.
Representative Mitch Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Wright, as a fellow Western Slope freshman, I am so honored to have served with you. You're honest, you speak the truth, and most importantly, you serve the people. It's been an honor. Thank you so much.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to second what Representative Kagan said about service in judiciary. Jared and I came on to judiciary at the same time, but he was a brand new freshman, and I sort of had the same concerns. Well, how's he going to fare here? And I was new myself to the committee, so I had my own struggles. But the research that he did, the questions that he asked, how he came to his decision making, it just blew me away when he was brand new. So thank you for bringing your talents to us, and good luck to you, Jared.
Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jared, it was a pleasure to serve with you on your 1 year on the Judiciary Committee. I know that at this point in time, your career in the House seems to have abruptly ended, and I certainly think so. And I hope you will stay committed to public service, and I hope you come back into public life because you're a great public servant. Thank you very much.
Representative Holbert.
I'll take it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As was mentioned before, Jared has come up against some challenges outside of the Capitol. I was proud to put my name on his campaign this year, and some people ask, well, why? Is it just you're standing up for the incumbents and it's a party, inter-party decision? I would say no. I don't just do that lightly. You need to understand that Representative Jared Wright is one of the most prepared members of the General Assembly on either side of the aisle. When he walks into committee or comes onto the floor, he's read the bills, he's thought through them, he's found opportunities, he's prepared amendments. He does the work of a legislator better than most do. And it isn't favoritism, it isn't just that I count him as a friend, and I do, but it is that he puts in so much work, and that work is of such high quality for his constituents. And that's why I was proud to stand with Jared in his initial re-election bid. And if someone challenges me on that, I say, well, wait a minute. You're aware of 2013 and the slate of gun bills that came through, Second Amendment issues. And there's one example that exemplifies how prepared Jared is, even in the fury of legislative debate, battle. And that was the exemption that was provided to law enforcement and military in the bill. It didn't actually accomplish that. It exempted manufacturers and people who sold to military and law enforcement. But Jared took the time to actually read it through from start to finish, and he came over and pointed out, I think we were on third reading, and thing 1 and thing 2 were there. But Jared took the time, and I looked at it and said, no, this doesn't do what you think it does. And Jared said, no, read it.
And I read it, and I looked at him, and I said, you know what, you're right. And they had both spoken twice on third reading and couldn't come back up, so they gave it to me, and I came back up. And I remember Representative McCann was sitting here, and I think Representative Fields, and I walked through this to say, I didn't see this originally, but they're right. Right is right. And after I got done presenting that, there was no sudden urge, rush to call a conference committee and fix that. But one of the sponsors followed me over here and said, you know what? You're right. And I said, no, I'm not. He is. And I think that eventually got fixed in the Senate. But I mean, Representative Jared Wright really does exemplify what we should all aspire to. Read every bill, be prepared, look for opportunities, get the amendments done, and serve your constituents with distinction when you're in here in this chamber. And that's why I was proud to stand with my friend Jared Wright. And Representative, if you ever choose to enter public service again, please call me, because I'll be the first one to put my name on your campaign. God bless you. I love you.
Representative Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And real quick, I have to tell you, when I met Jared Wright, I was so excited that he got elected, but then I thought, my goodness, I am old. He's so young looking. But I have to tell you, from all the tributes that people have been saying about Jared, unfortunately, I didn't get to work with Jared, but I just know he's a rising star in whatever he does, and I've just been an honor to meet you, sir.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jared, they say that imitation is the greatest form of flattery, and I have to tell you, sir, I am flattered. You play a better Dan Pabon than I do, and you're a better looking Dan Pabon, a smarter Dan Pabon, and a taller Dan Pabon. So I'm just worried when Hummers comes next year and my friends on this side of the aisle will again be in the minority party, who you're going to find to play Dan Pabon, because I don't think there's anyone who could beat Jared Wright. Thanks for your sense of humor, for your willingness to have some fun, and we're going to miss you.
Representative Sane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have watched Representative Wright overcome many adversities and challenges. And I want to say, if you ever enter public service, I'd like to be the second on your campaign to endorse you. I would like to say that maybe Jared exemplifies a maxim that only the really good retire young. And so I look forward to seeing what he's going to do outside this body, because I'm sure it's going to be stellar. His performance here, members, we've all kind of said something about this, but it's really blown me away. The depth and understanding of which he would take a topic here at the well, or if he was studying a bill in committee, how he would keep his powder dry until needed. But when he spoke, he was not only riveting, but he added so much to the conversation, you almost couldn't look away. And that is star power, but it's also leadership. And so I hope the folks of House District 54 really appreciate the depth and the talent and the leadership and integrity with which Representative Wright served. Representative Wright really was the right candidate, and I appreciate all he's done for this body. Thank you, sir.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jared, Representative Wright, your time in this chamber is coming to a close much sooner than it should. When we all get together next year, our little bipartisan dinner club, if you will, there will seriously be something missing. And I hope that when you decide to come back to this chamber, I just hope that I'll be here and have the honor and privilege of serving with you again.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the makeup of a man is not what he does when times are good, but when there's adversity. And I have seen Representative Wright, my friend Jared, go through adversity with dignity and with grace. And you could do things here in this chamber, in committee, that will last for a few minutes. But when you have true attributes, those will last a lifetime, and no matter what you do. Like Representative Moreno said, your time has been short here, too short. But I am confident that you will take all those attributes that are in your heart, and you will have a great future and a great life. I'm proud of you, Jared.
Representative Wright. Mr. Speaker, thank you. You've all been so gracious. I'm going to miss each and every one of you. I didn't come down here and speak for everyone out of respect for the fact that many of you have served far longer than I have, and those that were speaking for you have served with you and came in your class. But I can tell you, having been here only 2 years, I consider every one of you a friend. And I know in my heart that regardless of whether or not you may disagree with me on issues, in your heart, you're doing the absolute right thing for the people that you serve, and I respect that very much. Again, I didn't speak for everyone, but Representative Holbert, Representative Sonnenberg, Speaker Mcnulty, Speaker Ferrandino, you've all been tremendous mentors to me. Representative Waller, I learned a great deal from each one of you, things that I'm going to take in my life and hopefully continue to do good with, that you've each taught me. So God bless all of you. Again, can't say it enough, I'm going to miss you next year.
Representative Wright. Before you leave, I think you should introduce your family.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I owe you one. Absolutely, without a question, and honey, I'm sorry, because I could not have done this, and someone who's made far more sacrifice than I have is my wife, Rachel, who's over here, and my daughter, Evangeline. They've been living 250 miles away this session. I'm only home 2 days a week, and you have been absolutely brave stalwarts, and you've gotten through this with me. So thank you so much for all of your support. And I understand if I'm on the couch tonight. And also my parents, Phil and Nina, are in the gallery, and Mom, Dad, thank you so much for all of your support as well.
And if you want, you are more than welcome to come down to the floor. I'm no imposition, but you're more than welcome to come sit and hang out with us on the floor if you'd like. Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, next on our list. I had this queued up. I know, I'm trying to find it. There we go. Representative Amy Stevens. Former Majority Leader Amy Stevens is a small businesswoman who was first elected in 2006. She served as the State House Majority Leader in 2011 and 12, and it was my honor to be elected into the legislature under her leadership. She has served on both of the health committees, Health, Insurance, and Environment, as well as Public Health, and Business and Judiciary committees. It is my honor, really, to know you, Amy. I can tell you that I have never known anyone that I can say, if you've got a bill that Amy Stevens opposes, you better get your best game on, because this lady comes loaded for bear. I will never forget the day that you came down here with some 49 amendments prepared for. I think it was House Bill 1081. Yes, yes, absolutely. And I saw the absolute intelligent, thoughtful, incredible determination that you brought to your job as you stood up with your district and your constituents and stood down here and fought for the values and what you believe in. And I just want you to know it has been my honor to serve with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathleen.
Representative Court.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Stevens, we've served together for 6 years, and I don't think we ever really bonded on a bill until just a few weeks ago when you brought forward the revenge porn bill. And boy, oh boy, when you brought that bill to Judiciary and saw and presented that video to us, I knew exactly why you were doing what you were doing, and I was so proud to work on that with you, because that bill really cements why women stick together. Because you know what? There are things that just, as women, we know right from wrong. And Representative Stevens brought this bill forward, and I so appreciated it, and I so appreciated the opportunity to support you on that bill. Thank you, Representative Stevens.
Representative Peniston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Amy, Representative, I'm getting tired. Representative Stevens and I came in the same class. And you know, you always start out with orientation. And so we were all gathering over there in LSB A over there for our first round. And Amy walks in, and I mean, she is dressed impeccably. You know she is, to the nines. And I'm going, OMG. I am on the wrong playing field. Does she not know that we only make $30,000 a year? There is no way to keep up with this fashionista. And then, I don't know, a year later or so, we were talking about something, and she looked at me and she said, "That's a neat suit you've got on." I said, "Well, thank you." She says, "It's a Tahari, right?" She knew the brand that I was wearing without seeing the tag. And I mean, this lady knows fashion. Okay, but there is so much more to Amy Stevens than the great and impeccable fashion taste she has. Example, Hummers. When she's up here, was that not the best singing performance we've had in the House? I'm moving on up the chain, because I started out with the most superficial, but she, over the 8 years that I have been here, I have admired so much for her ability to come down to the mic and talk so eloquently on her issues. I think she is the most eloquent female orator I have seen in 8 years, talking at this mic, and I am so impressed with you. And it's been such a pleasure to serve with you.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What can I say, Representative Stevens? I can remember meeting you when I wasn't even an elected official. I came down here and I testified in front of Judiciary regarding a bill to protect witnesses. And I remember seeing you on the committee, and you just had such a kind, it was very intimidating for me to be down here to do that. And I just kind of recall your warm grace, making it okay and safe for me to kind of share my story. But I agree with what Representative Peniston said in reference to your ability to articulate your thoughts and idea in a very clear and concise manner. I see you as someone that's very bright, someone that's very competent, that's someone that's very capable, someone that has a sharp sense of humor. And I just wish I had more time with you. I feel like I cheated myself, but not getting a chance to get to know you better. Because as I was championing my cyberbullying bill, you helped me. You shared resources with me. And you know, I just will never forget that you were willing to share information so that I could also be successful in my efforts. So thank you so very much, and I wish you all the best.
Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to remind Amy of a fun adventure that we had last summer when we put together the Warrior Dash team. So we have literally been through the mud and the muck together. We ran the Warrior Dash course up at Copper Mountain and went over obstacles and swam through a mud pit and climbed walls. And that was much easier and cleaner than going through the primaries that we went through at the same time. So we have been through very similar battles over the years, and Amy has always been very encouraging. She's been a friend, and she has been a great help down here for the 2 years that I've been here, and I just thank her for everything she's done.
Madam Majority Leader. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Stevens, Madam Majority Leader. I just have to come up and thank you very much for your kindness and your great hints, and just sort of watching over me when I took over as Majority Leader. It is much appreciated. And one thing that I remember in particular that I understand now is you said, you know, every time I hear Madam Majority Leader, I jump. Because sometimes you just have no idea what it is you're supposed to do next. And I began to feel that. So thank you again for everything and your service to the legislature. It's been a great pleasure serving with you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amy, I just wanted to point out my appreciation for your energy that you bring to the job. What I think Amy shows is that you can be a gorgeous woman and still be taken very seriously. And that speaks well for the future of women and participating in politics, that nobody holds it against you, that you're a beautiful woman. And the fact that you're just a perfectionist, that no matter what you dive into, you're looking at the details, whether it's a bill or it's presenting food, you know, at your desk. It's just you're all in. And thank you for that lesson to all of us. To, if you're going to do something, go all in. Thanks for your energy.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Amy, I think you're one of the most courageous people in the legislature. You know, to go out on a limb, I guess, with that Senate Bill 200, with the health care bill that we did in 2012, that was very courageous, and you took a lot of heat for it, I know. And but you're also courageous just in the committees that we've both been on Health Committee for several years, and your ability to cut to the chase. And if you think it's the right thing to do, you're going to vote for it, or you're going to make it work. You're going to suggest amendments. You're going to work to try to make it work instead of trying to not make it work. And I really admire that. I think it takes a lot of guts to have the ability to see the broader picture than just sometimes the partisan stuff that we deal with. So I really admire you for that, and I'm really going to miss that. I think you've been a tremendous asset on the Health Committee. A lot of people look to you for guidance, not just on your side of the aisle, but my side of the aisle, and follow your lead. And you are able to come down here and articulate those positions very passionately, but very intelligently as well. And I think it's really a skill that we're going to miss. Not many people have it. Plus, you know, you can sing, you can dance, you can dress beautifully, and all of those things, multi-talented. And I thought your song, I Did It My Way, was just perfect. I was thinking about that this morning and thinking, you know, that really fit very well. So you're You're gonna, Sherry helped as well, but I mean, the delivery was incredible. But yeah, and I know how proud you are of your son. I've enjoyed talking to you about your family. And when we've had the women's caucuses, you always come to those, you know, which is great, because we don't always get everyone there. And I've really appreciated that over the years. And I'm really sorry to see you go. We're gonna miss you.
Representative Everett.
I'll miss you a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amy, it's been an absolute pleasure serving with you. There's one bill that you ran, which has been brought up a number of times, which made you a lightning rod, especially amongst Republicans and Tea Party people. And I get asked about, you know, what's it like serving with Amy Stevens? And I said, there's absolutely no one I'd rather have in the trenches with me when something is on the line. Because you will dig your heels in and fight passionately. And when you make a commitment to someone, then you will stick by that commitment, hell or high water. And I appreciate that and respect that so much. And it's going to be a huge loss not having you down here next year.
Representative Rosenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Stevens, it's definitely going to be difficult to serve next year without you. You're a fabulous person. You have fabulous outfits, and I love to see every day, what does she have on? And you're always just, you're impeccable. I mean, absolutely impeccable. And I love that about you. And I also loved the project that we worked on together on the Sister Cities. You were great to work with, and thank you for being a co-sponsor on that. And I think that also goes to show how little, I guess, how much we all know about each other. I had no idea you lived in Hong Kong and spoke Chinese. And I think that's sort of a message to all of us to continue to get to know each other. That there's always, you know, we see sort of each other around here, but we don't really get to know each other to a great extent. And I think, you know, learning that about you, sort of your international experience, and that there's a lot more to Amy Stevens than meets the eye. Exactly, and beautiful outfits.
Thank you.
Thank you. Xie xie.
And Representative Rosenthal, you could learn a few things from Representative Stevens. Representative Landgraf, you're not as bad as Jared Polis, though.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I often think that one of the best things that happened to me when I came down here is that after 10 years of knowing Rep. Stevens, I actually got to know her. You're a tough person to get to know. You're very private. I had no idea you had a son, and you have a beautiful, extremely accomplished son. I had things that I wanted to say. They're kind of gone out of my head, except to say, I don't think there is another woman who is as accomplished, beautiful. I'll miss your beauty tips, not that they did any good. Your hair tips, not that they did any good. But I enjoyed listening and obviously filing them away somewhere. It's just been a pleasure, and forever.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Stevens, you know, I was thinking about when we met, when I got elected as a freshman. And I said, well, who is this? Because, you know, I went out to the lobby and said, oh, that's Representative Stevens. And I said, oh, she thinks she can dress. And so we laughed and we talked, and they said, well, you know, Representative Stevens, she's the princess. I said, well, tell her the queen has arrived. And that's kind of how our relationship started off. So we learned. It's not that kind of queen. It ain't that kind of party, Mr. Speaker.
I did not even.
It's not that kind of party, Mr. Speaker. So Amy and I kind of learned how to operate in the princess and the queen space. And yes, we both know a Tahari and a Michael Kors when we see it. We don't need to see the labels. But, you know, Amy taught me so much about being in this well. And I'll never forget that. Your passion for women your passion for policy, and your passion for people, I'll never forget. And I'll never forget the stories about what we've shared about our sons. You know, when Amy got ready to move her son to college, she was really stressing out, and we were out in the parking lot. And I said, okay, Amy, this is how we're going to do it. Don't stress out. Just buy all the TVs and the stereos when you get there. And we talked about how we do that. And so I will miss you. I hope we can go on some shopping trips when you have some free time, and you will be greatly missed. So thank you for your friendship and your leadership.
Thank you, Angie. Representative Coram.
Thank you. Very sweet of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's been an honor to know Representative Stevens for so long, and to be a part of that special caucus also is very dear to me. But I got to tell you, folks, I don't know if I should break this to you or not, but she's leading a double life. My wife picked up a magazine one day of supposedly a lady in Indiana who runs a tea shop. A spitting image. Fact is, I showed the picture to her son Nick, and he said, "Who's the guy with mom?" You know, I don't know, but if she's leading a double life there or not, but I think she's led a triple life in the legislature. She has done an outstanding job. She has been a legislator who stands for what she believes, and she believes in what she stands for. And I think she's just an outstanding lady, and this is not the end of our friendship. The friendship and the caucus will carry on.
Thank you.
Mr. Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I heard Representative Court first give Representative Stevens accolades for running the revenge porn bill. And it reminded me of my experience as a co-prime sponsor with that same bill. Representative Court failed to mention that, and I think that's the right thing, because in that process, and just to give some context, I had never been a sponsor with Representative Stevens on any bill, and so when she came to me and said, I really am passionate about this issue, but I think we, you know, need to work on it, I need a lawyer, and there's some technical issues, and I said, sure, you know, this is something I believe in, and I'll help out. Well, that was about the end of my part in the bill, in a good way, because she is so passionate, and as everyone's spoken about Representative Stevens, she just really dives right in, and there is no stone left unturned when she is in fighting for a cause, and in this case, it was a cause near and dear to my heart too. So we worked it out. We had meetings. I would call her and say, you know, how's these witnesses looking? And she said, I already got him taken care of. I got this attorney who's coming. I got victims who are coming. I got a news clip. We're ready to go. You just show up and I'll take over. And I said, okay, that sounds great. So, you know, the committee hearing is going, and you know, it is a very technical bill, and there were a lot of questions. And at the same time, I had another bill coming up, so I had to step out, and you know, the committee hearing is going on, and she says, where'd you go? And I said, well, you know, I've got to work out these other issues on this bill. And she goes, stay on the ship. Stay on the ship. And I said, I'm on the ship. I'm just taking a little break. But when I got back to the hearing, due in no small part to Representative Stevens, she had called the right witnesses in. They answered the committee's questions, and the bill was right back on track, and everything was great. And that's when I realized that it wasn't about being on the ship or being off the ship. It was about making a guest appearance on the Amy Stevens Show. And I thought that wasn't my first time that I was a guest on the Amy Stevens Show, and that really we're all guests on the Amy Stevens Show. It's a daily show, and we all just happen to make guest appearances on that show from time to time. If you're lucky. If you're lucky enough to make a guest appearance on the Amy Stevens Show. So I was lucky enough to make that guest appearance for a very short time. I'm going to miss you, Representative Stevens. You did a very great job of inspiring, and you will continue to inspire. We're going to miss you.
Thank you.
Representative Jro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just dealing with the assistant minority leader. She's not happy. So before I came down here, I knew about Amy because the gentleman that I replaced, Rob Whitwer, it was Rob Whitwer, Amy Stevens, Corey Gardner, and Frank Mcnulty. And it was like this little pack of people. And the person that ran the pack was Amy. And so, well, no, it's true. It really was. And I was reminded of this because I was checking my messages a little bit ago, and I got a call from Corey. He left me a voicemail saying, "Good job. See you later." And it reminded me, I remember the first time I sat down with Amy, and I don't remember who told me the story, but when she was in college, she went on this game show, and she won a full-length mink coat. And she was in college. This is Amy. I mean, and it's The Price is Right. You were on The Price is Right. And her dad wouldn't let her keep the coat because he was worried that she'd get robbed at college. I mean, how many people do you know like this? This stuff never happens to me. If you look at Clarissa's shoes, they match her blouse. Amy's always, and you know why I wear gray? Yeah, right. No. Because I don't have the sense of style. These ladies, it is amazing. And that's what's really fun to be around Amy. Also, when you do Hummers, and former minority leader Mike May was he was sort of he was my mentor on Hummers. So, and who was it the other day? Somebody was it you, Salazar, that said, you make Hummers look like it's almost fun to be in the minority? I think you said that. No, one of you guys said it. It's not true, really, truly. But I'd love to see you be there. So Amy is always my go-to. So I wrote a version of I Did It My Way, and I shipped it off to Amy on Sunday morning. And I got an email back, and I think I sent it to you like at 8:30 in the morning, and I got an email back, and she said, "I'm not even out of bed and I haven't had coffee. How can you be doing this?" And so she started working on it. So what you heard her sing was, I think maybe the first 3 lines were me and the rest was Amy, and it was fabulous. And it's wonderful when you do stuff like that, when you can walk up to her 3 minutes before you need something and say, "Amy, can you do blah, blah, blah?" And she'll do it with style, with grace, with incredible talent. She also, I think, did a pretty good job of controlling Frank. If that's possible. And it's just, and the combination of the two of you together was really incredible. I'm not going to say I'm going to miss you because you better not go away. But you think that she's done? This is just the beginning. You just wait. You just wait. Some night you'll be sitting there watching the news and there will be Amy, or Price is Right, or a commercial. You're going to see her. You really will. We're going to miss you.
Will the committee notify the governor that the House and the Senate are ready to adjourn sine die? Please go and meet your counterparts outside the governor's office and go notify the governor. Representatives Fischer, Representative Labuda, and Representative Wright. Representative Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what else I could add to what everyone has said about Representative Stevens, except that, Amy, I appreciate your being a moderate bipartisan legislator, and it was an honor for me to work with you on the elder abuse bill and our most recent bill on the costs of health care. And I have to confess that this is the first time in my life I actually thought about voting for a Republican if you had won the nomination for U.S. Senator. Nothing against Senator Udall. He's a wonderful man, but it made me think twice. I think you've done a marvelous job, and I wish you well in all of your future endeavors. Thank you.
Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Representative Stevens and I came in together 8 years ago. And I would say this about Representative Stevens. I think of one bill in particular last year that dealt, I believe, with sex education. My gut told me I didn't like the bill, but Representative Stevens could come down here and argue from very specific facts and policies, and she had very detailed arguments about why she felt the bill was a bad bill. And so I greatly respect that. She's actually given me counsel on other similar issues like that. So, Representative Stevens, it's been an honor to serve with you, and best wishes to you.
Thank you.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like to just relate a brief story about Majority Leader Stevens. It's been mentioned before that Senate Bill 200 was rather contentious. During the time that was in the House, there was a tremendous amount of email and phone calls, advocacy going on. And one advocate in particular, who's down in Colorado Springs, was quite upset that Representative Stevens was a sponsor of that bill. And in a conversation with that person, I asked, well, have you actually sat down and talked with Amy about your concerns? Or are you just turning this fire hose of email upon the state email account and trusting that that's going to get the job done? And she said, well, no, I haven't. And I took a moment and I walked down and asked Amy's assistant if she had a minute, and she did. I walked right in and sat down and asked, hey, if you go home this weekend, would you take time to meet with this person? And Amy said, sure. And just like that, they had a conversation. They didn't agree. But it was just an example of how sometimes people assume that we're like Congress and so isolated out in Washington, D.C. and distant from the people we represent. But polar opposites on that bill just came together. Majority Leader Stevens took time to meet with that person. And again, they didn't agree. But it again shows that even with all of the time, all of the responsibility that she had on her shoulders as Majority Leader in running that bill that I was proud to vote against. She's okay with that, I think. But she was also okay to take time to meet with a constituent, talk through the concerns, and agree to disagree. And I think that's a sign of leadership. Representative Stevens, Majority Leader Stevens, it was an honor to serve with you in the majority and to fight with you as a member of the minority, and I will cherish that time always. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Navarro.
Appreciate that.
Well, I just want to say, Representative Stevens, it's been a great honor to have you here. And when I first was asked to run, Amy was the first one in Pueblo and said, what's your plan? Who are you talking to? Let me see your list. We got this, and we got to get it done. And she got me done. Here we are. And I just want to say thank you to her and to Mcnulty at the same time for believing in me when no one else did. And you rock.
See you forever. Yeah.
Just an FYI for anyone who cares what the Senate is doing, the Senate is going to drop their stupid rubber band ball and probably break the Capitol like they always do. If anyone's interested in going, go. Otherwise, I think it's more respectful to stay here and pay attention to the members who are leaving. Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And quickly, Representative Stevens, Madam Majority Leader, and I are classmates as well. I would like to see, Amy, I'd like to see you run successfully again on the Republican ticket. So I want to set the record straight for all these people over here. This is bunk. She is the most conservative member of our caucus, by far, without a doubt. Yeah, don't be saying that stuff. I mean, you know, the statesman, it's scary stuff. Amy has been a principled conservative who, because she has been so reasonable and logical and passionate, has made a case for our views and done so in a way that is so respected. I made a mistake of voting against one of her bills one time, And that led us to have a wonderful adventure on the Health Benefit Exchange Oversight Committee, for which I will always actually and truly be grateful as an experience of doing what we continue to believe is great work and something that is difficult for us to deal with, but something that we believe is important for the health care of Coloradans. So thank you for that opportunity. I mean, it's been fun serving with you.
Representative Sain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In marketing, they taught us that if people either hate or love something, you have a blockbuster. You have a winning product. And Amy reminds me of a certain verse, and she's never, ever going to be spat out for being lukewarm. That's for sure. And I've only used this word one at a time with another representative, and I hope he doesn't mind, but in one word, Amy Stevens is inimitable, which means she can't be copied. So it's been an honor fighting in the trenches with you on the family issues, and it was an honor to serve with you, man.
Representative Priola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's been a pleasure to serve with Representative Stevens for the last 6 years. I'll keep it brief because there's one thing that will stick in my mind out of all the accomplishments she's had and the fights we've had down here and the good times and the laughs. But I was at a speech of hers during her Senate race, and I will always remember what she said. She said, "Leaders run to problems. Politicians keep their hands clean." And I think that summarizes what Amy Stevens has meant to Colorado.
Yes, Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, from the sidelines. Amy, you did a great job here, but that's not what I want to talk about. I want to talk about our friendship. And you were a fan of mine before I ever got here. And you've been a fan of mine ever since I've been here. And I needed a fan because when I first got here, I had no clue what I was doing. And you showed me the ropes, and you showed me how to fight for what I believe in down here. And I appreciate that because sometimes that's hard to do. It's intimidating, and you made it fun. I so will miss our lunches together where we would steal away and just have a great time of conversation and mostly laughter. And I think Representative, Schaefer, one of them said that only Amy has those things and nobody else gets in those circumstances. And I remember one day we were on a trip, we were in Washington, D.C., and you said, "I hear that A Christmas Carol is playing at the Ford Theater, and we should go." And spontaneous, we went to the concierge. He had 2 tickets left, and here we are. Amy Stevens and I at the Ford Theater, sitting in the middle of 15 classes of parochial school kids that kicked our chair the whole time. And we had the best time, and it was just a neat experience, a fun time that I'll never forget that we shared. We weren't sure where we were in our hotel, so we hailed a cab, and he said, "It's 2 blocks, you 2 could walk." And we're like, "No, that's okay, take us." And off we go. And it was just, those were fun times Amy and I had. We had many, many of them. And I will miss them because sometimes it gets tense here and it gets tiring and you just need a break. So I'm going to have to find a new person to take my breaks with. But I will always consider you a friend. I know you have a bright, bright future, and I love you.
Representative McNulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amy, I think it's great that you ran for U.S. Senate so we could have some high-res photos for you here. At least something came out of it, right? There is that. Amy and I came into the legislature together. We sat together. It was Corey and Amy and me. And that's when our friendship started. And it has lasted to this day. It has been a roller coaster, as any friendship is. But it has lasted. It's lasted through the toughest of times. It was emboldened through all of the fun that we had, the good times that we had. For a while, my life was rocky and bumpy, and you were there to make the road straight. And I appreciate that very much. When you come in, we tell you you're going to make friends here that you'll have for life. And as a freshman, I didn't care about making friends. Frankly, all I wanted to do was draw up amendments. But a funny thing happened in that process. I made a really good friend, and it has been my honor to serve with you. We complement each other very well, and I think that's one of the reasons why we've been so successful. And when we were in these offices over here, I could tell how my day would go depending on how quickly Amy got into my office. And the earlier she got there, the rougher my day was going to be. Really, the rougher Bill's day was going to be is really what it amounted to. But it's been awesome, Amy. I appreciate everything that you've done for me. I appreciate your friendship, and whatever you do, you're going to do great. God bless you.
I'll give you a second. Representative Stevens.
Yes, thank you. Well, thank you. And members, it's a bittersweet day, I think, for all of us. 8 years ago, when I got here, well, actually, 22 years ago, before I got pregnant with my son, Nick, I was here at a rally, and I just had this overwhelming feeling that I would be here someday. And that came true. My dream for a child came through after 8 years of struggle. And no one gets here alone. So for the cameras and for home, I want to thank my husband, Ron, and my son, Nick, who sacrificed tremendously so I could be here, and same for you. And when I made the decision that I would work with Frank to work us towards the majority, I went to my husband and I said, what do you think about this? And he said, you got to do it. You got to go. You got to do it. That was a lot of hours, as most of you know, away from your families, at a lot of dinners, at a lot of things. But I will tell you, it's been worth every minute of it. The good, the bad, the roller coaster, it has been worth every bit. I am with Mark Waller and Bob Gardner and others that say, this is probably the best job you'll ever have. You learn, I love to learn, and I learn something new every day for the last 8 years here. It is amazing. To me, this is the most honorable job anyone could have. And my love and respect for this institution, and let me say, institution. We have a lot of people in this society, and even that walk through these halls, that disrespect this institution. And I'm here to tell you that this institution runs because people like Marilyn and our ledge staff, they keep it running because they honor this institution. And I hope that all of us will leave with an honor of this, because you are what make this place run. But your attitude, whether it's your dress, whether it's who we allow on the floor, there are things in place because this is a historic institution, and all of us are a part of destiny, and we're a part of history. And to me, it has been the biggest honor of my life. I just never thought, I never thought that we could take the ride and go. And Frank, I want to thank you for that, because we were fast friends from day one. And I tell you, we would giggle. Oh my gosh, we'd be sitting where Kathleen is. No, yeah. And Morgan Carroll was behind us, and Ann McGeehan. I mean, that was where we were quite a trio, foursome over there. And I tell you, we laughed our heads off so many times. But this is like camp for 120 days, and then all your friends go away, and then you wave goodbye, and then you see each other again come January. These are friends I thoroughly believe you will have forever. Mark Waller, I want to thank you for the years that you put up sitting in between BJ and me, and for the years that you had to work. You know, you worked with us, and I really want to thank Libby for being a part of that. I want to thank you, Carol. I want to thank you, Kevin. You know, Polly, it takes a lot of work and effort, whether you're going for the majority or you're in the majority. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you because it's been an honor to serve with you and to know you, because you almost had me voting for that budget because you explain it so darn well. You are so good at it. You really are. And I'm excited to see what you're going to be doing. But I want to thank you all. I appreciate this time here. It's just been an honor to be with you. And wow, there it is. There it is. They like you. They really like you. Thank you.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Goodness. I'm telling you,
It's that bouncing ball. They get excited by silly things over
by
there.
small things. Certainly not as we progress on here. Former majority, let's see, how about Speaker, Mr. Frank Mcnulty. Was first elected to the Colorado House of Representatives in 2006. Frank spearheaded fundraising and campaign strategy for the caucus during the 2010 election cycle, and Republicans gained control of the House. Frank was elected unanimously by his colleagues to serve as the Speaker of the House for the 68th General Assembly. He has served on the Ag, Transportation and Energy, Ledge Council, Audit, Executive Committee, Health and Environment, Appropriations, and Education Committees. Representative Mcnulty, I have to tell you that I was sitting in the chamber, in that committee room, the day that you were elected the Speaker. And what a joy and what an honor it was to be a part of that historic moment. And I can tell you that from the moment that I entered this caucus, I saw two very distinct sides of you. I saw the side that was the very thundering, intimidating, don't cross the sky side of you, and we saw that from the podium on a daily basis. I'll never forget the day that Marilyn donned hard hats after the gavel had gone flying from you hitting it so hard. I shall never forget that. But I also remember the times that you would come to me and say, "Are you following everything okay? Are you tracking everything okay? If you're confused, if you're, as a freshman when I was coming in, if you need help with anything, please don't hesitate to come. My office door is always open." I will never forget that side of you and how I came to love and respect you. Thank you.
Is there anyone who would like to speak on this? Mr. Speaker, you do not get off that.
I move we adjourn, Senate aye.
Yeah, that's not happening.
I withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Representative Mcnulty. And I'm going to take the first crack, so I'm going to call myself.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and Speaker Mcnulty. I think when we look back at legislative history, there's probably not two people more entwined in our work together in legislative history as you and I have been. And Representative Conti, I think, said it actually really well, and it's something I wanted to bring up is there are two Frank McNultys. There's probably a lot more. Shannon can probably talk a lot more about all the different McNultys, but there is the hard exterior of this bravado and this strong, passionate person who really is one you don't want to fight with. All right, there's a great picture of me standing over here. I think you in almost that exact suit with your arms spread out like you were going to chest bump me. And my mother, when she saw that picture, was like, if I ever meet that man, I am going to. And my mother's a good New York Italian. But I explained to my mom, and I've explained to everyone that that is not who you really are. I mean, it is part of you, but you are actually, when most people know, a very sensitive, compassionate, and caring person. There's only two of us who are in this body, and one of you soon will get the honor of doing this, but only two of us who've had the opportunity to stand at that podium. And it is by far the hardest job. You never please everyone. You're always making decisions that make someone angry at you. And it's really difficult. And I know how difficult it was for you. I have a 9-seat majority. You had a 1-seat majority. I had some cushion to lose some members. You had none. And that is really tough. And you had to deal with President Schaefer, which not going to even go there. No comment. But I want to tell, because our story gets entwined around civil unions. But I want to tell a little about a different perspective on that. Because the night that we ended up at this well, and this is the second to last night of session, when we ended up civil unions dying, there was a lot of things going on, a lot of yelling, banging of gavels, and words being tossed at each other, and it was pretty tense. But what people didn't see, and I think is important, because I think it's important that you understand who Frank is and how great of a man he actually is. Especially because there's a lot of people on my side who were really upset with him, including my husband. And I always told people, Frank cared a lot. He cared a lot about what was going on. He was in his position as the speaker, doing what he thought was the right thing to do. And every meeting we had that entire day, not what was televised because we went into Maryland's office or what was at this well, Frank was a gentleman, a compassionate person, someone who cared. He knew it was tough on me, and I knew it was tough on him, but he never, when we were together, just talking, and I remember one time we had to hide. We went around the building trying to find offices to go meet in because the press was following both of us. We ended up going to Majority Leader at that time, John Morse's office, and sitting there and talking about what we were going to do. And I had so much respect for you because, well, we were in a tough tangle in the legislative process. We both saw each other as men. We respected each other. And that's why I respect you so much, because ultimately the thing that's most important to you, the thing that's most important to me is this institution, what we do here, how we do it here. We disagree on things. I was going to joke, and I will. I think as minority member this year, you got more done than you did when you were speaker. I don't know how many late bills I signed for you this year, but you have been a great representative, a great speaker. I'm proud to have had the honor of following you as speaker. For all the things that my side of the aisle wants to put on you, and a lot of people outside this building, you should be proud of all you've done for this state. You have left this state in a better place thanks to your legacy down here in that chair and in this body.
Thank you. Representative Court.
Stop that, Lois.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. When I first came in, the Dems were in the majority. And what I noticed about Frank Mcnulty was his good humor about losing. And I said to him once, I said, Representative Mcnulty, if I ever have to serve in the minority, I hope I can do it with the humor that you do. And then next election cycle, guess what? We were in the minority, and I didn't have at all the same sense of humor that Representative Mcnulty had. I was PO'd about it. And I let it be known. But Representative Mcnulty is who he is, whether in the majority or the minority, by 1 vote or 10 votes or whatever. He has a sense of humor. He is warm. He is compassionate. And I tell you something, we gave Representative Hamner such a headache on education, sitting next to each other and joking all the time, because we had a lot of fun. And I truly, of course, it was always my fault, of course. I will truly miss your sense of humor and your desire to make us all recognize that you can enjoy yourself here even when you're losing. And that is a real attribute that I still haven't learned.
Representative Sonnenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, clearly there's more than 3 or 4 Franks that we were talking about. We're talking about the compassionate one that Speaker Ferrandino was talking about. We were talking earlier about that one, which is about 20 pounds lighter than that one.
20?
Okay, a little more. And then I'll add one. The one where I'd go in his office and he'd go, "What in God's name are you running a stupid bill like that for?" I have admired Frank for so long. I actually met him before we were in the legislature. He was working for DNR, and I testified on a couple of bills when I served on the board of directors of an ag group. And I had met him. I didn't know if he remembered me. It became clear that he did remember me because he supported my opponent in the primary. That close. But ever since then, I have truly been amazed in the brilliance that I see in Frank. And Frank's one of those guys that helps move the pieces and does it behind the scenes, so somebody else gets credit. Frank very seldom takes credit. Frank will say, "You know, this might be a good thing for you to argue here, and here's the point you ought to argue for your district." And then when it came to strategy, I said, "Well, Frank, why would we do that?" And then he'd lay it out, and it reminded me of oh gosh sakes, now I can't think of the name of the movie. I was just thinking before we got up here, the little kid that became the manager, he inherited the baseball team and became the manager, and they asked him the question, well, should you walk him? And he says, "No, you walk him, you take the bat out of the next guy." That's how far Frank would think ahead on these things and make decisions. I have always respected Frank, and I will truly miss him down here. We talk about friends and what happens to those friends. And I was talking earlier, rock star Amy over there will probably end up in D.C. somewhere on, a high-powered lobbyist. Who knows? But she's got great things. Frank will too. I don't know where he'll end up, what he'll do, but I want to make sure that relationship that I've developed with him continues, and wish him the best, and Shannon, and that family they're going to raise if Frank loses a little weight. Wish them the best in whatever Frank decides to do, because I know what he will do. Whatever he does, he will do it well, with class, and I will love Frank forever. Thank you.
Representative Singer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just thought we were running another bill together. So.
Feels like that, doesn't it?
It's about that painful, yes. But no. You know, I was sworn in on a vacancy halfway through the cycle, and Representative Mcnulty was Speaker at the time, and you know, this is after bill deadlines were due, and so I needed to get some bills, and so I needed to go talk to this guy, the Speaker of the House, and you know, I was the social worker from Boulder County, didn't really know much about it, so I call my state senator up, Brandon Schaefer, and go, what do I do? Do I hardball this guy? Is this like West Wing? What are we doing? He goes, Jonathan, Frank is, just think of him like a frat boy. He likes jokes, he likes sports, might be able to talk beer with him. You know, just, you know, sit in there with Paul Weissman, you'll do fine. So I go in there and, you know, introduce myself. He asked me, you know, what I want to be called, John or Jonathan, and you know, we start having this conversation, and I said, well, you know, look, I'm the new guy on the block. What advice do you have? And I always like to share this advice with other people when they're new. I said, you know, new guy on the block, what do you do? He goes, in the first 2 weeks here at the Capitol, people have made their mind up about you. If you want to be the partisan bomb thrower, be the partisan bomb thrower. If you want to be the guy who kind of sits in the back and kind of goes along to get along, go ahead and do that. But whatever you do, realize that the lobbyists will make up their mind about you, that the other members of this body will make up their mind about you, whether you're here for 2 years or whether you're here for 8 years. So I just stood up and said, well, Frank, you can call me Representative Singer, screw you and screw this institute. No. I took that message, I really took that message to heart. And what's really come through in the last few years is really his deep and abiding love for this institution was just immediately came through and has really shown me and taught me the respect for the history of the institution and the camaraderie that's dealt with here in this body. And I don't know if I would have gotten that right away if it wasn't for you, Mr. Speaker. And so I appreciate that, and I appreciate it even more to get to know you and what you really care about, and to see our relationship mature in a way that has, you know, grown some real mutual understanding over the last couple of years. And I'm just sorry it has to end in this fashion today, but I'll see you at the bar.
Representative Cora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Frank Mcnulty has made his mark on this building. No, it's Maker's mark on this building. Let me correct that. But, you know, when you're at my age and your hearing is not as good as it was at one time, I assure you Frank Mcnulty is your best friend because you can hear him. And that last word of the sentence, the emphasis on that, it's like dynamite going off. But you know, this guy is truly a friend of mine. I got acquainted with Frank a little bit before I ran. Came over and announced that I was replacing Tipton, and everybody cheered. So that was good. But he's a man that we talked about the majority, that one vote majority. And I got to tell you that redneck cowboy from western Colorado, I never felt pressured at any time from this man. He always said, vote your district. And I appreciate that so much. And, you know, I truly believe that Frank and Shannon and the babies will be a part of my life. Victoria's not the last one. Don't just stand there. He's going to lose a little weight. He's going to pull out the Speedo, and I want to tell you it's going to happen. And a little Maker's mark.
Put that one right here.
Okay, we're adjourned.
But
I think we're done.
You know, truly a great friend, and it has been an honor to know him. And yeah, we will move on with many years in the future. Thank you, my friend.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I just want to share a different side of what I had the opportunity to experience you as being a committee member. We serve on the Education Committee together, and we also serve on local government. And I wasn't quite sure how you were going to transition from being Speaker to being a committee member. And I can tell you I have been pleasantly surprised. And the reason I've been surprised is because of the art that you have for diplomacy. And when we had young people coming into committee and education, you were always very friendly and kind and respectful for all the witnesses that were there. And then you voted in support of so many of the bills that I wasn't quite sure where you stood. But I can tell that you did stand on the side of kids over and over again. You supported great policy as it related to the Education Committee. And then in local government, no, health. In health, we serve on health together. I tell you, the move that you played when, I think it was Janal's bill, when we were looking at the health impact study. It was such a brilliant move. I've never seen anyone do that before, because he kind of put me into play that day, because it was going to be a study to address certain counties. And then he said, I think Arapahoe County should be a part of this study. So of course, knowing my constituents, knowing Arapahoe County, knowing how there is a passionate issue about that, of course I could not say no, not to include them. I learned something that moment. That was an excellent move. And you just didn't do it once. You're really, really good at looking at a bill and making modifications to get it more in line with what you think would make it a better bill. So I just want you to know how much I appreciate that. Thank you.
Representative Holbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I have to speak from the perspective of the Douglas County family, Douglas County Republicans. Frank and I were district captains together 10+ years ago. We weren't always on the same side of any race. I remember in 2004 down at the pavilion by the Pepsi Center, we had our state assembly down there, and I think that was Schaefer Coors. And my team, we were driving around the parking lot and climbing up on Ted Harvey's CRV and taping paper Schaefer signs to the chain link fence. And we had there's about a half-mile long chain link fence there. And Schaefer had one side and Coors had the other. Frank and his team, I think Tim Pollard was there, maybe Josh Penry and Jack Stansberry and others. They had golf carts and 4x8 signs and zip ties. And they went down their side and they got it done in about 15 minutes and it was all done. We were there until dawn, and my job was to drive around town to every convenience store in Denver and buy any packing tape they had to tape our silly little paper signs to the fence. The DCR family has watched. I've certainly watched Frank come through this assembly. We knew that Frank years ago wanted to be a dad. And we would go to our Saturday morning meetings once a month, and my sons grew up. And Frank went through a divorce. And he was here. And he worked really, really hard during those challenging years. One of the issues that was important to me when I was on that side of the glass is that for a while, Colorado, during the first part of the foreclosure boom, we were counting foreclosures twice. And that, of course, skewed our data way off the charts. And Frank finally ran a bill for the Division of Housing to just count them correctly, just count them once. What we were doing is we were counting first mortgages and second mortgages and home equity lines of credit all as individual foreclosures. So our numbers went 2 or 3 times higher than they really should have been. So we finally got a bill introduced, and Frank took it, I think, to local government, and with his personality and folks like Representative Court just loved Frank, he put that through the committee, no problem at all. And I just was so proud of him that day because he had spent so much time in building relationships here in this building at a time in his life when relationships had fallen apart. And then we had the opportunity to win a majority in the year that I ran, and I got to be with Speaker Mcnulty, my former colleague and district captain and my friend from Douglas County. Had been through so many challenges, and get to see him in that leadership role. And then he met Shannon. And now they have a kid. And that picture right there from their wedding out in Douglas County on that beautiful evening, that wasn't just a special time for a friend, that was a healing moment, not only for Frank and his new family, but for the Douglas County Republican family. And then to see the majority switch again. and the grace with which Frank handled that transition and stepping out of the way and becoming a committee member again. He earned a lot more respect out in Douglas County. We certainly liked being in the majority more than the minority. But the respect for Frank Mcnulty on our home turf out in Douglas County has just gone up and up and up since the moment he put his hat in his ring to run for House District 43. And Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speakers, it's been an honor and privilege to serve with you both. And Frank, thank you for everything you've done for Douglas County.
Representative Peniston.
Be nice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you about the Frank that I know. This is a Representative McNulty that never met a Peniston bill he could vote for. And I would stand over here or sit, depending on how long the debate was going on, with one of my bills, and he'd be up here and he'd look at you from the side over here, and he'd ream your bill up and down and around and chew you up and spit you out and always find the right button to push. And I'd just try to stand over here and just kind of look at him and not let him know he was getting to me. And then you'd kind of, it'd all be over with, and you'd go around the corner and you'd somehow bump into each other, and, you knew you were mad as heck at him, but his whole personality and his whole humor and his whole just friendly demeanor, you run into him and say, well, Sherilyn, how the heck are you? And what's going on? And you having a good day? And you just go, you just can't be mad at that, right? You just can't. And then with this last executive session Board of Education bill that we just went through, I finally kind of figured it out. He said, Sherilyn, it's all about love and mischief. Thank you, Frank.
Representative Waller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Knoxville win it? No, I think they lost. We've talked about all the different Franks out there. We talked about Frank the dad, Frank the husband, Frank the guy who engages in mischief, Frank the diplomat. I'm still not sure about that one. I haven't quite figured that out yet, where that's coming from. But I want to talk just a minute about Frank the leader. When we took over the majority back in 2010, unequivocally, Frank Mcnulty became the leader of our caucus, and not only the leader of our caucus, but the leader of our party. And I'll tell you, as a military guy, the way you measure leadership or measure leadership qualities in a person, you say, I'd follow that person into battle. Well, Mr. Speaker, anytime. I'd follow you into battle. In fact, we've done that several times together, and it was my pleasure every time we did it together, and I'd absolutely do it again. Now, I can remember one particular circumstance, though, where I'd preferred you be here to lead the battle instead of hopping on a plane to go to California when we get the call that one of our members had gotten into a little bit of trouble, to which his response was, I'm getting on a plane, deal with it yourself. Maybe perhaps not the best leadership. No, we got through it. But I'll tell you, the one takeaway, and the one thing I'll always remember about Frank Mcnulty is, as the tides are coming up and the storm's coming and the waves are crashing, calm and steady every single time. If we were in trouble, having problems, having issues, you go to Frank. And Frank knows what to do, and Frank knows how to calm the storm. And I'll tell you, becoming the leader last year, I was a little bit apprehensive, like Representative Fields was, about, how is it going to be having a former speaker in the caucus? And I agree with everything else that's been said here, and that is, you handled it with perfect grace. Sometimes leadership is about knowing when to step aside and let other people have a chance. And I think that's something you recognize and understand and epitomize in a leader. And I got to tell you, I appreciate
all you've taught me, all I've learned from you, and I'd follow you into battle anytime.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel a little out of place with all these experienced legislators down here and being in the freshman class, but I wanted to give you a little different perspective, Frank, from a freshman. And Representative Stevens talked about she had this feeling 20 years ago that she'd be here in the Capitol. I never had that feeling, ever. And so when we decided that we'd get into the race, and Representative Massey said, you ought to try that, Jim. Well, he invited us to the Capitol to come meet Frank in Frank's nicer office. And someone that didn't have any aspirations to be a politician, Christy and I go into his office, and Frank is Frank, and you're thinking, this is the Speaker of the House, and you know how subtle he is. And I mean, it's just like you're facing a D9 cat coming at you in road gear. And he looks at us, shakes hand, hi, Jim Wilson. He looks me in the eye and he says, tell me about yourself. I'm thinking, oh, golly. So I looked him in the eye and I said, I'm a God-fearing, Bible-believing, gun-toting, redneck Republican who can think. Frank never batted an eye. He said, that'll do. And folks, that's a real lesson in this chamber. Because what he was saying is what all you experienced people that have seen him in so many other different roles that I haven't seen him in are saying. What you see is what you get. He hasn't changed. He didn't change. And I thought a lot about that. Right after, I know that may have been Amy that took us to some meeting room here in the Capitol. It was filled. Maybe some of you all were in there. I don't know, because Christy and I talked about that. That's just a blur. Because here's all the powerhouses in the Capitol, and they're all in there, and we step in. They say, hi, and I say, oh, golly. But I thought about it, and I've watched that the 2 years I've known you, Frank. And that's what it's all about. That'll do. And folks, that's the lesson that he should leave, and the legacy he should leave with all of us, with the exception of the legacy of having the other loud laugh in the chamber that will echo long after you two are gone. But that lesson is be yourself. Be yourself. Don't change. Don't alter. What you see is what you get. And that's what I respect so much about Frank, is that from that day in your office, Frank, to today, what you see is what you get. Thank you.
Representative Jro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the first time I really knew about Frank, Frank graduated from Mullen High School. You did graduate, right?
That's what my resume says.
And yeah, the brothers don't lie. Anyway, so his youngest sister, this is going to tell you how old I am. His youngest sister went to school with my son. And Rob Whitwer, I was talking about Rob earlier. Rob went to Mullen too. In fact, my husband was Rob Whitwer's high school Sunday school teacher. So it's sort of an incestuous kind of thing that goes on. But so I had known about Frank, and I'd heard people talk about Frank, and of course Rob Whitwer talked about Frank. So everything keeps swirling around, and I find out I'm serving with Frank, and then as I told you before, Frank was my mentor, so I was his receptionist. And then after that, we go into the majority, and I think it was Mike May that suggested that you put me on JBC, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know what happened. All I know is that I ended up on JBC. And, you know, a lot of people would look at Frank being kind of boisterous and loud, and that he could be perceived as your classic knuckle dragger. But what he did is he made history here, and I've talked about it before, by putting me on JBC. We broke a glass ceiling. We beat you guys. We beat you. We broke the glass ceiling by putting a woman on the Joint Budget Committee from the House. It had never happened in the history of the state. So that's what happens with him. Elsie Lacey was in the Senate, you guys. It was not Elsie Lacey. She was in the Senate when she was on the JBC. I checked. So that's the way Frank is. Frank's kind of quiet about what he's doing when he's going forward with his purpose. He's here, he may be leaving this chamber, but he's still here. All you have to do is turn around and look at the back of your chair. Turn around, look at the back of your chair right now. And what you'll see is a house seal. And that house seal is there because of Frank. Those chairs are there because of Frank. We're going to be doing a restoration of this chamber and the Senate because of Frank. So he may be gone tomorrow, but he will be here forever because he's not only has he broken glass ceilings here, but he's restored the state of Colorado to the glory that it really has wanted to be at, and it hasn't been since the 30s. I think that's when they put the cork up. So, you know, he laughs loudly, and he doesn't sound like a dolphin like I do, but he really, it's like an onion. You peel it back, and there's really something very serious there. And thank you, sir. It's a pleasure.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add one little piece to what Representative Waller said about the leadership piece. And when we were a leadership team, very often we would go into Frank's office and he'd say, here it is, here's what we're going to do, this is the problem, and you know this, and it was always something that we're going, yeah, that's exactly right, he's right on target. But many other times, I mean, most of the time we would go in and he'd say, you know, this is what's been happening, here's the issues, and he'd go around the table and he'd hear from each one of us. And I really respected that about Frank because it's not what I expected, because he has this gruff image, but he really did have a lot of respect for the people that served with him, and thanks for that. But what I really wanted to talk about was how amazed that I have been at his service the last 2 years. And I only reflect on George Washington that, you know, gave up his presidency and went home and respected the process. So many of us fully expected when we lost the majority that Frank was out of here, and probably Amy was out of here. Not only has he been here, but he has carried some really important legislation. He's come to committee. I mean, he has been a full participant. And the way I read that is he really does respect the institution. He respects the people that he serves. And I guess of all of his legacy, that has been one of the most interesting and phenomenal gifts that you've given all of us. So thank you for your humility, believe it or not, Frank.
I don't. Representative Gardner.
Thank you. And just quickly, Frank, I echo all of the things that people have said, but I'll just tell a quick Frank story. You know, when you're 33, 32 instead of 37, 28, you have a few more meetings with your caucus. And those meetings are public meetings. You just don't have to announce them under law. And some of them are had over in the Speaker's office. And one particular day we were having a meeting over there, and a curious reporter, where is she, Lynn, decided she would come to the public meeting. And Frank, I admire you for many, many things. This is one I really admire. So we're having this tough conversation, and this reporter walked into his office, as was her right, and in mid-sentence, Frank said, and that's why the Rockies are going to have a great season this year. Hi. Love it.
Madam Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I like to make nicknames for people. And my favorite nickname for Frank was Mr. Loudspeaker. And he wore it well. You always knew Frank was in the room when he showed up. And that's a neat thing about him. He shows up, And when he does, he's fully there. This year, he could have took it easy. But he's like running bills on the last 2 days of the session. And he could have easily just taken it easy. He had his stand as speaker. It was a lot of work. But you know, the kind of man he is he's fully engaged where he's at. And that's what you need to be here in the state legislature. Frank, I appreciate all the times you helped me with my bills. I could always count on Frank to come and help me argue for what was right. And I really appreciate that. He made me laugh a bunch of times, and I can appreciate that too, because I love to laugh. One of the stories I remember was the day after the election when I got elected to House District 27. We were that night celebrating, I don't know, we were at some hotel somewhere, and we were celebrating, and we were out late, and my phone rings at the crack of dawn. And I didn't know at the time, but it was Mr. Loudspeaker. And he said, can you be down here at like 20 minutes from then for a press conference? And I said, well, I'll try. I'll get there as soon as I can. But really? And he's, yes, get down here. So I got ready, got in my car, and a few of the to-be leadership team was there, and me. And I thought all of the newly electeds were going to be there. And he proceeds to rattle off, okay, at this press conference, you're going to say this, you're going to say this, you're going to say this, and you're going to say that. And I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready for a press conference. He said, you'll be fine. And so we went in there, and that was the first opportunity we had to see Frank's leadership skills. And he led us well as the majority. He helped me get a bill across that was dear to my district. And I appreciated that. It was very interesting. It took a couple months. But it was very interesting to see how all of a sudden people just came around. And I wasn't sure how, but I enjoyed it. And Mr. Speaker, thank you for always being on my side and for helping me. I appreciate it. I'm sure our friendship will be long into the future, and I will cherish it. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Speaker. For those of you that don't know, when I first came in, Representative Mcnulty was my mentor. So when we talk about the different faces of Mcnulty, let me tell you about one that I know. No, I'm just kidding. No, I won't go to that. We'll explore that here in about, hopefully not too long when we go out to the bar. But no, you know, if you don't know my story, I came in here, I'd never been involved in politics before when I got in here. The first time I'd ever even been in the Capitol is when I got sworn in. I'm the guy that didn't even own a suit and had to buy one to come in and get sworn in. And so I come in here and then I get assigned Representative Mcnulty as my mentor. And just as Libby talked about, Frank was the guy for the next several years that was definitely out there pushing me and challenging me to say, you know, I think he should do that. Guess what? You know, Channel 4 wants to do an interview, and you're the guy, and you're going to go out there and do this, and good luck with that. And I'm the guy that's scared to death, hoping I'm not passing out when I'm in front of the camera and everything else that's out there. But it's, you know, Representative McNulty has definitely taught me so much over the last several years. And he has definitely been a huge mentor, and I would not be anywhere close to where I'm at today if I would have not worked closely with him and studied that. So thank you again for all you've taught me.
Representative Stevens.
I have way too many stories, but
So little time.
yeah, and so little time and all this, yes. In our friendship, and particularly when we were in the minority and then the majority, I think we've been work married and divorced and work married a few times, actually, Frank. And in the majority, one door would slam. I don't know. I'd be walking across Frank going, "No, we're not we're not done with that. We are not done with that. We come back. And we've had some very spirited discussions in our relationship. When we first were here in the first year we got elected, Jack Palmer was on the Joint Budget Committee, right? And Jack's from Boulder, and I think considerably more liberal than myself or Rep. Mcnulty, and he just a tad, and he would just go off on something. And we'd be sitting here, and we'd do this, like, you know how you could hide under your desk and say, I can't take one more minute. I cannot. This guy is a blankety-binkety-binkety-buckety-beep-up, and oh my God. And for a while here, it was kind of getting a little frequent. And finally we said, well, okay, we've just got to get. Frank's like, well, the only way to do that's to get the majority. And that day, Frank, Corey, and I pinky swore, like under the desk, that we were just going to do whatever because I just couldn't take one more second of being lectured to. And so thus began the Odyssey. One of my favorite things about Frank, and I told the speaker, I don't know why this occurs to me, but this is a classic Frank, and those of you who've watched him over the years have seen this. Do you remember when our Congress people come and they go meet at the Supreme Court? And this one particular year, I was standing in the back listening, and I think it was about space jobs. And Frank had that look. I said, what are you up to? And he just smiled, and he goes, watch this. And he walks down the aisle, the center aisle, to the microphone, because, of course, we could ask questions. And I'm like this, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God, oh, my God. I could just see where this is all going. Next thing I know, I hear this question, and I swear to you, Ed Perlmutter had steam coming out of his ears and just went off. And I mean, and I knew. And Frank was just standing there like this, because he got the desired, he got the exact intent he wanted. And then he turned around. I will never forget this. And there was this smile on his face, walking back the whole way. And myself, and I don't know who was next to me, we're just standing with our heads like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. But you know what? That's Frank. I said, Frank, for the next class that comes in, are you going to teach bomb throwing 101? What are you going to do? And he said, well, you know, if I'm needed, yes. But I will tell you this. He is one, and we've heard it throughout the evening, smartest, competent, understands something right away, knows what to do. I tell you, I've never met someone so quick on their feet, and really, it has been an amazing journey. It's been an amazing ride. I've seen the compassionate and fiery side of Frank. I have seen the very softer side. I've seen the mischievous side. But more than that, I can remember the day that I heard Frank kind of, sort of, maybe liked someone. And I heard it was a woman that she was in the sunshine. And so I remember walking, and there was Shannon sitting kind of by the basement where you can go into the Capitol. And I took one look at her, and I said, that's the one. I walked right into the office, and I said, that's the one. It looks just, and I think you hadn't even, I don't even know if you even had gone out yet. And I said, no, she's the one. She just looks exactly like what Frank, someone I could see with. And I think 2 or 3 years later, there they are married with little Victoria. And it has been such a pleasure, Shannon, to just be part of your family. When I ran for the U.S. Senate, Frank took an extra committee for me, much to Beth McCann's utter horror. And I apologize for that, Beth, and I thank you, Frank, because it really did save me in very many ways. So, Frank, there's only one Frank Mcnulty, and I have had the privilege, true privilege, of being your friend and also working with you for these 8 years.
Speaker Mcnulty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was kind of cool. I thought we were going to make it to the 70th General Assembly. We're getting close. Maybe with you we'll pass that midnight hour. I know this has been a long night, and it's been wonderful for me to go down memory lane with each one of you. Jared, it's sort of like memory court, but, you know, whatever. You and I will get to know each other more in the years to come. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You get to do things here that you don't get to do as a professional anywhere else. You get to make a difference here in ways that you cannot in any other profession. You run for Congress, you don't make the difference that you make here. You're elected to the U.S. Senate, you don't make the difference that you make here. You run for the state Senate, you don't make a difference. That's just how it works. When I think about it, it literally seems like yesterday that I was filing my paperwork to run, 33 years old, going to change the world, come down here, rock this whole deal off, explode onto the scene, whatever, blah, 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 run into Penry, Needler, Whitwer, Gardner, Stevens, all the rest. And you sort of realize that it's bigger than that. And you quickly realize that it's bigger than that. And then I think about how much has happened in my own life in those 8 years, and it seems like forever. Filing my papers, running seems like yesterday, and I think about everything else that's happened. And I couldn't be more blessed to have had that 8-year stint. And if the legislature gave me anything, it was my wife, Shannon. Babe, I love you. You mean the world to me. You and our little baby girl, Victoria, who was here earlier. It's been an awesome ride. You and I haven't known anything but the legislature, so this is going to be sort of an interesting experience for both of us.
Good luck, Shannon.
Yeah. Like, so you're talking about taking that boys' trip, weren't you? The staff here is absolutely remarkable. Amy, it's much harder being Madam Majority Leader, it's much harder being Majority Leader because Marilyn's at your back. When Marilyn's in front of you like this, the whole operation runs much more smoothly because she's telling you what to do. So people think you've got your stuff down when all you're really doing is parroting what Marilyn just told you to say.
Very true.
Good Pat and evil Pat, Ron, Mr. Kohler. Brett was the reader when I first got here. All awesome people, the assignables, all working hard to make this operation run. And it's not the Speaker of the House that makes this place work. It's not the Majority Leader that makes this place work. It's Marilyn and her staff. It's Dan Carton and his staff down at Legislative Legal Services. It's Mike Maurer and his staff down at Ledge Council. It's John Ziegler and his JBC staff. Those are the folks who make this place run. There's the guys like Andre and Mark and David and Victor who come in and make sure that this place looks great every morning that we come in, who are out there shining the brass as we're in here talking brass. Now, those are all of the folks that make this place work, and we're so blessed to benefit from everything that they do. Our highly paid aides and interns. Right, I know. JD, you have a real job. You can't laugh. Bill and Julie, thank you both. You've been remarkable friends, remarkable assets to this operation, and I've just been so fortunate to have had the opportunity to work with you, and you have a wonderful staff with you now with Joel and Gabby, and you'll get this thing. You've got this thing pointed in the right direction. And I'll say this. There are rules to the House that are written and unwritten. There are traditions of the House that are unwritten. Follow them. They make this place work. Each one of us comes and goes. With term limits, we're here for 8 years and we're off. Some of the unfortunate ones take 8 years in the Senate, but the most you're going to be here is 16 years. This place lasts beyond us. And so as important as our own issue is, our own bill, our own policy, our own politics, this place is more important than that. And remember that. Respect this place. Respect its rules, respect its traditions, and perhaps most importantly, respect each other. It's been said over and over again, get to know each other. Get to know each other. Don't just say, oh, well, we get to know each other. Do it. Hey, Spencer, great idea. Take a freshman Democrat to lunch and make him pay for it. I think that's awesome. Everyone should do that. Take me to lunch, Spencer. You can pay for that, too. It has been my honor and privilege to represent Highlands Ranch, the hardworking families and small businesses of Highlands
I'd
Ranch.
get in that one last time.
It's been awesome. I'll leave you with this. I've been blessed to serve with all of you and the colleagues who have sat in those seats during my time before you. It's been an awesome experience. The work that we do here is very serious, but you don't always have to be. God bless you. Enjoy your time. Enjoy your evening. Get to the party. Let's go, Mr. Speaker.
So we're done with tributes?
Not quite.
Representative Court.
All right, now, where's the gold-plated Kleenex box? There's one person left who's leaving us. He has served us as our speaker, the first openly gay man to serve us as speaker, one of the youngest people to have served as our speaker. He is, I am proud to say, a fellow Denver Democrat. I've known Speaker Ferrandino since he first came to Colorado and was an activist in the party. I've watched him rise through the ranks, through the JBC, and to become our speaker. I can't be prouder to say that he is one of my dear friends in this body. And of course, that has a lot to do with the fact that he's got Lila now. But he is, he is one of the people here whom I admire the most for a whole variety of reasons. But the biggest reason I admire him so much is he absolutely is fair. He makes certain, I mean, I've been shocked a few times when something's been going on and I've come down here, stumped down here, and I've said, blah, 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 blah. And he said, no, it's okay. It's okay, that's the way it's supposed to be. And he is so even and so fair. I admire you so very, very much.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. As I think about my experiences with Speaker Ferrandino, I can tell you that I absolutely concur with my fellow caucus chair. I have been overwhelmed when I have taken certain bills into his office, and he has surprised me with his full support. And he said, I agree with you. Shock to my life, okay. And amazing when we found concurrence. And then there were times when we didn't concur. And he would say, where are you on this? And I would say, I don't think I can go there. And he said, that's okay, I understand. And he was so gracious with either his acceptance or his concurrence. And in one way or the other, it was fine. And I always felt accepted for who I was and respected for that. And I've always tried to return that same grace and same favor. It has been my sincere joy and honor. I have been pleasantly surprised as I have seen him lead with grace and with class in the last 2 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Salazar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And when I first got here, I was elected by my caucus members to be the co-chair of the Latino Legislative Caucus, and it was the first time in about 30 years that we had a Latino caucus in the state capitol. And certainly we had the largest number of Latinos and Latinas ever in the history of Colorado come into the legislature in 2012. And I knew that was going to be a shock for many people here, both on this side of the aisle and as well as our side of the aisle. And we were going to run legislation that our community wanted us to run. And that was going to be a shock too. And so there were times when sitting down with the speaker, in fact, there was this one time, he and I got into a big fight right over here. And I was walking away from him, he said, Salazar, get over here. And I yelled out, no! And I had him chase me out of here. And he followed me out to the lobby, and I had him chase me all the way around the stairs, and he finally caught up to me, and he grabbed me, and he says, "Come on, let's go talk about this." And we went to his office, and that one conversation was really important for the both of us, because I said to him, I said, you are the leader of a chamber that is experiencing a historical change. There's a shift happening in Colorado, and you are the leader of this historical change. And what happens right now makes a difference. I said, listen to us. And he did. This speaker has been not only fair, but he's been wise. He's been kind-hearted. And he's given you a kick in the pants when you needed it. In fact, just last week he gave me one. I was walking past his office, and there were some Republican members standing outside, and he says, "Salazar, get your Aspen in here." I was like, what now? What did I do now? I was just walking on by. And I walked into his office, right? And he said, I was like, what? What did I do now? Tell me you didn't do this. No, I didn't do that. Oh, okay. There have been probably, at least on a weekly basis, occasions where he says to get my Aspen in his office. See, I'm not cussing, but I'm coming close. And but that was the kind of leader I was hoping that we would get, someone who would listen, because the world isn't in here, and he knows that. He knows that the world is out there. He knows that everything that we do in here affects the people out there, because it affected his community too. And because he understood that and he respected that, he was willing to sit down and he was willing to listen. And that's one of the best leaders that we could ever expect to lead this body. And I really appreciate that. I love you, man. And it's going to be hard to not have you here. It won't be hard not to get chewed out by you on a weekly basis. But I'll just give you a call when I need a chewing every now and then.
Representative Waller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. You know, we've heard that Mr. Speaker's been a fair guy. I think that's true. From my perspective, he has been, for the most part, a very benevolent dictator, that's for sure. And I've appreciaed that. Democracy does not rule in the State House of Representatives, believe it or not. No, you know, the thing that I've been struck most about my friend Mark is this. He is one of the most patient and caring people I know. And believe me, we tried to test his patience over the last 2 years. That's for sure. And I'll tell you, unflappable. I mean, for all the times we tried and gave it our best and tried to cause as much grief for you as we could, completely unflappable. And I got to tell you, I respect that as a professional, and I respect that as a legislator more than anything. I respect that you have always been who you are. Never been unapologetic about it. Always tell us where you're coming from and what you're going to do and how you're going to go at us and how you're going to be a worthy and adversarial opponent, and I respect that. I think you're a political person, and I got to tell you, I respect that too. I respect that tremendously. But what I respect and appreciate the most is truly our friendship. Again, I said it earlier when I was talking about Claire Levy, but where does, you know, a knuckle-dragging Republican from El Paso County get to be friends with a gay guy from Denver? I mean, it just seems like it doesn't happen, or it doesn't get to happen, and I'm thankful that I get to be your friend. And I'm thankful that I get to, on occasion, you know, see the world through your eyes and through the lenses with which you look at it. And I feel and I hope that because we have been friends, that's helped me grow as a person and helped me grow as a legislator. And I got to tell you, out of all the people I'm going to miss here, I feel like I'm going to miss you the most, Mr. Speaker, to be quite honest with you, because I think you know, our paths aren't going to cross the way my paths are going to cross with my friends on the other side of the aisle. And I'll tell you, that makes me melancholy to be standing in front of you tonight, because I understand and know that realization. You know, we've spent the last 6 years bonding and becoming friends, and being at times adversaries and at other times allies. And that's not going to be able to continue on to the degree that I would like to see it continue in the future. And that truly saddens me. And I'll tell you, while I'd rather this speaker be the speaker, it is the state's loss to see you go. Thank you for all you've done. Thanks for being my friend, and thanks for being the speaker of this institution.
Representative Pedestin. Representative Exum.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. When I decided to run for this office, I got into the race very late, and I had my kickoff in June of 2012, and the Speaker came down to help with that, along with several other people. And from that point, I knew that I was going to be in good hands, and I was real nervous after I won the race about all this pressure about running bills. I didn't know what bills to run. I just wanted to come and learn my job, and always behind the scene, the Speaker was looking out for me and giving me legislation that was wise for my constituents and wise also for the state. So, and then I called him on a promise that he made to my son, one of the best jazz musicians in the country. He had promised him and the young lady to do the national anthem on if we won and he became speaker. He said, I'll promise you the opportunity to do the national anthem. And then when I came to him about that, he says, but I had already promised another group. I said, no, you promised my son back in June. And he kept to that promise. And but the last thing I wanted to share is that I will certainly miss his leadership and his working behind the scenes on my behalf, and making me feel comfortable in doing a lot of things that I didn't think I was capable of doing. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you for your service, and thank you for your compassion for this job.
Representative Mcnulty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is interesting having two speakers of the House in the chamber at the same time, and I wasn't quite sure how any of this would work. I mean, I knew that I had made a commitment to the people that I represent to come back. I had a commitment to my caucus, and I was coming back, and I wasn't sure how it would work. But you made it work. You didn't come in and slam down the law. You were understanding. You knew that it was a difficult situation for me, for us, given everything that had just happened the previous November. And on a very personal level, Mark, I appreciate that. There are few people who know what the job of Speaker is. This part of it right here is the easiest part. Maryland's got this operation. John and Denny and Ron and Leon, Jim, they have all of that taken care of. Were you here when Denny tackled that guy in the aisle? Tackled some dude right here. Had him out. All you guys sitting up here never even knew what happened. Those of us sitting back there watched the whole thing go down. That was crazy. But all of these people make this part of the job work. It's you guys that make the job ridiculously difficult. Salazar, only once a week? Come on. Jim Kerr was in that office at least 3 times a week, right, Bill? Jeez, I love Jim Kerr to death. But I know you and I have had an interesting relationship down here, and you filled in for Sal Pace, which wasn't difficult. Let's be honest. And he's a county commissioner now, for crying out loud. Yeah, I know. You were a county commissioner. Sherry Jro is an architect. I know. I remember these things. Now I forgot where I was going. End of the 2012 session. You brought it up, and I wanted to talk about it tonight too, Mr. Speaker, because that was a difficult time for all of us. Emotions were running high. The gallery was filled. Epithets were being thrown down. It was a very charged atmosphere. We were cloak and daggering throughout the Capitol, trying to meet with the governor and meet with each other and do all of these things. And through all of that, I knew how important that bill was to you, not just as a policy matter, but as a personal matter. And even through that, even as important as that bill was to you on a personal level, you conducted yourself as the consummate professional. And that is the highest compliment that I am able to provide. You were the minority leader, you conducted yourself as the minority leader, and as difficult as that was, you kept your head in the game. And I appreciated that. It could have been a much different situation. And the fact that we're still friends, I think, says a lot about you. I think it says more about you than it does about me. And I appreciate that greatly. I think that, like Waller has said, you've done a great job as Speaker. I sort of wish that I still had the office, not only because they stuck me with Libby as my office mate.
I had nothing to do with that.
Hey, whatever. Waller had something out for me. Sox won, by the way. But, Mark, I said this on the television program that we just did, the PBS program. We never would have run across each other. Never in a million years would we have run across each other and become friends were it not for this place. And I am so grateful that we had this time together. I'm blessed, and I appreciate it. Congratulations, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Buckner. Representative Buckner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I have to turn around because I have to remember what the titles are that everyone goes through. As most of you know, I came to this body not as some kind of career move or not early in my professional life. I've done all that, and so I'm here for this one thing that's about public service. And the first thing that happened with me around that was that I discovered how old I really was. Because I got down here and I went home, and a couple days later my wife said to me, so have you met the Speaker and spent much time with him? I said, yeah, I've spent and we've been talking a couple times. He's younger than our youngest child. I said it again. I said, he's younger than my youngest child. And so it takes me a while to adjust from that role that says, I don't have to pay any attention to what it is that he's saying. He's younger than my youngest child. They couldn't know enough to talk to me. You know, I'm used to being around very bright young people. I'm an educator. So every year I had, 10 or 12 more 20-something-year-olds with master's degrees and lots of expertise and all those kind of things. But not quite as polished in their chosen field as Mark was. When I started talking to Mark and seeing him, it didn't take very long for me to figure out that he knew more than I did about where we were and what we were supposed to do and how to get there, how to get from point A to point B. And I kept thinking to myself, how can this be? He's younger than my youngest child. And so Mark has impressed me tremendously. He's very bright. And by the way, all the people in Douglas County that keep saying, you know, that knuckle dragging thing, I might show up again, by the way. But the part of it, there are very bright, talented gay people in Douglas County. Go find them. You know, you can have that experience. They're in Douglas County. You know, you just have to recognize that they have a more difficult, well, okay, that's a different thing. I want you to know that that my experience down here this last 2 years has been greatly enhanced by Mark being here. He's very bright. He's very talented. He is very experienced at what it is that he does, and we can learn a lot from somebody that's younger than my youngest child, if you only allow yourself to do that. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate our experience.
Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Mr. Speaker, you have been a daily inspiration for me and I think for people across the state. Your fierce dedication to doing the job as well as you do and upholding a high standard, I think, is a hallmark of your time here in the House and your time as Speaker. I want to thank you for the faith and trust you've shown in me and for the leadership that you've shown to not just me, but to all of us. You're not going to go away, I have a feeling, though. We may see you somewhere else, but in this role, you have excelled, and you will be long remembered for that legacy and for the experience that we've all had watching you be our leader. Thank you so much.
Representative Jro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'll be quick. I'm sorry, Mark. Did you? Okay.
No, I was just saying you're going to have me cry.
Oh. Well, so earlier you were talking about how much I bother you. I actually think I bother you more than you bother me, so just so you know. When we went to, the first time I met you was at a BOMA cocktail party, and it was before, when I was running, you had been, was it a vacancy committee that first, yeah. And you just come in with the vacancy committee, and you introduced yourself to me, and you were very nice. And then we ended up serving together, and then we ended up going to the Kennedy School. So he dances so, have you guys ever danced with Mark? He really dances. He's a great dancer. He's really, really good. And I don't dance very well, but you're great. And the karaoke, he was really good. And you were wicked smart in class. And when we came back here, you actually, people talk about how much I know about the budget. You know, what we know is how great staff is, because actually staff gives us such great support. And I always tell people, they say, well, how do you know so much about the budget? Well, if you sit someplace for 5 months and people tell you stories every day, they sit there and they just read you the budget. Do you not agree? They read you the budget and as long as you stay awake and you're sitting there and you're engaged, you're going to learn something. And so, but Mark really does know the budget. I mean, you're very smart, and I very much admire you. And I, you know, I'm sorry to be leaving, but you have done such a wonderful thing. You've really done a wonderful thing. And everybody's talked about the civil unions vote. It was a trial, but you were great. And they've talked about Amy with Senate Bill 200, and it was a trial, but you were great. When you get people like Mark and Amy that can go out there and really, you just kind of risk it. You put it out there and you risk it. That's true leadership. I love you and I'm going to miss you.
Representative Pedestin.
Thank you. So as all of you know, I'm in one of those targeted seats, and stepping up to run for office was one of the most scary and exciting things that I've done as all of us made this decision. But once I won my primary, then Minority Leader Ferrandino was there for me every step of the way to ensure that I got here. There wasn't a phone call that he didn't take, an event that he didn't show up to. And because of his support, I continue to be one of Frank Mcnulty's greatest disappointments. And once I made it here and he told me that I was going to be on judiciary and education, I usually got two different responses. And one was, wow, you must have really impressed the speaker. And the next was, what did you do to the speaker? But your support didn't stop once I got here. We're so lucky to have you. Thank you for believing in me.
Representative McCann.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. You know, Mark, I just want to thank you for what you've done for this caucus and for this body. You have really been a great leader. You know, I remember first meeting you at the Martin Luther King parade. I don't know if you remember this, but I think you supported my opponent in the primary. But you were very gracious and came up and introduced yourself. And I was impressed by that. And then just watching how you've managed to move through this system in such a short time to become speaker, and then to do such a great job, and you know the trust that you've given to us, that you've appointed committee chairs and allowed us to run our committees, allowed us to run our bills, and provided that steady, calm hand that we need in this place. It's just been a joy to work for you, and I'm really sorry you're leaving. We're going to miss you.
Representative May.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I just want to thank you. You took a risk on me because everybody knows I know where everything's buried. And so, and I appreciate that. And I really wish we had more time to work together. I think this is one of the tragedies of term limits, is when you get someone here who excels and really knows how to lead Colorado and move you forward, we end up having to say goodbye too soon. And I would have loved to have the opportunity to work with you more than what I have in these 2 years. I actually worked with Mark in his prior life when he was just a little budget analyst who used to cause me grief, but we won't go there. But I really, really, really enjoyed working with you, and I wish you the very best. And thank you.
Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I was elected 8 years ago, and I sat in the back next to Mike Serbo, and then Mike Serbo resigned to do something else, and then our speaker came up as a vacancy committee choice, and I was here at your swearing in, and it's been so much fun, Mark, to see you go there. I know you were on the Joint Budget Committee, which was beyond my capability to understand, but you got that because I guess of your prior work. I was in another place. And thank you so much for getting us back the majority. I've appreciated so much everything that you have done, and I would just echo everything else that everybody has said. Thank you.
Representative Moreno.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mark, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you for all of your advice, always being there when I needed someone to talk to or someone to bounce something off of. I do have one regret this session, and that's that I was never able to run my amendment to the Peach Bill. Because no offense to the Palisade Peach, but you would have been a fabulous state fruit.
Representative Pabon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And the first time I really got to see the Speaker at work was as a freshman on the Appropriations Committee. And I got to see his vast thoughtful the vast knowledge, but thoughtful approach to the budget. And the conversations and the debate and the discussions were so intellectual, so proper, so inspiring in many ways. And it really showed me that when you really invest the time in a subject matter like the speaker has into the budget, and you're really willing to spend time teaching your colleagues, no matter what level they are in the House, about the budget and about the process, that it's meaningful. And it's meaningful because the speaker believes in this institution, and he believes in the process. And we've not always agreed on approaches to things. I think we've always agreed on the result, which is to make sure that the institution is protected, that our caucus and the members are protected, and that at the end, while we can disagree, we go forward and we fight for what we believe in, and we're willing to leave it on the table and then go back and talk about what we disagreed on and move on to the next issue. And Mr. Speaker, you've always been willing to do that. I've witnessed that, and I've done my best to emulate that in my short time here. So thank you for being a good role model for all of us.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, I'm not quite sure how to start, but I can just tell you how proud I am of your leadership. You make my job so easy when I can go out to my town halls and I can share with them what we were able to accomplish. And when I think about what we've been able to accomplish for the last 2 years, I'm proud. I'm really proud because we have been able to address equality and justice for all. So when I'm out in the community and I get questioned all the time about how progressive the state of Colorado is, it is truly because of your visionary leadership. And you have demonstrated that over and over and over again. I was here that night when we weren't able to debate civil unions that night, and we went into a special session. And I saw you come back the next session with such great determination that we're going to get some serious work done under your leadership. And we have. Not only did we pass civil unions, but we also passed asset, giving undocumented students an opportunity to go to college in the state, paying in-state tuition. That's huge. We also, under your leadership, we were able to pass, once it was a ballot measure, when you think about what we had to do with the legalization of marijuana, all of that was done under your leadership. I can remember the tragic events that happened in Aurora, the theater shooting, and I called you, and you encouraged me to do what I needed to do to support my community. Thank you for being there, and thank you for being there for Aurora during that very difficult time. You also taught me the value of how to count my votes. Because a lot of times I like to run legislation based on passion and based on what grassroots initiatives are about, the social justice aspect. And you were okay with that as long as I counted my votes. And you did that because you wanted me to be successful. And not only was I successful, all of us are successful because of your great leadership. Thank you so very much for your confidence in me, and I'm going to miss you greatly. Thank you.
Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I want to be quick because I think we're all standing between our colleagues and the bar. Mr. Speaker, I was going to come down and talk about what a remarkable relationship I've enjoyed with you despite our disagreements, but then I heard the assistant majority leader, and I don't think it's much of an accomplishment at all. But seriously, we have disagreed on some very important issues that were very close to you. We have agreed passionately on other issues, and through all of that, I have never for a moment doubted that you respected me. I hope you never doubted that I respected you, and it is what makes this place such a special place and our friendship such a special one. Thank you, and I will look forward to seeing you. I will miss you, but look forward to seeing you again soon.
Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and members, I'll make this brief. Mr. Speaker, I want to publicly say this, and a lot of times my members don't really see the interactions that you and I have. And those of you might not know that the Speaker and myself, we have weekly meetings. But on top of that, anytime we've had some kind of an issue as a caucus, whether a member kind of felt like, well, geez, maybe my bill's getting hijacked, or anything else that's like that, that we kind of feel, you know, the Speaker has always been willing to take my phone call. All right, I'll set up a meeting. I got some extra time. Come on in. And he was always willing to be fair. He was always willing to listen to what we had that was going on. I might not have always liked the result, but the reality is there are several of you that had certain kind of issues with certain bills or certain things, and the Speaker made it right. And so I can say that, Mr. Speaker, you know, to echo the comments of everybody else, but you were definitely more than fair when it came to that. You were always willing to listen. Like I said, maybe I wasn't always 100% happy with the answer, but you were a person that was always willing to sit down, explain what was going on, and work through the process. And so I would say on behalf of the caucus, I say thank you for the job that you did as Speaker the last 2 years. You have definitely been a very, very fair Speaker, and I appreciate all of your hard work for us. So thank you very much.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And I brought this script up here just in case I start bawling in the middle of this and can't think of what to say next. I at least have something to refer to. But this is from the heart. My dear, dear friend, Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Representative Mark Ferrandino. I first met Mark when I moved here into the chambers and sat in that second seat where Millie is, and the Speaker sat in the seat behind me with Jack Palmer because he was on the Joint Budget Committee. And you learn a lot from the people who sit behind you because you hear all their comments. And Jack and Mark were really fun to listen to in terms of their comments on many issues, and I learned a lot, I think, about the issues when they commented on them. And then later on, I joined the Joint Budget Committee for a short period of time, and Mark was my mentor on that. And then we lost the majority, and I was off the Joint Budget Committee. But we have had a long association, and I can't tell you how proud I am of what this wonderful man has accomplished. He is the most tenacious, most successful legislator that I believe I have ever known. And although you like to call yourself a budget wonk in the budget wonkiest sort of way, he has covered the field in terms of legislation, and a huge amount of it. He's done things on energy, on civil liberties, LGBT rights. He's done things on mortgage, on foreclosure, on payday lending. He hasn't shirked from the really, really tough issues. And he has passed legislation that has an impact, will continue to have a huge impact on the people of the state of Colorado, on all of us. It's a legacy to be very proud of, and it will last for a long time. He also is a wonderful negotiator. He uses all of his intellect and all of his listening power, all of his toughness, and at the same time, all of his gentle character and generosity of spirit to bring people along with him in so many ways. And in my opinion, that's the definition of a great leader, and he is, in fact, a great leader. It has been a wonderful experience this last 2 years to work with him as majority leader. And as I think Amy and Frank alluded to a couple, 3 times or more, the relationship between a majority leader and a speaker is a very special one. And it can be especially good, and sometimes it can be especially bad. And one thing that we agreed to early on when we both took office here is that we would have our fights inside that room over there. And I want you to know we've had a few doozies. You know, I think anytime you have 2 strong-willed people that work together, there are a few differences from time to time. But we have had a whole lot more agreements than we've had fights. And even though I think I'm old enough to be your grandmother, let alone your mother, and my daughter, I'm sorry, Laura Lee, is also older than Speaker Ferrandino. I really do believe he has been a teacher, an inspiration. He's taught me so much. He's given me so much. And quite frankly, I really don't know how I'm going to get along without you in this body. You will be so missed. I will miss you so much. I'll miss you every day when I walk in this body. And I just want to say for one of the last times that I will have an opportunity to say it, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Court and Representative Conti.
Speaker Mcnulty, if you would join us, please. Speaker Ferrandino, Speaker Mcnulty.
Yes.
Our wonderful chief clerk.
Thunder.
Did you hear the thunder came when we came together?
Our wonderful chief clerk wanted to be certain that the history of this place that Speaker Mcnulty began and Speaker Ferrandino has assured will continue. The redoing of the historic stenciling and all the work that's going to go on in this chamber during the interim. Marilyn Edens said, we need to acknowledge the people who made this happen. So there will be a plaque placed acknowledging these 2 wonderful men for the work they've done to ensure the history of this place is re-recognized. And then she also wanted to be sure that they each got a copy of the plaque.
That's absolutely true.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Let's go to the bar. Okay. So I've gotten through the day so far without crying. Came close a couple times. So much. I didn't write anything down. As my staff knows, I'm better off the cuff. If I write things down, I tend to mess it up. Let me touch on a few things. There's so much going through my mind, and just this amazing opportunity. A couple people I didn't come down and say words about, but I do want to highlight and talk just briefly about a few people. Representative Sonnenberg, You have been an amazing representative. What I value about you most, Jerry, is there was one incident I will never forget. You got in my face and yelling at me with your finger. You know how you do that, and like yelling at me. And the next day you came up and apologized. That incident, and another one when I was speaker my first term, my first session last year, and something happened. I forget what it was, but it was a little disrespectful to what was going on in the chamber, and you stood up and said that was wrong. You've been a great legislator. I'm sorry you're going to the Senate. Spencer, you've been an amazing legislator as well. And I have to say, for someone like myself who is that budget geek, your focus on the national debt and all the budget issues is always a good voice that hopefully someone will take up when you and I are gone, because we do need that voice. While we might disagree on the solution, the problem is there. Jared, it's been too short for you down here. You've been a great addition to this chamber, and I hope you do continue to do the public service that you've started here, and you have been a great representative these last 2 years. So I stand here and everyone's asking me how I'm feeling. It's this sad and exciting feeling of being done. Granted, I'm not done. I got about 240 more days until I hand that gavel off to the next speaker. But for someone like myself who, and I've said this story before, but I do want for all those other people out there, I want to say it again. You know, a kid who was born cross-eyed, born with a learning disability, who literally rode the short bus to school, got picked on, was just, you know, never thought, a lot of people never thought, and myself too included at the time, never thought I'd amount to much in my life. You know, go get a job, do something, be okay. My brother and my twin sister were the smart ones. I was the kid that was in self-contained classes. But I always wanted to be in public service. My dad was a history teacher. Both my parents were teachers and educators, and I always wanted to, my dad instilled in me, my grandfather, who was a staunch Republican, we'd argue all the time. He instilled in me and taught me how to debate. But they made me want to care about public service, about giving back to the community I live in. And so to go from there, and I always wanted to be in office. And as you read, probably if you read when I first became speaker, my dad said, instead of watching Saturday morning cartoons, I watched the Sunday talk shows. And I still do that. Lila has to watch them. I'm sorry for her. She doesn't get her cartoons. But I never thought that I would be standing here in the position I am. I thought I'd maybe run for office someday, probably lose. At least I could say I did it. One of my favorite quotes is, and I'm going to mess it up completely, but the worst thing to do is have a dream and never try to achieve it. It's better to try and fail than never try at all. So I was always hoping to try, and I tried. I won. And then I had this amazing opportunity to sit with all of you and the people who preceded, some of you here in these seats, people like Speaker Romanoff, Speaker Carroll, Jack Palmer, people I look up to, Mike May, Minority Leader May, amazing legislators who've done amazing things for our state. And I was just happy, as I've said before, being on the budget committee, sitting there and never going into leadership. And things changed, and I ended up becoming minority leader and then became speaker. And it's been the greatest honor of my life, the best job I will ever have, the hardest job I probably will ever have. Right, Frank? You 64 people drive me crazy, but I love each and every one of you. I say, and I want to say a few more things about this institution. This institution is absolutely amazing. The problem with following Frank is because Frank is a much better orator and just a good speaker. he said most of what I wanted to say. But this institution is so amazing. It's what makes our state, our country, unique. The 65 of us here, there's not a single one of us here and one who have sat here, or the 35 even in the Senate, who aren't doing it because they believe they can help make this state better. And we sit here and we fight, and we argue, but we do it because we care. We're not doing it for the big paychecks, that's for sure. We're not doing it because of the time away from our family. We're doing it because we care about our communities and the places we live. And it is, all of us are I really have the utmost respect for everyone who is both in this chamber and who runs for this chamber. Because it is one of the hardest things to do this job. There's a lot of cynicism out there about what we do in this body. As I said to one of the reporters today when they were asking me, I wish everyone in the state of Colorado could come down and spend time in this legislature and see how we interact with each other. Because while we fight, we then go off the side and laugh at each other and we poke fun at each other and we can really enjoy it. But ultimately, it's about the people we serve, and it's about this institution. It's this institution that makes our state and our country work so well. And I love this institution. If I could stay in this institution for the rest of my life, maybe with a higher paycheck, not being speaker probably, 2 years is good enough being speaker. But it has been this amazing honor. Let me thank a few people. I have to thank my husband, Greg. He's in Jordan right now, so he's probably sleeping. So hopefully when he wakes up, thank you, honey. I love you. My husband, he loves telling this story, so I'll tell it because he's not here. I was living in Adams County at the time when I first moved to Colorado, and my husband, and in Representative Lebsack's council district. He was my council member. And there was an Adams County event going on, and my husband goes, go, Adams County Democrat event. Go to the event. I'm like, I don't know anyone. I don't want to go. And he pushed me to go. And from that meeting, I ended up moving from just being a precinct captain to treasurer of the state party to where I am today. So without my husband kicking me in the rump sometimes, I wouldn't be here. So honey, thank you. I love you. To my daughter, she's the joy of my life. Thank you. To our staff, Representative Mcnulty already mentioned all of them, but our staff who sits here behind us at the front desk, Marilyn, you are the most amazing person in the world. You make all of us look so amazing. You make this job, us able to do this job. You are an institution in an institution. It's not because you're old, it's because you're wise and amazing. We love you, Marilyn, and to everyone else at the front desk, we love you very much. The sergeants, the assignables, the enrolling room, the bill room, to my favorite punching bag, Mike Maurer, and all of your staff, Dan Carton and all your staff, to my favorite staff, because I'm biased, to John Ziegler and the JBC staff, who are my friends, who I really admire for all the work they do. And lastly, to my staff, to Sadie, who's not with us because she's in D.C., to Riley, and to Dean, to Kelly, to Ian, Chris, Crystal. What? Hold on. And I know I'm forgetting names. I'm sorry. Kashina, thank you. and Wendell. I thought I said Kelly. I was looking at Kelly. I thought I said Kelly. And to David. David, thank you for everything. I wouldn't be being able to do this job without you. You are my great friend and my comrade and my ally, and I really appreciate everything you've done for me and you've done for this chamber. So I guess to just wrap it up in my last speech so we can go to the bar and have fun, because my daughter's already asleep, so I have no need to get home anytime soon. I know we still have resolutions to do, Marilyn. Thank you. Always reminding us we got work to do. I love this place. I love all of you for all you do for our state. It's been an honor to serve with you. And as we all have said, this is not, one thing I didn't want, this and what has amazed me today about all these tributes, the amount of policy we talked about was very little. What we talked about was the friendships. And all of you are my friends. I count on all of you to continue the work we've done, whether it's fighting against and trying to undo what we've done on this side, or this side trying to undo what we've done on this side, or continue to push for what we've done on this side. You're all amazing people. You've all done amazing work, and it's been my honor to lead this chamber for the last 2 years. Thank you. Okay, let's get back to work. Message from the useless body, who's already adjourned and drinking.
Mr. Speaker, the useless body who's already adjourned and drinking has adopted the first report.
The remainder of the message from printed in the journal. Okay, so we have resolutions to do. Yeah, don't be shocked. Madam Majority Leader, members, do you want to say what we're going to do and see if that's agreeable to the members? Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And due to the lateness of the hour and the fact that there are people already drinking in the bar and maybe we're ready to go, I would like to suggest and move forward to move the rest of the resolutions that we have on the calendar, which is, I believe, on page 4, if you have the right calendar, or at least the calendar I'm working from. And I would move them and we would pass them. The sponsor, if you have some discussion you'd like to make, or if you want to really irritate people and have the resolution read at length, you can come up here and make your own motion to that effect. Otherwise, I will move them. You can discuss them briefly if you want to, and we will pass them, or we will vote up or down, however you want to do it. So that's my, if you want to object to that, you certainly can, but otherwise we will move forward in that manner.
Thank you. We will move then to do resolutions. First resolution that we haven't on the calendar, Senate Joint Resolution 31. Mr. Kohler, please read.
Oh, no, we've done that one.
Did we do 31? Sorry, 32.
Senate Joint Resolution 32 by Senator King, also Representative Gardner, concerning the communication of wildland firefighting best practices between the governments of California and Colorado to aid the continued advancement of the state's firefighting programs.
Representative Gardner, it's your last motion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and in the next about hour and 45 minutes, I would like to talk about this, but I'm not going to. This is a resolution that I've brought with Senator King to share with California Fire. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I move SJR 1432.
Thank you. To the resolution.
Thank you. And it is to share best practices information with California on fire. I ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, is there any objection taken a voice vote? Seeing no one proceeding in that matter, all those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 32 say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Joint Resolution 32 is adopted. Representative Gardner.
Mr. Speaker, I move the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call be made co-sponsored of Senate Joint Resolution 32. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Joint Resolution 33.
Senate Joint Resolution 33 by Senator Heath, also Representative Hollinghorst, concerning the convening date for the 2015 first regular session of the 70th General Assembly.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move SJR 33.
Seeing no discussion, or Madam Majority Leader, what day are we starting next year?
You know, we're starting the first Wednesday in January this year, and I have the resolution here, but I don't see the date. Perhaps someone could spell that out at me.
The 7th.
Is it the 7th again?
Someone
So
will be getting the gavel on the 7th from me.
Okay, so it will be January 7th next year. I ask for a yes vote.
I don't think so, Mr. Minority Leader. Seeing no discussion, the question, is there objection to taking a voice vote? Seeing none, we'll proceed in that matter. All those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 33 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Joint Resolution 33 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the current roll call be made, be made co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be made co-sponsors of Senate Joint Resolution 33. Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 36.
SJR 36 by Senator Schwartz and Newell, also Representatives Hollinghorst and Vigil, concerning celebrating the restoration of the State Capitol Dome.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move SJR 36 and ask for a yes vote.
Sounds great. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, the question for the House. Is there objection to taking a voice vote? Seeing none, the question for the House is the adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 36. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Senate Joint Resolution 36 is passed. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the current roll call be made co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be made co-sponsors of Senate Joint Resolution 36. Madam Majority Leader. Actually, Mr. Kohler, please read the title to Senate Joint Resolution 38.
SJR 38 by Senators Stedman and Harvey, also Representatives Kagan and Conti, concerning uniform sales and use tax definitions for home rule municipalities that locally collect their sales and use taxes.
Representative Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Senate Joint Resolution 14-038.
Representative, who wants to go? Kagan or Conti?
Conti. Members?
Yeah. You don't have to speak. We can just go vote.
This is a very simple resolution. You may remember House Bill 1288 that we passed last year, asking the Department of Revenue to do a tax study. This is the continuation of that, asking our cities to adopt a uniform tax base so that ICE means the same in Aurora as it does in Avon as it does in Arvada.
Sounds great. Seeing no further discussion, Representative Kagan.
Definitions are important. They should be paid attention to. Uniform definitions. Work towards them. That's what this resolution is about.
Sounds great. Seeing no further discussion, is there objection to taking a voice vote? Seeing none, we'll proceed in that matter. All those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 38 say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Senate Joint Resolution 38 is adopted. Dear co-sponsors, let's just open it. See if anyone wants to co-sponsor it. I know they did talk. We should just not co-sponsor. We should have just. Okay, close the machine. Mr. Kohler, please read the title of Senate Joint Resolution 40. No, we did 40. House Joint Resolution 1006, the final one.
House Resolution 1006 by Representative Swam, concerning National Parents' Day.
You want to move it, Representative Swam, for your last motion? Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in 1994, President Bill Clinton...
Can we move it?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Gosh, my last mistake down at the... well... but trust me, the last but not the only. So anyway, I move House Resolution 1006 and... yeah, good resolution. Basically, it reiterates the fact that in 1994, President Bill Clinton declared the fourth Sunday of every July National Parents' Day. And for those of you so inclined, you might want to read the resolution and get upset about it. Otherwise, I would encourage a yes vote. So I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, is there any objection to taking a voice vote? Seeing none, we'll proceed in that manner. All those in favor of House Resolution 1006, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. House Resolution 1006 is passed. Representative Swam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the current roll call be added as co-sponsors.
Seeing no objection, the current roll call will be added as co-sponsors to House Resolution 1006. Members. Oh yeah, why don't we have really quickly the members who notified the governor tell us what the governor said? Like 3 hours ago when you notified him that we were going to. The governor, I think, is at the bar. Representative Labuda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, we entered in, and the first thing that happened is there was a big party going on downstairs, and everybody said, "At last you're here." And then we said, well, we're here to announce that we will adjourn soon. And they said, what's that about? And they can take it from there.
Representative Fischer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just have to characterize the whole experience as mass confusion. And there were about 60 people down in the governor's office wondering what was going on up here. And we tried to explain it to them, but I don't think they understood at all.
Sounds like typical first floor activities. Representative Wright.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I believe it was mass confusion resulting in a text message from a certain governor to a certain speaker to verify that, in fact, we needed to be done 5 hours ago.
Yes, I think that was a text message I did receive and have to respond from the governor. Members, just to be clear, please try and clear out your desks. And also tomorrow morning there will be activity from a student group at 8:30 to 9:30, so you won't have access to the floor between 8:30 and 9:30 if you're trying to get to the floor. Madam Majority Leader.
And for the last time, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure serving with you, and Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in adjournment sine die.
Okay, you got to vote still. It's a debatable motion. They want to debate it till midnight? You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. I know. At the hour of 10:26 p.m., having arrived, both the House and Representatives and the Senate being in agreement on a motion of Representative Hollinghorst, the second regular session of the General Assembly is adjourned sine die.